Alright. Hey guys, how y'all doing, man? I'm back. Sorry for the late upload. Being kind of busy today and everything. We've got a lot to discuss, including I didn't get a chance to watch there was this peace signing deal agreement between Indonesia and I think Malaysia, that Trump signed some kind of agreement yesterday, and I wanted to watch it. Let me see where it was real quick. I saw it here somewhere. Maybe it was live. First, President Trump participates in working session with Asian leaders. Yeah, President Trump participates in a signing with the Prime Ministers of Cambodia and Thailand. This is what I was looking for. Trade deal signing with Prime Minister of Malaysia, and President Trump participates in a working session with U.S. Asian leaders. Okay. So apparently we've got a lot to go over. And stuff tonight. And I got done streaming last night a video. I did a live stream of me playing the rematch between the Blue Jays and the Yankees for the Show 25 ALDS, and I swept the Blue Jays, and now I'm playing Minnesota, and I'm going to stream that and make videos on that in the future. See if we can't come back and give see if I can't win the World Series in a rematch. And I did the Silent Hill 2 remake, but I just couldn't continue playing that game because it was too freaky. Anyway, and we got a lot to go over. So, yeah. Bubba News has got a lot of big stuff coming out today and things like that, so we gotta go over that. And I want to watch these meetings to see what's going on. I want to see what this whole Middle East peace plan thing and all this stuff going on behind the scenes is, including what Trump's doing over there in Malaysia and all that, and Thailand and Asia. So, and what Jared Kushner and all them are up to, so we can see what's happening. But yeah, we got a lot of big stuff to go over tonight. So let's see. It says, Erdogan says Turkey to have a role in solving conflicts from Syria to Gaza, from the Gulf to Russia. As Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan insists that Ankara Turkey players play a role in solving all major conflicts around the world, noting conflicts in Syria, Ukraine, Russia, and Gaza. We're going through a painful period. The wars threaten our environment. Erdogan tells the Harayet news site from Syria to Gaza, from the Gulf to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. There is no equation without Turkey. But these are the same people that want to go in and attack Israel. Now there is a Turkey in the region and in the world that is reputed for its promise and exports peace and stability and security, he says. Turkey is transforming into the global power with the decisive steps that it has taken. Today, when it comes to peace, harmony, and stability, Turkey comes to mind first. When it comes to compassion, justice, the sanity, this saintly nation first comes to life in the mind, he says. Erdogan has big plans for one of his sons to become a global ruler who will want to rule the world in the coming future. Watch Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's second son, Nesmettin Bilal Erdogan, but that's another story. In other words, he might launch an invasion on Israel. The comments come after Israel told the USA that the presence of Turkish troops as part of a post-war stabilization military force in Gaza would be a red line for Jerusalem. Well, yeah, especially after they said they're going to invade Israel. Bullet. Come here. Come here, Bullet. Fine. Alright. Then Trump put this on True Social. He said, "We have a very strong peace in the Middle East, and I believe it has a good chance of being everlasting. Hamas is going to have to start returning the bodies of deceased hostages, including 2 Americans." Okay, so they're not returning all the deceased hostages quickly, or the other countries involved in this great peace will take action. Some of the bodies are hard to reach, but others they can return. Now, for some reason, they are not. Perhaps it has to do with their disarming. But when I said both sides would be treated fairly, that only applies if they comply with their obligations. Let's see what they do over the next 48 hours. I am watching this very closely. It says Trump tonight posting, "We could have everlasting peace, but Hamas must return the rest of the American bodies. We have a very strong peace in the Middle East, and I believe it has a good chance of being everlasting. Hamas is going to have to start returning the bodies of deceased hostages, including 2 Americans, quickly." President Donald J. Trump. It says new video on everything that's going from Venezuela to Turkey to peace and security, much more. Oh, I didn't know he put out a video yesterday. I missed it. Current sides, October 2025, false peace trap. Trump's 2020 Gaza plan. International Stabilization Force brings terror-free calm. Echoing Ezekiel 38:11. MBS November 18th. White House visits handset normalization, but is it the hook? Russia and Iran access Putin's serious presence plus Iran's fury equals northern threat. Libya, Sudan, stirring the line. Ezekiel 38:15. Twitter, ex-Buzz believers tie cutters moves to keep enemies closer. Tactics. It says Egyptian army search and rescue team in Gaza to find hostage bodies. An Egyptian army search and rescue team has entered Gaza Strip to assist in locating and exhuming the remains of deceased Israeli hostages. Israel estimates Hamas knows the location of at least 8 bodies of hostages out of 13 remaining in Gaza. So 13 hostages remain in the Gaza Strip. 8 bodies. Knows the location of 8 bodies, but there are 13 remaining. Remember, Trump warns Hamas that the bodies must be returned. It says he'll be watching the situation closely over the next 2 days. It's day 751 of the October 7th hostage crisis. Hamas Gaza is still holding onto the bodies of 13 hostages it killed in captivity. Hamas is violating the terms of the ceasefire. Trump will soon be getting involved, as 2 of these deceased hostage bodies are Americans. For the next week until 2 a.m. on November 2nd, 2025, Israel will only be 6 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time instead of the normal 7 hours ahead. Fall back to change the clocks. NMDST Sunday, October 26, 2025. At 2 o'clock a.m. IDT, clocks retreat to 1 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. When does Daylight Savings Time begin this fall in November 2025? Daylight Saving Times will end on November 2nd, 2025 at 2 a.m., at which time it will reset to 1 a.m. At this time, the time zone difference between the USA and Israel is 6 hours ahead. This will return 7 hours difference on November 2nd. It's just keeping an eye on Turkey and, of course, in Iraq. Turkey's Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan met in Ankara, Turkey with Faleh al-Farayad, who is the head of Iraq's pro-Iranian Popular Mobilization Forces, PMF terrorist group building up in Iraq. The PMF compromises 40 militias with an estimated 150,000 to 238,000 registered fighters per 2023-2025 Iraqi budget data in a subset subset primary Iranian aligned Shia jihadist groups are labeled as the major terrorist organization. The Secretary General of Hezbollah warning Israel tonight. He announced that this evening that the outbreak of war with Israel is very possible soon. Hezbollah Sheikh Naim Qassam said that Israel and the United States are the ones imposing aggression against Hezbollah. He said, "We will continue to fight against Israel no matter what." To the fighters of Hezbollah and the entire resistance, he said, "Frontline Hezbollah fighters are not only martyrs in waiting, they are divine warriors, purified with the love of Allah. We are ready to defend, not to initiate war. We have no decision to start one, but if it's forced upon us, even with only a stick, we will fight to the last man and woman. Israel will never succeed in achieving the goals it sought during the 6-day war. It failed then, and it will fall again now." So, Turkey, Syria, and Hezbollah are all gearing up to come after Israel, which could happen in the coming months. Then Bubba says, "What's going on?" Says, "My goodness, these things usually happen in threes." A U.S. Navy F-A-18 and MH-60 Seahawk helicopter both went down in the water separately while operating from the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier in the South China Sea earlier today. Reuters, a Black Hawk MH-60 helicopter crashed at 02:45 p.m. AF/AF-18F Super Hornet crashed at 03:15 p.m. 30 minutes separate to the two incidents moving aircraft. 30 minutes separate the two incidents involving aircraft from the USS Nimitz illustration photos. Could this be Chinese interference in electronics going on? See what else we got here. Live breaking news intel: China, Canada dropping USA because of Trump, Putin, and war. Yeah, it's been said that the only country Trump's not going to go to is Canada. America will riot soon. Crime rate will increase 10,000 plus. Long EBT recipient says that he and others are going to start rioting if they don't get their food stamps. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting come November. This government shutdown is going to cause some interesting things to happen.
As y'all know, they done cut off the food stamps and the EBT, so that's 100% finna affect everybody that's still in the hood, or at least on Section 8. You feel me? We've been on it our whole entire life. You feel what I'm saying? Without it, you feel me? More people definitely would have been getting robbed. I ain't even gonna lie. With that being said, I know that the crime rate about to increase by like 5,000%. Let's not add the fact that they trying to tax 74% on anybody making under 30K. So that's gonna automatically boost the crime rate up like a nut.
Hold on a minute. Okay, just making sure that was up. Still.
Another 10,000%. You feel me? It's about to get bad in America, bro. Real bad. So even for the people that's over that mark, it's gonna get bad for them too. You know what I'm saying? But America about to turn into a third world playing around. Like all these people saying they got all this technology, all these millions and billions of dollars. They're gonna be getting robbed. Like people think they just gonna be comfortable while 70-80% of America just suffering, and that people that is doing good starting to do bad. They gonna start picking up crime. They gonna start looking at damn, these motherfuckers, they got these Lambos and I'm about to lose my house and we don't got no food and we don't got no this and we don't got no that. It's about to be getting bad. Y'all gonna start seeing people run up on people in restaurants, robbing cars. It's about to be a lot more broad daylight shit going on. And it's kind of sad, but it's like you got to be vigilant too, because you can't let nobody take nothing from you. All the people that's coming up and trying to get right or that made out the hood, bro, you gotta be defensive too, because shit about to get real. But I understand where people coming from, but you also got to understand you're going to have to protect your life and protect you and your assets as well. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of the people, especially Republicans, a lot of Republicans, they about to start getting attacked. Especially the people at the office, they not going to stop. It's going to start being a lot of people waiting outside of elections and all type of shit. These people that speaking on this stuff and asking for votes, and man, it's about to get bad, man. Y'all don't really understand, bro. I really pray, man. I don't know who I'm praying to, because I don't believe in certain shit. I believe in the God, the creator of this earth, but all that other shit I don't believe in, because he ain't give us no map or no manual on how to live his life, and he just let these beings just come take over the world. But really, we the humans with the power, we let the other humans take over the world. Us, our ancestors. Because they didn't have to take over the world, we let the motherfuckers take over the world. And the way things going is 100% human fault. God ain't put us down here with none of the human laws that got made. So at the end of the day, I don't really blame the God, the creator. You know what I'm saying? I blame the soft-ass folks that wouldn't come together and unite to prevent all this shit from happening. But y'all about to see America change over 10, 15 years. I don't even want to talk about no war shit and how fucking China just threatened to send fucking 60 warhead bombs over this motherfucker. I don't even want to talk about that. We're not going to talk about it. We're strictly talking about this. I pray all my brothers and sisters, bro, no matter where you at in life, you feel me? I pray this shit work out for you, bro. I ain't lying. You know, I definitely hope it work out for me and mine, because I know I'm doing by any means necessary to make sure me and mine straight, and I know y'all gonna do the same.
Says Vice President J.D. Vance chose to skip the traditional wall-kissing ritual in Israel, opting instead to visit the Church of the Holy Scepter. Scepter, I think it's Scepter. UK Met Police Met Police has sent up drones in response to 999 calls. Remote drones launched autonomously from the top of buildings are to respond to 999 calls in London as part of a Scotland Yard trial. This is all in preparation for AI and drone surveillance in time for digital ID enforcement. Someone posted this comment on recent YouTube video. Don't think so. We can make war with the beast. He is the king of the world, the prince of peace. Trump fits the classic Antichrist archetype described in Revelation and Daniel, whether or not one believes he actually is the Antichrist. The head wound prophecy in Revelation 13:3 describes a leader who suffers a wound and returns to power. Trump lost the 2020 election and returned to power. 2024 viewed by followers as a political resurrection. Period of dominant power during his first term. Faintly listed about 3.5 years before his political fall. Matching the prophetic 42 months in Revelation 13:5. Trump's presidency aligns with the rise of red heifer preparations in Israel, which may see as prerequisites for the rebuilding of the Third Temple. He was central to removing the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, which prophecy watchers consider a major film sign. Actually, Jared Kushner's behind that. He's the one really behind that. You brokered the Abraham Accords. Jared Kushner was also behind the Abraham Accords. He actually had that signed into agreement in 2020. People need to do their research. Which may interpret as confirming a covenant with many from Daniel 9:27. I think the Abraham Accords is a covenant with many. I do agree with that. His radical style matches the prophecy of a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies. Revelation 13:5. His personality and the media presence captivated global attention, aligning with the world wondered after the beast in Revelation 13:3. He inspires devotion in Masonic language from support and intense fear components. Yeah, that is true. Israel said that he's like their Messiah. He's also like King Cyrus. Creating a cult of personality characteristics of the Antichrist archetype. He declared, God chose me, which fits a historical pattern of rulers claiming divine appointments, including figures in scripture that God allowed are used for judgment or deception. Prophetic narratives note that being chosen does not necessarily mean God being good, as even Satan was allowed to act within God's plan. He stated that the end times are not going to happen on my watch, directly referencing eschatological language tied to Israel. He is present during a convergence of temple talk, peace deals, and heifers, red heifers, Jerusalem recognition, and global instability. His administration revived and enforced Real ID, creating a national identification framework that had previously stalled. He supported partnership with Palantir Technologies to expand large-scale data tracking, surveillance, and the integration of federal databases. His campaign rhetoric included creating national tracking systems which align with how many interpret Revelation 13's Mark of the Beast system infrastructure, Real ID, Palantir, and the similar measures are viewed by many prophecy watchers as technological groundwork for a centralized control system. It's not the mark itself, but a precursor to it. He normalized digital identification and tracking as part of governance, paving the way for potential future integration with financial or movement controls. These moves mirror the expected structure of a control system described in Revelation 13:17, buying and selling control by identification. His religious and political narrative blends nationalism with biblical prophecy themes, a known feature of Antichrist archetypes. He's closely tied to Israel at a time when many prophecy believers are watching temple developments and red heifer events. His rise and return to power coincided with increased evangelical declarations of him as God's chosen modern Cyrus or Messiah-like figure. Many prophecy watchers, not the eerie convergence of biblical imagery, real-world geopolitical events, and Trump's personal rhetoric and behavior. Many prophecy watchers note the eerie convergence of political imagery, real-world geopolitical events, and Trump's personal rhetoric. His use of strongman language, I alone can fix it, mirrors the Masonic posture attributed to Antichrist figures. He amplified religious and political polarization. I did. Another feature often associated with end-time archetypes. He became a global figure whose influence transcended U.S. politics, consistent with the expectations of an end-time leader with international sway. Prophecy interpreters see this role as possibly laying groundwork for a larger control system, even if he is not the final figure. He's not the final figure. It's either Jared Kushner or someone else. But he's setting it up and doing things that is very well going to bring about the covenant with many and the Abraham Accords, and he's making deals and doing things. To bring that about. So it's a combination of Temple Middle East agreements, digital ID, mass tracking capability, of religious claims, and cult of personality make him uniquely close match to the Antichrist construct described in Scripture. Maybe. What's worse is Trump just put this out too. He said, "What's worse, NBA player cheating at cards and probably much else, or the Democrats cheating on elections. The 2020 presidential election being rigged and stolen. As far as bigger scandal, look what happened to our country when a crooked moron became our president. We now know everything. I hope the DOJ pursues this with as much gusto as befitting the biggest scandal in American history. If not, it will happen again, including the upcoming midterms. No mail-in or early voting, yes to voter ID. Watch how totally dishonest California prop vote is. Millions of ballots being shipped. Get smart, Republicans, before it's too late." Just in, Trump claims we now know everything about the 2020 presidential election being rigged and stolen, and urges the DOJ to pursue it with gusto as the biggest scandal in American history. One quart of wheat, 1 day's pay, food ration. Third seal, Revelation 6:5-6. Yeah, I have thought about that being a possibility. When the Lamb opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, "Go." I looked, and there was a black horse, and the rider held a scale. I heard what sounded like a voice from among the 4 living creatures saying, 1 quart of wheat for a day's pay, 3 quarts of barley for a day's pay, but do not damage the olive oil and the wine. Incoming pain from the third seal of Revelation, the black horse of famine. Something's going to happen by November if they don't get something worked out with the government shutdown. Live red alert. Looting about to start in USA. Trump building a temple for himself right now. 10/26/25. ICE's latest opinion on the ICJ's latest opinion on Palestine, 22nd October, calling out once again the undeniable truth that the Israeli regime continues to be a tremendous violator of each and every norm of its humanitarian law. The opinion reaffirms that the Israeli regime is under an obligation to ensure the basic needs of Palestinians who are living under its occupation, including the supplies essential for the survival, and that it does not impede the provision of such supplies. The court has recalled the obligation under international law, to not use starvation as a method of warfare. The ICJ has recalled the obligation under international law not to use starvation as a method of warfare. The ICJ has recalled the obligation under international law to use starvation as a method of warfare. Not to use starvation. The ICJ has already issued another straightforward opinion reaffirming that the occupation of Palestinian lands is unlawful and must end. Israeli regime has persistently defied all these principles and rules. The Israeli regime is accused by both ICC and ICJ of committing the most atrocious crimes of international concern naming war crimes, crimes against humanity, and has said genocide in Gaza. Chronic impunity accord, according to Israelists by its supporters and apologists, must end. Thus says the Lord, for these transgressions of Gaza and for I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they carried away captive the whole captivity to deliver them up to Edom. Yeah, there's definitely something very big going to happen by November 1st if they don't do something with the government shutdown. People are going to get upset about not getting benefits and not being able to survive. It's going to be interesting if they don't pass a law by November 1st. Thanksgiving is going to be very interesting this year. If we even get to Thanksgiving with this crazy government shutdown. November is going to be a very interesting month. That's for sure. Alright, now I want to watch these Trump meetings in Asia. I want to see what he's doing over there. I want to see what he's doing over there with those. See what these trade deals and all these big things he's doing over there in Asia. First, I want to watch the signing of the prime ministers of Cambodia and Thailand to see what that was about. That was yesterday.
Please welcome the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, and the President of the United States of America.
Delivering peace. Cambodia, Thailand peace deal. Malaysia, 2025. Oh, okay. Yeah, this must have to do with the Abraham Accord.
Well, this is so exciting because we did something that a lot of people said couldn't be done, and we saved maybe millions of lives on this one peace deal.
Yeah, biblical end times is really unfolding, man.
Itself, and I'll tell you what makes me so happy is the two countries we're dealing with, and the third that helped so much. I appreciate so much. Maybe it couldn't have been done without you, but they really like each other. I'm not used to that when I do these deals. Usually there's a lot of hatred. They like each other. So it made it a little bit easier. But millions of people are alive today because of this peace treaty. So before I begin, I want to extend our deepest condolences to the Prime Minister, Newton, as well as His Majesty, the King of Thailand, and the entire nation on the passing of...
All right. Yeah. I want to watch this. I don't think they're on. I think they have to travel. I don't think they're on. I think they have to travel. Well, they play the first two games and then they have to travel. I think they're traveling. See, they got to travel.
Her Majesty, Queen Sirikhet, the Queen Mother, and a beautiful, incredible woman who is so respected all over the world, actually respected. I know the people of Thailand will remember her forever as the embodiment of dignity, kindness, and grace. This just happened. But this is a woman who is so loved and respected. Today we honor the memory by bringing the blessing of peace to the nation she dearly loved. She loved this nation like few people love their nations. This is a momentous day for all of the people of Southeast Asia as we sign a historic agreement to end the military conflict between Cambodia and Thailand. And we're so honored to be involved in that. It's so important to me. Two great countries, but they were going at it. I want to congratulate the two courageous leaders, and that's what they are. They were courageous, who are taking this monumental step. Prime Minister Hun Manet and Prime Minister Anut. I also want to thank Prime Minister Anwar of Malaysia. I called him right at the beginning and I said, you have two countries that are fighting right next to you. We need a third place. We need a sort of a neutral place, right? And he was there, and I said to him, if we get this solved, I'm coming to your country. And I told the truth, didn't I? A lot of times they say that, and that's the last you ever see. But I felt I had an obligation to come because you were so great, and the two men alongside of you are so great. Historic figures now, really historic figures. So I felt it was an obligation I had. I told it to you. That was about a year ago, and all of this has taken place. It's been so beautiful to see. It had started, and it was a lot of killing.
That's really interesting.
And then when we got it stopped very quickly in this case. Some we did in 32 years. It took 32 years to get them stopped. They were fighting for a long time. This was very nasty, but it was stopped very quickly before it started. And the two leaders have great respect for each other. But the Prime Minister played a very important role in helping convene the two sides for discussions here in Kuala Lumpur. Earlier this year, an armed clash broke out along the border of these two countries. Really ancient countries by most standards. They've been a long time, tremendous cultures, resulting in numerous deaths and thousands and thousands of people displaced from their homes. It was starting. Because of America's strong commitment to stability and peace in this region and every region where we can do it, my administration immediately began working to prevent the conflict from escalating. I held phone calls with both leaders. I was actually at Turnberry in Scotland when I did this. And we had a lot of phone calls, the three of us and then the four of us. We had a lot of phone calls. It was a beautiful day. I remember how beautiful it was. Turnberry is a great place, but I said, this is much more important than playing around the golf. So we sat there all day long making phone calls, and it was amazing the way it came together very quickly. I mean, really very quickly. You caused me very good entertainment. I could have had a lot of fun, but this is much more fun for me than anything having to do with almost anything, because you're saving people and saving countries. But ask them to choose the path of prosperity and peace over needless bloodshed and war. At the end of July, after extremely productive discussions, we reached a ceasefire agreement. And now these gentlemen, and they really are gentlemen, high-quality people, both want to college in the United States, and now these gentlemen are about to sign what we're calling the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accords. Good name. Both countries are agreeing to cease all hostilities and work to build good neighborly relationships, which have already started.
So they're joining the thing.
18 Cambodian prisoners of war will be released, and under this agreement, observers from ASEAN countries, including Malaysia, will be deployed to make sure that the peace prevails and endures. I have no doubt that it will. We have another situation like that right now in the Middle East, and Gaza. You might have read a little bit about Gaza, and that's another one we're very proud of. But we have a lot of people watching that. A lot of people. I think this is a much different kind of a thing. The two countries are getting along really well. Today, alongside this peace treaty, we also are signing a major trade deal with Cambodia and a very important critical minerals agreement with Thailand. The United States will have a robust commerce and cooperation transactions, lots of them, with both nations as long as they live in peace. And I really feel that when we make deals, we see two countries that we do a lot of business with. We do a lot of business with both of them. We have to use that business to make sure they don't get into wars. But this is going to be a very long peace. So as you know, this is one of 8 wars that my administration has ended in just 8 months. We're averaging one a month. There's only one left. Although I heard that Pakistan and Afghanistan have started up, but I'll get that solved very quickly. I know them both, and the Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister are great people, and I have no doubt we're going to get that done quickly. That one started up a few days ago. And I just feel it's something I can do. I do it nicely. I don't need to do it, I guess. But if I can take time and save millions of lives, that's really a great thing. I can't think of anything better to do. But the 8 wars that my administration has ended in just 8 months, there's never been anything like that. Never. There never will be either. I can't think of any president that ever solved one war. I don't think anybody. They start wars, they don't solve them. So nothing like this has been done in history, and it's an honor to be involved. On behalf of the United States, I'm proud to help settle this conflict and really develop good friendships, including people that work with each team. Look at these very distinguished people, except for my people. My people are much less distinguished, but they're very good. But look, my people understand the joke. But look at these very distinguished people, and I've gotten to know them. I want to thank Marco Rubio for being here. He was great. You always help. He's born for this job. He really was. He was born for this job. Secretary of State Jameson, thank you very much for all you did on helping too. He's the foremost expert on trade, and we're going to be doing another couple of stops where we'll be talking about no war, just pure trade. We'll be talking to President Xi in a day. We'll be stopping at Japan. We'll be stopping at South Korea. And we'll be doing some other things, but they're more related to trade. But on behalf of the United States, I'm proud to help settle this conflict and forge a future for the region where proud independent nations can prosper and thrive, safety, security, and peace. It's an amazing thing that's happened to the United States because a year and a half ago, we were a dead country. We were actually a dead country, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And when I called you, we were in the process of becoming hot. It's actually quite a while right now, but we were sort of on our way. And we had won the election big in a massive amount. And so I was respected when I called you, and it was a little bit easier. I think it's easier when you respect somebody than if you don't respect somebody. If you don't respect somebody, it never happens. But I won't forget that day because it was one of the first wars that I got involved in. And I love doing it. It's like, I shouldn't say it's a hobby because it's so much more serious than a hobby, but it's something that I'm good at, and it's something I love to do. The United Nations should be doing this, but they don't do it. They don't do it. They turned off my teleprompter when I made a speech. I had to make a speech without a teleprompter. They're good at that. The escalator wasn't working too well. It came to a complete halt. But, the United Nations has such great potential. I wish they could do it. They didn't get involved with us at all. We just did the deal and reported the deal, and everybody was sort of amazed that we got it done so quickly and so nicely. But now I'd like to ask Prime Minister Anwar to say a few words, and then we'll hear from Prime Minister Hun Manet and Prime Minister Newton. And these are, I just have to say it for a last time, these are incredible men. The way they came together, the way they worked so hard, and we worked long hours. It was not long days because the days were few in number, but the hours were very long and very intense. There was a lot of intensity going on because there was a lot of shooting happening while we were talking. That brings it to a new level. And the three men sitting there should really be credited with having done just an incredible job for humanity. Thank you all very much. It's an honor to have worked with you. Appreciate it. Please.
Thank you, President Donald J. Trump, for giving us this honor. And on behalf, of course, Malaysia and our colleagues in ASEAN, I must thank you for your concern, for your empathy, and for your commitment to support this peace deal. When I first received your call, and then urging me to do more in supporting our initiative, and you personally did call both Prime Ministers to urge for a speedy peace settlement, I would say a great thank you. And we, of course, admire your tenacity, your courage, because the world needs leaders who promote peace strongly. And to achieve that, you have to break some rules, as you did today. When President arrived, he asked me to join him in the car. I said, that's against the security and protocol rules. And he was delighted to break the rules, and it was a nice ride. And we share a lot of things in common. I was in prison, but he almost got there. But very good exchanges on a number of issues. Of course, priority is, of course, the peace deal. Thank you, both Prime Ministers. You did a great job. We are delighted to have you as colleagues, as true friends, and you understand the need to secure peace to save our people, and also the ASEAN position as a region of peace and prosperity. And I must also share with you here that I took the opportunity, full opportunity, without Secretary Rubio knowing this, exploring other issues too, and thank the President for his effort to secure peace in many parts of the world, including Gaza, and urging him to remain focused and ensure that there's a comprehensive peace that the world requires. And I am delighted, truly, President, to hear from you personally how determined you are to ensure that peace is achieved in the most intractable areas, almost impossible. But you did it, and we have shown our support and call on the United States in particular to continue this with the support of many, not only neighbors, but the part of the world. But I must also take this opportunity to thank Secretary Rubio, Jamison, and Ambassador Kagan, because they were very helpful. I mean, you didn't say that, but I must say that, because they were extremely helpful in ensuring that you come here. I mean, I wasn't sure when you said to me, yes, Prime Minister, I know I'm coming. Well, I'm not sure, because, you know, I deal with a lot of politicians. But you are an exception. Thank you, Mr. Donald Trump. Thank you very much again.
President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister Anutin Chanvirakul, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today marks a historic moment, profound significance for Cambodia and Thailand, a day that reaffirms our shared conviction that peace is always possible when nations have the courage and wisdom to pursue it together. On behalf of the Cambodian peoples, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to President Donald J. Trump for his decisive leadership.
What's a hollow leg? Yeah, there's still burgers in that thing. I only got one.
And steadfast commitment to supporting the lasting peace between Cambodia and Thailand, and for his tireless efforts to make it a reality. I also wish to convey my sincere appreciations to Prime Minister Anwar for his unwavering support and facilitation throughout this peace process until successful conclusions. I further extend my appreciations to my ASEAN colleague, China, and other partners who have been supporting the ceasefire from the beginning. The principles that underpin this joint declaration are those that Cambodia holds dear. That no matter how difficult or complex our dispute may be, they must always be resolved through peaceful means in full conformity with existing treaties and international law. Cambodia reaffirms a strong commitment to fully and faithfully implementing these joint declarations and to continuing to work closely with Thailand and all our partners to ensure that this peace endures and brings tangible benefit to our peoples. We look forward to continued support and contribution of international communities and partners to fruitful realizations of the joint declarations. As we speak, I think our two commanders are discussing on the possibility of start of withdrawal, partial withdrawal of the first phase of our heavy weapons as an indication of our willingness to show that the execution of the joint declarations. At the same time, I strongly hope for the prompt release of our 18 soldiers on humanitarian grounds and as agreed in the joint declarations. Finally, recognizing your unwavering dedications and resolute effort to promote peace, and not only between Cambodia and Thailand, but also among other nations. And reflecting the gratitude of the Cambodian peoples, I have nominated President Donald J. Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. And he, like I say, peace saved life. And this is the wish of our Cambodian people as appreciations for the President. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
President Trump, Prime Minister Anwar, Prime Minister Hun Manet, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, today marks a new chapter for Thailand and Cambodia. Today we take a concrete step towards peace. I would like to thank Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim for the leadership as ASEAN Chair and your strong efforts in upholding ASEAN unity. And I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to President Donald J. Trump for your personal dedication to peace between our two countries. And in addition, I thanks so much for the kind words of condolences that the President has given to our country on the great loss of our beloved Queen Mother. It means a lot to Thai people. We have come a long way since agreeing to the ceasefire here in Malaysia on 28th of July. The discussions since then have led to this important outcome, which is the signing of our joint declaration today. And I have to thank Prime Minister Hun Manet for his cooperation and support that led us to this moment. Thailand stands for peace. This declaration reflects our will to resolve differences peacefully in full respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity. This declaration, if fully implemented, will provide the building blocks for a lasting peace. But more importantly, it will begin the process of mending our ties. Our border communities have been divided by conflict, and innocent civilians have suffered immense losses. This declaration places a firm responsibility our two parties to act. I believe we can achieve what seemed beyond reach a few months ago. To this end, I welcome the agreement that following the signing of this joint declaration today, both sides will begin implementing all the agreed points, in particular, promptly removing heavy weapons from the border areas to ensure the safety of our people, to build confidence and trust. And Thailand will also begin the process of releasing the 18 detained Cambodian soldiers. We have a responsibility to act in earnest and in good faith, and that will restore livelihoods and protect the well-being of our communities along our shared border. To achieve real change on the ground, what we agree on here must be implemented. Only then can we truly turn to a new page. Only then can we assure that our people's security and safety. Only then can we achieve real peace. This is what our people expect of us, and this is what they deserve. Peace with dignity. Going forward, I call on our friends to continue supporting this process so that the joint declaration is implemented fully and in good faith, rebuilding stability, trust, and renewed cooperation between Thailand and Cambodia and across our region. I am also pleased that today we announced the joint statement on the framework for a U.S.-Thailand agreement on reciprocal trade, which I hope will facilitate our negotiations on tariffs for conclusion by end of this year. We will also sign the MOU between our governments on cooperation on critical minerals, which will further promote resilient and sustainable supply chains for years to come. Thank you once again. Thank you from bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can do a merger on this, right? Have another one. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Very good deal. Thank you very much.
You have to use your teeth.
It's a great honor. Let's go.
I'll be here with the Prime Minister at 47th Avenue Asian Summit.
Related summits.
President Trump participates in a trade deal signed with the Prime Minister of Malaysia.
Very interesting signature.
Not as interesting as yours.
That's a very interesting signature he's got. Wait a minute, I'll show that.
My house bed.
Look at his signature. How interesting is that? Right? It's very different. It's very good. Very artistic, actually. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, and thank you, Jameson. Great job. Appreciate it. Marco, thank you very much.
Okay, 27th to 28th of October.
Okay?
Cool up on 3rd. Okay, so this is a minerals deal.
possible, as resilient as possible. We live in a world where having critical minerals is important for our manufacturing, for our technology, for our economy. It's very important to cooperate as willing partners with each other to ensure that we can have food supply chain, secure supply chain, quality of life for our people, and security for our economy.
Right.
Okay.
Joe, ahead.
Well, we're looking forward to this.
You see, we have a good team. Good team can hear them. Right.
Okay.
Get on.
That it? Thank you very much. Now we're going to the ASEAN.
Yes.
And we're going to have a lot of different leaders. We'll be with them for a little while, and then we'll stay here tonight.
Oh,
and
the ASEAN.
we'll head off to a very beautiful country tomorrow. We have some very good, interesting deals, as you know, that we made. And the following day, as you know, we meet President Xi of China.
Yeah, we'll all be there.
And that should be, are you going to be there?
Yeah, APEC.
At APEC, yes. So it'll be, it's quite a period. It's quite an interesting time, isn't it? Huh?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
That was short.
I invite you to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. So many friends in this room and so many new friends. I want to thank Prime Minister Anwar for hosting us, spectacular man, and for organizing this year's ASEAN Summit here in beautiful Kuala Lumpur. As you know, this has been an incredibly successful day for Malaysia. Great honor to be here. I promised I'd be here when the Prime Minister helped us so beautifully with our peace treaty among two very friendly countries, I think we can say right now. And here I am, and it's really something to see what you've done for the United States and for all nations across this magnificent region. They're all watching and they're seeing what's taking place. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Today, the Prime Minister and I signed a major trade deal between the United States and Malaysia, and together we took part in the signing of a historic peace agreement ending the hostilities between Cambodia and Thailand. We're calling it the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accords. I once again want to congratulate Prime Minister Hun Manet of Cambodia and Prime Minister Anut of Thailand, who had to return home because of the Queen's passing. This magnificent woman, known all over the world and respected by everybody. But this was a great achievement that she was very proud of. I also want to thank the other ASEAN countries for agreeing to send observers, and in most cases, your heads of state, because I don't see too many observers, I only see heads of state, to help ensure a lasting settlement. Today's signing represents just one of 8 conflicts that we've ended in 8 months of the Trump presidency. I'm very honored to have done it. We saved millions of lives. It also includes the end of the war in Gaza. We've signed a very strong agreement. We have 59 countries involved. We have numerous of them right here at this table.
I've been wanting to play Need for Speed Underground.
As an example, Indonesia, my new friend. Thank you very much for helping. We appreciate it. I want to thank Malaysia and Brunei as well as my friend, President Prabowo of Indonesia, for their incredible support of these efforts to secure the new day for the Middle East. It really is a new day. There's never been a period of time like this. The Middle East will have peace after 3,000 years. This is a very strong peace. It's going to be an everlasting peace. it really is a true pleasure to be back with all of you in Southeast Asia, home of some of America's most important allies and countries and partners. In the entire world, they look up to you. I'm here on a mission of friendship and goodwill and to deepen our ties of commerce, to strengthen our common security, and to really promote strongly stability, prosperity, and peace for all of the countries in this room and long beyond this room. That's why I'm delighted that in addition to the agreement with Malaysia this week, we're also signing or nearing completion on trade deals with many other Indo-Pacific partners from Cambodia to Japan to South Korea. We're delighted to forge richer partnerships on energy technology, artificial intelligence, critical minerals, and other industries. The United States is having its golden age. Last year, we were a country that was doing very poorly under a different semi-leadership. I don't even call it a leadership. But this year, we're doing numbers that nobody ever thought it was possible for any country to do. We'll be, at the end of my first year, over $20 trillion worth of investment into the United States. There's no country anywhere that's ever done anything close to that. The United States last year, for the 4 years, it was announced, did less than $1 trillion, and we're going to be doing over 20. That's quite a difference. I'd like to just say the United States is for you. It's committed to a free and open and thriving Indo-Pacific. My message to the nations of Southeast Asia is that the United States is with you 100%, and we intend to be a strong partner and friend for many generations to come. 1 year ago, we were in a different position, but now we're in the best position we've ever been, and I really do. I say it's the golden age of America, it's the golden age of the United States. Together we'll create incredible prosperity for the nations on both sides of the Pacific Ocean and to seize new opportunities for all of our people. It's really been an amazing experience. I've been here for a day, but it's been an amazing experience to see some of the things that you've done. And the Prime Minister made sure I saw everything, every single thing. When I said, well, that's okay, maybe I'll take it easy for a little while, I said, no, I have other things to tell you. We even rode in the car together, and he's something. But America's ties to this region date back to early days of our republic when fearless Americans voyaged across the Pacific to establish outposts of trade and diplomacy here in Asia. Those bonds forged so long ago continue to strengthen and grow to this day, including here in Kuala Lumpur. I'm looking forward to speaking with many of you today and also at APEC in South Korea later this week, where we're heading. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, and thank you to everyone in this room. You are spectacular leaders. You are incredible people. Your energy, your genius, your everything you do. And I say it truly, everything you touch turns to gold. And you can be very proud of it. Other parts of the world are not like this. You're very special people, and it's a very, very special place. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the media. We kindly
Damn.
guys, another video from Classic Games United, right? And tonight I'm doing this tutorial at 10:02 p.m. As I promised you, I'll do a tutorial on the Need for Speed Underground one that came out in 2003. So tonight I'm going to do the tutorial, right? So it's going to be a short and simple tutorial. I did a tutorial on this already, but it's with the old launcher. So this is like an updated tutorial for 2025, right? Using the new NetPlay launcher. Alright, so let's just jump into that, right? Alright guys, so for this tutorial you're gonna need the Need for Speed, the NetPlay Underground launcher, right? Need for Speed Underground NetPlay launcher. Alright, now it's simple, right? I will show you all how to download it, and hopefully you will just have to click the update. The update will be below here. Click the update and you'll update it, right? So basically what you want to do is you have to get a copy of the game and you have to patch it, right? The latest patch. Alright, if you need help, I will put a Discord server that you could join and get help to set up the launcher if you're having any other problems while watching this tutorial, but you shouldn't have any problems after watching this tutorial, right? So it's simple and easy. What you want to do, make sure you download the launcher, select which server you want right here. Alright, choose which one you want. So you will just click on it, click on it, and then you'll click apply server, and then you will start the game from here. Alright, now I'm gonna show you how to install it right now, okay? I'll be back, guys. Alright guys, so I'm back, right? What you want to do, just go to any browser of your choice, type in Need for Speed Underground 1 Kickstart, and you will see here, just click on it, or you could click on this, right? And then you will just download the file, alright? Download it and let's open it. Alright, now what you want to do is go to your game, which is right here. Make sure you open back up this. I already have the files copied, so I don't have to copy everything over, but you will just drag everything here and drag and drop, and it will update your game with the files that you need, right? So it's that simple, guys. I don't have to show you, this is straightforward. You just copy the files, put it where the game exe is, and then you launch the Kickstart exe. Right, so remember I show you how to set up your server. I'm going to set a server now, and I'm going to go into the game and show you what else you need to do, right? So pick the server of your choice. I want to use Speedway Online PlayStation 2. You will go with this one here. Select it, click apply server. Alright, apply your server, and you want to start the game from here. Alright, select your language. I'm using a different version of the game that with the music has been modded. If you want this version of the game, then I'll put the Discord server for you to join. Guys, I have to make sure and lower on the volume because they wouldn't hear me. Alright, so to play online now, just go and click on play online. Alright, you have to create a new account or you could use another account. So let's create a new. Just click on online username. Maybe I'm not sure you could choose, but it's best to create a new account. Yes, no. Create a new account. Right. Enter account name. I would just put CGURSER, any name. Then you put your password, like any password. Click on continue. Set your date of birth. Welcome guys to another video from Classic News United, right? So today's a special video, and also guys, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you'll be notified when I post new videos, right? So today we're gonna be doing a special video on Silent Hill 2. So we're gonna be playing the PS2 version with the 50 FPS patch and the widescreen patch, right? Then we're going to play the PC version with the enhanced mod. Alright. And then we're going to play the 2024 remake that was made in Unreal Engine 5. Alright. So if you want to install the enhanced mod, you must get an original copy of the game, right? So you could download an original copy from, from here. Go to here and install this version. So you will need to get download and install Qubit Torrent. And once you install Qubit Torrent, go to here and click Torrent. Open it up. It will open up in Qubit Torrent. Press OK, and it will download the game. So check for a while, and it should download the game. Alright, you just check in there, but it should download the game. Alright. So once you download the game, guys, you will just go to here. Of course, you will need Power ISO. Go to here, download Power ISO. Once you download Power ISO, right, you will need to set your drive like this. Go to Whatsoever here. Just now, guys. Just now, guys. Once you download Power ISO, right? Make sure and set your number of drives.
Could you really be in this town?
Change the controller option. Transition into 2D.
Restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
Mary, my wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me? Very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama.
and me my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her.
Tune and be back. The PC version enhanced. So as you can see, the PC version, you now have this, you could choose your different level and stop. You could choose the fog, simple or complex, noise effect,
Mary, could you really be in this town?
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said, Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. The dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean?
Yeah. So just watch the opening cutscene and then we'll talk after.
Mary. Could you really be in this town?
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Alright guys, so this is it here. This is the 2024 remake, as you can see. Guys, this looks so realistic. Look at the trees in the background. Look at the wind that is blowing the trees. It looks like it's a real place. You wouldn't believe that this game was made in Unreal Engine 5. You would think that is a realist, that it's in the real world. Everything is so polished, you understand? From looking at this now, it looks like a completely different game from the 2001 release. You understand? It looks very, very different, guys. Now here I'm getting about 30, 32 FPS. It's playable here. So once I upload this, it will lag a little bit, but while I'm playing it here, it's not.
Guys, welcome to another video from Classic Games United. Alright, make sure you see this. I'm gonna do a video today on Silent Hill 2 on PS2 emulator. So guys, if you remember this game on PS2, it's a over the top game, you know. And back in my days, I used to play this and it was a pretty scary game. So I'm gonna be screaming today. So yeah, and I hope that no scary monsters are behind me. Oh my god, what's that? What's that? Oh my god! Someone's behind me.
Alright guys, hope that you all enjoyed that funny intro. Try my best. We're gonna start the game from here, right? So this is the PS2 nightly emulator. So we're gonna be playing from here. So we're just gonna start the game. Guys, this is gonna be really scary. I haven't played this for a while. Last time I played was on the PS2 ages ago. I can't remember what year, but this game is very nostalgic to me. So we'll go through the. I will start on easy for now. You all can enjoy the cutscene. I mean.
Could you really be in this town?
Alright guys, the game starts here. Alright. It's just quiet. And we don't know if that person in the graveyard was dead or if she's alive. Oh god, guys, there's blood! Oh my god, guys, there's blood! Shit! What the fuck is that? Oh my god, guys, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit, guys, did you see that shit? Oh my god, guys, oh my god, guys. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh shit. Man, where am I going? Guys, oh my god, guys, this is scary. This is some scary shit here, man. It's a blood chill. Shit. Oh shit, guys. Damn, did you see that shit? Okay. Okay, the blood ends here. Alright guys, I'm saving this shit.
Here's 3 things that you need to know about upgrading from the ROG Ally to the Xbox Ally X. Number 1, you get a significant performance jump, because while the original Ally comes with an AMD Z2 chip, the Xbox Ally X comes with an AMD AI Z2 Extreme, which gives you smoother gameplay and can increase FPS by as much as 40% in specific modes. We are also doubling the battery life, going from a 40 watt-hour battery now to an 80 watt-hour battery. And on top of all that, you get much better cooling too. Number 2, you get increased RAM and storage. We're going from 16 gigabytes of DDR5X RAM to now 24 gigabytes of DDR5X RAM, with an increase of storage going from 512 gigabytes to now 1 terabyte. But the biggest difference outside of raw performance is the new Xbox style side controllers, which literally feel like an Xbox controller wrapped around a screen. And this hardware change alone makes such a difference, I think it makes upgrading a no-brainer. Here's 3 things that you need to know about upgrading from the ROG Ally to the Xbox Ally X. Number 1, you get a significant performance.
Oh my god! Oh shit! What the fuck is that? Oh no! Oh my god! Stay alive! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck is this, guys? Oh shit! What the fuck? Hit that thing! Hit that shit!
Is it dead? What the
Hands, man! What the fuck is that shit?
Human.
Die! 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 Die, bitch! Die!
Alright guys, this is it for now, to be continued, right? If you want me to continue playing this game, just let me know. But I'm gonna call it off for today, because I want to do other stuff, guys. So this video was funny, hilarious. If you all enjoyed this gameplay, don't forget to subscribe and comment. And guys, I will see you in the next one to come.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it.
From the early days of pixelated players to today's ultra-realistic graphics, Madden NFL has been a cornerstone of sports gaming for decades. Now, if you've ever played Madden, then you would have a long list of complaints that EA continues to ignore year in and year out. I'm not a Madden glazer at all, but I do want to take the time to reminisce on the Madden games that have come out that almost got it completely right. Whether it was groundbreaking features, unforgettable gameplay, or modes that kept you hooked for seasons, certain years were significantly better than others.
Good.
In this video, we're going to take a deep dive into the greatest Madden games ever made. These are strictly based off of my opinion, and I encourage everyone to comment down below what is the best Madden game of all time. If you're a longtime fan of the franchise or just getting into the series, this is the list that every Madden player needs to see. If you're new to the channel, welcome to the social club where everyone has a voice. If you enjoy listening to Sports Banner, staying up to date on breaking news, or being a part of social events in real time, then subscribe to the channel and hit the notification button. Now, let's get into it. These are the top 5 greatest Madden games of all time. Number 5, Madden 16. A lot of people may find this surprising, but personally I feel like this game is very underrated. There are many unique mechanics in this game that has allowed a more realistic gaming experience. As alluded to on the cover art, this game revolutionized the catching mechanism. I used to be so frustrated with Madden's inability to accurately allow contested catches similar to what you would see in real life. The problem with the catching mechanism for a while is that you have to be wide open to really secure a catch, when in reality, almost all catches in the NFL are contested. Along with that, the ability to decide which catch you need on which situation was a massive upgrade. How many times have you tried to throw to a receiver in Madden who was open and they wouldn't slow down and catch the ball right out of bounds? Completely unrealistic and frustrating. Madden 16 revolutionized how receivers and defenders interacted with the ball mid-air by introducing 3 catch mechanics: the aggressive catch, the run after catch, and the possession catch. Though it may seem like small upgrades, the difference in those 3 types of catches in the ability for you to decide which catch you need on the situation revolutionized the passing game in Madden and made it a way more realistic and way more fun experience. One thing that Madden has lacked in the recent years is their ability to come up with new and innovating modes and gameplays outside the typical Madden versus play. Madden 16, however, was able to capture this by introducing Draft Champions mode. Draft Champions mode was a very fun, innovative way of playing normal Madden games but having a little spin or a little twist to it that made it very exciting. It was a fantasy draft style that would be offline or online if you would like, that will allow players to build their team from scratch using random card-style draft picks. These games were relatively short, very competitive, and heavily skill-focused, something that Madden at times has lacked from game to game. Another big bonus in the newer Maddens that a lot of people don't consider is their use of Ultimate Teams. Now, there's been a lot of boom and bust in Ultimate Teams depending on which Madden that you play, but Madden 16 actually did a great job of balancing the type of cards you can get, how good the cards were, and added a chemistry system involved in it that made it a little harder to manage the team, but in a good way. Instead of you just picking and plugging players like you can usually do on any Madden, the chemistry system really made you have to focus on how you were going to pick your positions and put them together, and then of course having to play with that team at a long enough time to build up chemistry between the players. Another add-on to Ultimate Teams is what is the relationship between monetizing and actually being able to earn coins through actual gameplay. And I think Madden 16 did a great job with it, especially allowing solo challenges that actually gave you a fair point system that you can then materialize into purchasing better players or purchasing packs. All in all, Madden 16 was an overall good experience. It wasn't perfect, but it was a good experience and a good taste of what the future innovations of Madden were going to be, while also maintaining some of the good qualities that we liked in the previous Maddens. Moving on to the next one, we have Madden 2004. For a lot of unks and OGs watching this, they will say that this game should be number one, and for good reason. This game revolutionized sports games and created a framework that is still used today for Madden video games. One of its best selling points was the ability to allow players to be creative. The playmaker control allowed players to make in-game decisions in real time. With the flick of a stick, you could redirect receivers, shift blocking assignments, or adjust defenses in real time. These features were completely new for sports games and allowed video games to transition to skill-based performances. In addition to standard gameplay, Madden 04 also took it upon themselves to start launching innovative ideas. One of these ideas became the mode that we all come to love, which is franchise mode. In franchise mode, this game also gave you the ability to be an actual owner, letting you run everything from your roster, coaching staff, your stadium, ticket prices. You can even decide if you want to relocate the team. In addition to that, you can scout college prospects, track their performances, and run through your team through 15 plus seasons. And one of the best parts about it was that player progression was actually based on how well they performed. So it wasn't based on something that was random where you can just decide that your player is going to be really good or really bad or whatever. If your player was actually performing well, then your player was just going to get better. And that kind of natural ability made it very relatable and very addicting to play. This was also one of the first Maddens that allowed you to go online and play against people in real time on any console. And when you look back at it, we're talking about a game that came out in 2003. So launching the online version alone was revolutionary on top of all the other features that they added onto the game. Now, let's talk about the real reason why everyone raved about this game.
Michael Vick, quarterback, Virginia Tech.
Michael Vick was a culture icon and a household name in 2003. Madden hitched a ride on Michael Vick's greatness and made him the game. Not only was he one of the greatest players in Madden history, but his style and flair captivated many young players that turned them into lifelong fans. Most people will never put Madden 04 below anything because, to be honest with you, it is so nostalgic, and to a lot of people, that is actually the very first Madden game they've ever played. To a lot of people, they will never forget putting in Madden 04 and watching Michael Vick's dominance in the game. Something that no one has ever seen and might not ever see ever again in a Madden game. Real quick, guys, if you could smash that like button and subscribe to the channel, that will tremendously help our channel grow. Also, our slogan is everyone has a voice. So please voice your opinions in the comments below and let us know your thoughts on what is the greatest Madden game of all time. Other than that, let's continue on with the list. Coming in at number 3, we have Madden 10. I don't hear enough people talk about this game, but let me be clear. This was one of the most balanced games Madden has ever made regarding playing on offense versus playing on defense. Most Madden games are a race to 100. Defenses were always limited or lacked any type of awareness to have any effectiveness against half-decent players. Madden 10, however, was one of the few games that actually gave defenses better tools to slow down offenses. One of the ways EA achieved this was by just making the game slower. But by making the game slower, it gave you time to make real reads, adjust your blocking, and set up plays like you would in an actual NFL game. One major milestone they achieved in this game was tackling. Madden 10 introduced game tackling, pile-ups, and better features to create fumbles. In addition to making a defense great, it added a really strange but interesting feature in Fight for the Fumble concept to the game. Now, if you don't remember, Fight for the Fumble was when the loose ball hit the turf, it didn't just get assigned to the closest player. You had to battle for the possession in a button smashing minigame. It was kind of weird. A lot of people had mixed reviews about it, but honestly, it was a very interesting, good experience overall. Another aspect of Madden 10 was a more refined franchise mode. A lot of people may have found Madden 10's franchise mode to be a little bit bare, but I actually really enjoyed that because there's a greatness in simplicity. Now, when I say bare, let me be clear. You still had the ability to run your team, create contracts, trade players, do college scouting. In addition to that, you can actually follow weekly updates and news like it was the real NFL season. Another unique feature that revolutionized franchise mode in this game is adding an online franchise. So now instead of playing franchise mode alone, which was fine, now you can actually play it with all your friends. It allowed up to 31 friends, or the equivalent of the 32 NFL teams, to play all together in a giant league competing against each other for the Super Bowl. Now, I want to remind you guys, this game came out in 2009. So the ability for all your friends after school to get on the game together and to fight each other tooth and nail to win a Super Bowl, scout the best players, trade, draft players, it was a very fun experience. And I don't know about you guys, but I deeply remember being in high school, being at the lunch table, arguing with people, trying to make trade deals with people there, and then immediately going home and then conducting those trade deals in Madden. But all in all, Madden 10 was very balanced and can sometimes get lost with people that are really big fans of the nostalgia of Madden with the 04s and 06s, or really fixated on the overall aesthetics and graphics that you will find in the way newer Maddens such as 24, 25, and the likes. Moving on to number 2, we have Madden 08. To a lot of people, Madden 08 was the greatest Madden of all time, and for good reason. This was the most dense and well put together Madden that has ever been created. The amount of content put into this game was unprecedented and something that we have never seen Madden attempt to do since. Because it was so dense, a lot of people still play this game today because there were so many different modes and gameplays that allowed you to really challenge yourself, whether online or privately against the computer. One of their biggest and most unique modes that they had was Superstar mode. The ability for you to start off as a rookie and live out your entire NFL career from draft day to retirement was revolutionary at the time. Now, eventually this will end up getting more and more refined to allow you to play from high school, then college, and then going into the NFL. But for 2007 standards, when this game first came out, this was completely unheard of and something completely new and different to the Madden franchise. Along with Superstar mode, you also have franchise mode, which is something I spoke about earlier that started in Madden 04. But this, the Madden 08 version, was way more refined than what you saw in Madden 04, but still had a lot of decision making and fun to it. In Madden 08, you had training mini camps that you had to put the player through. You had contracts, trade, progressions of the team. You even had player morale, aging. Imagine in a video game, a player is going up to you and letting you know that he is going to retire. It's completely unheard of, especially when you're talking about a game that came out in 2007. Along with those two modes, we have to give credit where credit is due with these mini games that were in Madden 08. When most people think of Madden 08, they think of these mini games, whether it was the running back gauntlet, which was my personal favorite and really a fan favorite for everyone, defensive back coverage drill, QB precision passing. This was really the makeup of not only developing your own skills as a Madden player, but something that was so simple but yet so effective in bringing out a lot of fun and creativity and entertainment for future Madden players. And the best part about these mini games is that if you were a big fan of Superstar mode and franchise mode, you can utilize these mini games not only to make yourself a better player when you're playing the game, but to make the player that you created in the game better. So you can utilize these mini games to improve your player stats as you cruise through Superstar and franchise mode. I haven't mentioned this aspect in any of my analysis so far because I really wanted to save this for Madden 08, but Madden 08 by far had the greatest soundtrack ever created for Madden. Now, I can't play these songs for copyright reasons, but here's a list of the whole track, and I encourage you, take a second and listen to the entire Madden 08 soundtrack. It is absolutely fire. But with all that being said, Madden 08 was just overall a great game. Not only was it very deep and dense with a lot of the gameplay that you can do, but the normal gameplay of head-to-head that you can play was also just very refined, very relaxed, very loose, not clunky at all, and they had different on-field identities that added on to the player's attribute along with their overall rating. So attributes such as the cannon arm, the power back, the deep threat, things like that really encouraged you not only to understand the player that you were playing up against or playing as, but it allowed for a better gameplay of you utilizing those special attributes to get the ball down the field and to win your head-to-head matchups. With that being said, I do realize I'm going to have a lot of frustrated people in my comments saying that Madden 08 should be the #1 on my list. And as I've stated before, I don't blame a lot of people for putting Madden 08 as the greatest Madden of all time. However, I do have one Madden that I think it's even better than Madden 08. This Madden had the insane ability of bringing in all of the nostalgic feels of things that we enjoyed over the older Maddens and all the new innovative aspects that we enjoy about the newer Madden games. And with that being said, now we go to #1. The #1 greatest Madden game of all time is Madden 12. Madden 12 was the most refined, most balanced, and most content-driven Madden that has ever been created. Madden 12 was the perfect bridge from previous gaming success to innovative ideas that identify Madden today. It was the last Madden built for the franchise mode purists, the offline grinders, and the players who loved total control of their team. From building dynasties, to playing head-to-head, to playing Madden Ultimate Team, this was your game. A fan favorite and still long-time success of Madden was franchise mode. Franchise mode in Madden 12 was an absolute masterclass. It was a perfect mix of keeping it simple, but also giving you full control to dictate how your team was going to perform week to week. Some of the attributes that they added was 75-man preseason rosters. So then you have to be just like actual GMs and cut your players week to week going into the actual NFL season. You had to not only develop players, but you had to clearly define their roles of who they were on the team, whether it was the franchise QB attribute, the team distraction attribute, the shutdown corner. These roles weren't just made for fun. They were clear attributes that actually dictated how your player was going to perform during the entire season. Scouting in Madden 12 was completely strategic. You had a limited amount of points to spend on attributes and combine stats. So it wasn't just you're just guessing and hoping for the best thing.
There are currently 5 2026 sports games that have been released. And today, I'm going to be playing all 5. We have FC 26, NHL 26, College Football 26, NBA 2K 26, and Madden 26. And in this video, I'll be playing a bit of each game and then rating them on 3 different categories: graphics, atmosphere, and gameplay. And at the end of the video, whoever has the highest combined score is going to be crowned as the current best 2026 sports game. And for a sports game to be eligible for this video, it needs to have 2026 in its name. And we'll begin with FC 26. Now to get started in FC 26, we are going to start with some atmosphere. So we have the Champions League final, and I want to see what it looks like as we are loading into a game between Manchester City and Real Madrid, 2 of the best teams in the world. We have the Champions League final going on right now, the highest prize in the sport except for the World Cup or any national team tournament is the Champions League final. I'm going to be playing about a half of this, and I did like the intro. You got the fans like walking the street, it looked like, getting ready to support their team. And then you saw the trophy as we loaded in. And now the atmosphere is really going to be great on how the crowd reacts to goals and stuff like that. I am taking commentary off, that way you guys can hear me over the commentators. but the commentators do add a little bit of a factor. So we will have to do a little bit without the commentary. Now, some of you might play with the commentary and are used to the announcers getting very excited for scoring goals, scoring points, touchdowns, and other games. So you can feel free to make your own ratings for every game in the comments down below. Before this video, because I don't have commentary, I'm just going to rate it without. So let's see. Now I got to focus on the graphics and gameplay as well. We're going to be on about the medium difficulty in every game. So for this game, we're on professional, and I'm not good at this game. Definitely the worst one I'm going to be at in the entire video, and those of you that watch the channel know that, and I will not pretend to be good at this game. So let's see what we got. This is the newest 2026 sports game coming out at the end of September. So a little bit of an advantage, too, compared to the other games. Oh, that's a nice move in front, and they did not bury the goal. I got a little lucky there. A little lucky to not give up a goal right now. And so far, the graphics look good. I don't know, maybe it's because it's football/soccer. It's a more zoomed out camera angle. I tried to get the best one I could to be as zoomed in as possible, because obviously the more zoomed in you are, the better the graphics are going to be. Can I take the ball, please? I guess I cannot. So the graphics aren't wowing me, that's for sure. Gameplay is always a bit slower in this sport, not as many points or goals as other ones. I mean, the game is matching the sport, though. And people that are better at this game than me could probably make it more exciting. But so far, I am a bit bored, and this is my grading scale at the end of the day. You're all able to feel free to make your ratings in the comments down below. But as of right now, there might be a goal, and there is one, just not scored by me. And you hear the crowd getting loud, that's going to add to that atmosphere. Now that I've given up a goal, maybe we will just play this half. I would love to score one. I have some of the best players in the world, like Mbappe, Bellingham. I don't know who's on the cover this year. I think Bellingham was on 25. I don't know who's on 26. Because you load up the game, it doesn't even tell you. It just has the FC26 logo. Here we go, though. Let's start moving. Let's start moving and flying. One goal before the end of the half. Defense is good. Get it inside. They took it away. Get it back inside. Mbappe, Bellingham, shoots, scores! Oh, that was awesome! What a play! Bellingham with the goal! That was pretty awesome! And at the end of this first half, business has picked up for both sides getting a goal. I made some awesome moves. I'm not good at this game, I won't pretend to be. But I'll be happy about that snipe goal. And now that I have played a half of FC26, it's time for the grading scale. The 3 categories: graphics, atmosphere, gameplay will all be rated out of 5. Let's start with the graphics. Again, didn't blow me away. Maybe that's because of the camera angle. Those of you who play this game more could maybe tell me how to get a better camera angle to see the graphics a little bit better. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. As for the atmosphere, definitely when the goals were scored. I like the intro. I'm going to give it a 4 out of 5. And for the gameplay, business did pick up towards the end. It was fun at the end. I'm going to give it a 3.5 out of 5. And now we're going to head to College Football 26. And as we look into our College Football 26 game, we are headed to the SEC for maybe the best quality of college football you are going to get in the Southeastern Conference. We are here in Alabama, where the Crimson Tide are ready to make their entrance. This game might have the best pregame entrances of all the 2026 sports games. You got the band music, you got the crowd going crazy, and I mean the graphics right away look very, very good. This is a PS5 Xbox Series X exclusive. This is on next gen only. I'm not sure if any of these other sports games are still running on PS4, Xbox One. If they are, that would be holding them back. But I gotta say, College Football 26 looks really good. Here we go, and you got the stadium pulse going. My camera's blocking it right now, but we are taking on the Georgia Bulldogs in Alabama. Our home stadium in this video right now is the 5th toughest place to play in the entire game. So the Bulldogs are gonna be against not only a good team in Alabama, but the crowd, the band noise, all of that. And again, I have to take the music out for copyright purposes for the video, and I don't have commentary on, but if I had the music would be going on a 3rd down like it is right now. And the band you do hear, and the commentary would be going. You have a couple of different commentary teams, but we have to try to rate it without for copyright purposes. And that way you guys can hear me instead of the commentary, but down goes the quarterback of the Georgia Bulldogs. Crowd is loud as we're going to get the punt here, and we're going to try our offense. We got cover out there, Ryan Williams right here. We took down Gunnar Stockton, and Williams, he's got speed. I want to get the crowd into this thing even more on offense, and I want the band to be playing nonstop to get these Bulldogs on tilt. And here we go, getting a 1st down is going to help. There we go. I mean, I don't hear the band just yet, but they might start going any moment. There you go. We got the sound for the first down. Let's get in that end zone and get the band going crazy. And the crowd going crazy. We got a man over the middle, and that's going to be to the 21-yard line. And I'm loving everything about College Football 26 right now. Graphics look great. Gameplay's been pretty fun right now, and the atmosphere is tough to beat. How about we get in the end zone? How about we get in the end zone here? I'll try to go across my body and hit Ryan Williams, one of the two cover athletes, and he is in for the touchdown. And the band is going crazy. The sound effects in Bama roll tide as we have ourselves a touchdown. Maybe one more offensive and defensive drive. We have gotten this team to a lot of third downs. We haven't been able to finish on defense. Can we finish it here? Come on, I got everything. No, the tight end came out late. And a grab. They keep moving the chains. And we give up the touchdown. Hey, the AI's looking pretty good. Both in FC and this game. Georgia's defense has been a lot tougher for me here on this second drive. Not able to move the ball easily. Pocket collapses. We go down to end it. Now let's go ahead and go to my ratings for College Football 26. For the graphics, I'm going 4 out of 5. For the atmosphere, 4.5 out of 5. It's going to be tough to beat those pregame intros, the band, all of that good stuff in the middle of the games. And then for gameplay, thought it was a lot of fun. I think there's going to be a game that could be better though, so I'm going to leave some room at a 4 out of 5. Now let's play NBA 2K26. Here we go. Loading into our NBA 2K26 game, I put us into the NBA Finals where I simulated a playoff run. It's Timberwolves, Knicks. I wanted to see what the pregame is like. The Madison Square Garden crowd is looking very, very into this one. They gave them free shirts. They gave them wristbands, towels. I'll tell you as a New York resident, they're not going to give you all that if you go to MSG in real life. So props to the game for that. But it looks like that's all we're getting. And then we're going straight into the starting lineups. It looks like the game is going to start. Not bad, but definitely not the best we've seen. Oh, this is a nice shot with the orange lit up wristbands to represent the Knicks colors. And now we got Josh Hart. Little screen from Towns. I got to get used to the 2K26 shot meter. New year, new game, new shot meter. I got to say this is way better than the 2K25 one. Once I get used to this one, it's going to be good. This reminds me of an older NBA 2K shot meter. And I got to say, I think this is the first game where we've actually seen some pretty good chants, if I'm not mistaken. I'm hearing the crowd say defense. You know, obviously when we were on defense there with the Knicks. We got Jalen Brunson here. Gonna work the pick and roll again with Karl Anthony Towns. I'm throwing that inside. We're slamming it down. Karl Anthony Towns, the finals logo, the nice replay. Let Jalen Brunson working. Excuse me if I'm not great at 2K either. That's a nice shot though by Brunson with the green light at the buzzer. And we celebrate in the Garden. All right, the graphics are looking really good in this game. Now, this game has the advantage of being the most zoomed-in game and no helmets. So I think 2K's probably going to have the best graphics throughout all the game. And you probably will have noticed that this is a 1-minute quarter NBA Finals game. Brunson takeover time. I told you, let me get used to the shot meter a little bit. And we'll be good. Here come the defense chants. All right, 2K, you are showing me something right now. I know there's a lot of hate on a lot of the current sports games nowadays. But if you just take it super casually, you can find things to like. And I'm liking it so far. Let's play one more defensive possession. One more offensive possession to start this. Oh my, Anthony Edwards is insane in this game. But I'm loving the crowd reactions from 2K26. I think it has the best crowd reaction so far. The atmosphere is very, very good in this game. Wow, I'm actually like blown away a little bit. I didn't expect to like it as much as I am right now. Let's throw the alley-oop to Towns and slam it down. That's a way to end 2K26. NBA 2K26 exceeded my expectations. We'll start with the graphics. I'm giving it a 4.25 out of 5. It's the best we've seen. They do have an advantage with no helmet, super zoomed in camera angle, so that might play a role right there. Moving on to the atmosphere, though, I was blown away. Definitely exceeded my expectations in that category. Didn't expect to like it as much as I did. I'm going to tie it up with College Football 26 with a 4.5 out of 5. The only reason why it doesn't get a little bit more is I would like the pregame to be a little bit better. College Football 26 has the best pregame, most likely, as we go through this game, which means it comes down to gameplay as the final category, and I'm going to give it a 4.25 out of 5. I had a lot of fun. Next up, we move to NHL 26. Let's go ahead and load into our NHL 26 Stanley Cup final game. We are here at the Bell Center in Montreal, Canada. And what is our pregame looking like? Is that it? That's disappointing. I definitely heard that NHL 26 was going to have some better pregame intros, and I think they're actually only available in Be a Pro, maybe franchise mode, but I don't even think that. So it's going to lose points for that because you're not able to see it any game that you load in. But now let's see what the gameplay is looking like. We got Slavkovsky here, and we just got hit a little bit off the puck. Cole Caulfield, let's get that puck. I love to play some NHL. One of my favorite sports to watch. I've always loved the video game, but I will try not to be biased. I do like a lot of these games. I'm going to try not to be biased. Let's get that puck, keep it in with Dobson.
I've been a fan of hockey.
We're skating the zone, we're looking good. I'm trying to take a shot on goal, and that one was poked away, I believe. Got a big hit. Come on, big hit, big hit. Big hit on Evander Kane, but he didn't move. He barely moved. How about a hit on... Oh, what a dangle by Elias Pettersson. That was a nice move. I don't care if it's the CPU or not. A stick in front of that one. No goals have been scored. Oh, nice shots on goal. They'll save by Montembeau. Let's get this one out. Let's get this one out. Let's get the first goal of the game. I should try to dangle a little bit. In between the legs by Da. AI is playing really good right now. I gotta say, what a one-timer, though. That one almost on the back of the net. Gallagher, who's been on this team for it feels like an eternity. We got 2 seconds to work. Just put the puck on goal. The first period ends nothing. Might be the best NHL AI I've ever played. Filipino scores. There is a goal indeed. To see this part of the game, I wanted to see it. Filipino with the goal. The Canucks score. I can't believe I didn't score a goal against the NHL AI when I just told you all I play this game a lot. I gotta be honest, as we're gonna grade NHL 26, I was underwhelmed from what I saw, so we're gonna start with the graphics, where I think that's actually its best score it's gonna get. A 3.5 out of 5. Graphics were good. I would just say from a previous NHL game, not much has changed. Where it definitely failed was the atmosphere. I was expecting a lot more in the Stanley Cup final. Felt like pretty much a dead arena before we even gave up the goal, so a 2.5 out of 5 for that. And we'll finish with gameplay. It's solid. I would like it to be a bit more fun, but that might have been the game I was just playing there, only being a 1-0 game. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. Now we finish with Madden 26. And I gotta say, Madden 26 has really the presentation this year.
Madden 26 has really good graphics.
College football 26. You got Moss. You got the Vikings coming out of the tunnel. Here comes Justin Jefferson. And the rest of the Vikings. He's in a gritty. He's going to gritty out of the tunnel. And here come the rest of the Vikings running right after him. And Randy Moss getting the crowd pumped. Our college football had the band and the crowd going. We could just rely here on the crowd in Minnesota. And they're going to get loud after that Jonathan Allen sack. There's the horn in Minnesota. Okay, you got that as well. So you don't have the band because it's not in college. But you do have the crowd, you have the horn after that sack on Jordan Love. If we get the third down, we got anything crazy going? Tackle Romeo Dobbs here. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, okay, the third down horn for Minnesota. Trying to hold him here on third down. We're getting everything. We're hearing everything right now. I'm on Tucker Kraft. I'm going down low on Dontavian Wicks. And we're making the tackle. And we got a 3 and out. If you added the team's unique chant, which I do think they might have the Chiefs in this game, but they don't have the Viking skull. That would add a lot. Now let's see if we can go ahead and get ourselves a touchdown. Let's see. Maybe Jefferson on the outside. Oh, McCarthy just got dropped by Micah Parsons, the new Packer this year. It might be a defensive game. Might be a defensive game, kind of like that NHL game right now. Can Jefferson get us some yards back? Let's move. Oh, I was trying to loft it over the linebacker's head. It didn't work. Trying to get one to go in the end zone here. Will it be Oh, we just got taken down. Parsons said hello again. Our final play of the video. Will it be a touchdown or will it be a turnover on downs? We got tunnel vision for Jefferson, and it almost might have been a touchdown for them, but they're a pick 6. No points scored. The graphics were pretty on par with College Football 26. That's why it gets a 4 out of 5. The atmosphere, I didn't think there was much to it other than the pregame. And for the gameplay, I just thought it was solid. Which means the winner as the best current 2026 sports game out right now. And again, it has to have 2026 in its name. Is NBA 2K26 with a 13 out of 15 score. That's going to do it for this video, everyone. If you enjoyed it, do me a favor by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. And I'll talk to you on the next one. Peace.
Hey guys, Bubba here with the Bubba News, all in one word, all in one news. How are you guys doing tonight? It is the end of the week. It is now Friday night going into Saturday morning. I'm recording this at midnight Eastern time, but today I want to talk about Ezekiel 38:39 because we've got Turkey's new threat. And I'm going to keep it real. And this stuff is fascinating, but remember, prophecy is like a puzzle, and the pieces are falling into place.
Good afternoon, people watching at 65. It's the voice. I'm going to give you a verse of scripture out of 2 Corinthians 1:20, and it says, "For all the promises of God in him are yea, and in him amen, unto the glory of God by us." So, let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15:1-4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried, and rose again on the third day according to Scripture. That's how we're saved, why we're saved, how we're kept saved, and through his blood, his death, burial, and resurrection. It is grace through faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him will not perish but have eternal life. How do you come to that? You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, but you are justified by the blood of Jesus. You are protected by the blood of Jesus. You are rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time. And you're sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will indwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So, this came out today. Actually, it came out yesterday, and this is talking about Steve Bannon. Why he's saying that there is a need for a 3-state solution. Not just a 2-state solution, a 3-state solution in order to end the war in Gaza. A 3-state solution is needed to end the war in Gaza and bring peace to the region, which would include a Christian state. According to Steve Bannon, former advisor to Trump and podcaster. So during his War Room podcast Friday, he said Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has failed to realize his vision of a greater Israel. A concept based on biblical land and stretches from the Nile to the Euphrates. Critics link Netanyahu to the idea, citing his rejection of a Palestinian state and continued expansion of settlements in the West Bank as proof of the de facto pursuit of this. So the Greater Israel project of Netanyahu blew up in his face. It destroyed Israel. And this is why now you have to go to a 3-state solution. And one of those states has to be a Christian state of Jerusalem. This is what Bannon said. We need a Christian state in the Holy Land. You just need to make sure 20, 25, 30 years from now, everything's kind of sorted. What they don't understand, and I'm talking Steve Bannon, I'm talking about the entirety of the White House. Some of them might. There's not going to be. That can't exist. He's talking about peace, and he's talking about ending the war in Gaza. And what people don't know is that there's not going to be any peace until the second coming of Christ. When he steps down at the foot of Olives, then there'll be peace. Man is not going to make peace. There is no peace outside of God. Period. No peace exists outside of God. So what he's talking about, not only is it not going to happen, it can't happen. This is why I like to listen to people talk. Because half of them don't know what the hell they're talking about anyway, especially when it comes down to this. And especially when it comes down to the Word of God. Those who aren't saved, they have no clue. No peace until the second coming of Christ. Period. Bannon made similar remarks earlier this month, saying peace in Gaza can't work with only the Muslims and the Jews. He has not provided details on how a Christian state would be formed or why it would stabilize the region. He's right in a way. A Christian state will stabilize the region, but that won't help. That won't work until after the 7-year tribulation. That's when that will work. He argued that neither Israel protectorate and vassal state of the U.S., nor Hamas, which is called a minor player, would shape Gaza's future in the long run. In his view, Qatar would fund Gaza's reconstruction while Turkey serves as its security force. Yeah, I can see that happening. Turkey wants to destroy Israel. Erdogan hates Israel with a passion. The former advisor went on to say that although the U.S. has not explicitly endorsed Palestinian statehood in Trump's peace plan, the framework implies that he called a proto-Palestinian state, suggesting that Washington could eventually recognize it, like I've been saying, as sovereign. See what he's doing, what the White House is doing? They want and he said this, Trump said this about a month ago. He said he'll let the others deal with the two-state solution. They'll agree to it. There you go, right there. Israel and Hamas agreed to a tentative ceasefire early October under Trump's 20-point peace plan. Earlier this month, calls for a phased Israeli withdrawal, humanitarian aid access, Hamas disarmament, and a demilitarized Gaza under an interim Palestinian administration overseen by an international called a Board of Peace. Despite mutual accusations and violations on both sides as they reaffirm their commitment to a truce this week. How is it holding up? Because I'm not hearing all that much about it. Not a whole lot. But what he's asking for with a 3-state solution is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like I said, peace won't come to this nation, and peace won't come to this earth. And peace won't come until the second coming of Christ. That's when peace will be here, after the tribulation. So with that, I'm looking at RT. And with that being said, Vance admits uncertainty over Gaza. That came out a few days ago. So J.D. Vance has said that he does not know who will ultimately govern Gaza. They don't know. Admitting uncertainty over the enclave's political future amid a fragile ceasefire. Vance made the remarks Tuesday while visiting a newly established coordination center in Israel. Now, he accompanied Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Asked by reporters who will govern Gaza, he said, I don't know. I don't know. They don't know. They really don't. Says we need to reconstruct Gaza and make sure both Palestinians, listen to this very carefully, because they know the answer. They know that it's a two-state solution, but they're not coming out saying it. We need to reconstruct Gaza and make sure both Palestinians living there and the Israelis can have some measure of security and stability. That's what he said this week. He said, then we'll worry about what the long-term governance of Gaza is. Yeah. I'm going to link these in the description box. I'm going to come back later and do an X video because there's something on here that just came out. And I will do it later. But for now, I will link these two in the description box and I will be back later. Thank you.
Today, I'm playing every single John Madden football game over the last 30 years. And I'm going to attempt to score a touchdown in all of these games. Which definitely means we got a lot of work to do because we have more of these digitally. So we're beginning with Madden 97. And to make things even more interesting, I got the wheel of NFL teams that I will spin before every single Madden game to decide which team we're using. And we'll start with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And here we go. Take a look at these graphics, ladies and gentlemen. Can we run this back for a touchdown? I'm going one offensive drive in every single game. I'm going to try to score in as many games as I possibly can. And this one is definitely going to be tough. If you see me failing a lot in these beginning Madden games, I do apologize. But I mean, look at these graphics. We are starting on the PlayStation 1 era. We got Jerome Bettis. And I ran it for a loss of 2. And I'll be honest, I don't know much of the players. I know Jerome Bettis. I don't think I know anybody else on the Steelers right now. But if I was able to get past that one defender, we might have had a touchdown. What if we just send it down the entire field and hope that someone makes a catch? I forget. You can't even use the analog sticks in this game. That's how old this game is. And that one's incomplete. For some reason, every single player in the game, or at least on my team, wears the same exact jersey number. What is my one player doing? We're false starting in Madden 97? I don't think I can click on to a player when I throw it to them to make the catch. I just have to hope they catch it. Catch the ball! Oh, go! Go! Oh, it's a first down, though. I love to see it. We got 4th down, and I have no idea how many yards. Oh, it's 4th and 10 at the bottom. Can we pick this up? We're throwing it. We're coming back to the ball, and it's broken up. Yeah, these 1990 Madden games are going to be tough. Well, let's hope that Madden 98 goes a little bit better. Now, for the first time this year, I've added games in the 90s. Before, we used to start at Madden 2001 on the PS2 era. So we got 4 new Maddens, which we saw with Madden 97. And in Madden 98, we were going to use the Tampa Bay Bucks. I have played the original John Madden football before, but it was such a bad experience, I didn't want to do that again. Let's see if Madden 98 is any different than 97. We got Mike Allstott on the ground. This guy would run over people. I remember him from playing NFL Street back in the day. I got Trent Dilfer at quarterback, known as one of the worst quarterbacks ever to win a Super Bowl. And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if I don't score a single touchdown in any of these PS1 games. All right, let's see. We got to pick up some yards. What kind of a pass was that? We had a man open. How did they make a catch? Please, Madden 99, be better. I really think my goal here is just score 1 touchdown between this game and Madden 2000, the last 2 games on the PS1 era. And I'll be using the 49ers. We should have a good team. So the graphics do look better. The game does look better just 1 year after Madden 98. So Madden 99 definitely looks like the best Madden game so far. We have Steve Young. We have Jerry Rice. We have T.O. on this team. Oh, okay, we can click on. That's looking good. We can click on Jerry Rice. Someone's going to get me this touchdown. I have some hope here. I didn't think I was going to score until we got to the PS2 era. But I actually have some hope right now. And that's a decent run. Our best run of the day, I believe. Wait. I was going to say, we still going? I can't score with Steve Young, T.O., and Jerry Rice. I will not score in this era of game, I can tell you that. I'm going to T.O.
Jerry Rice was one of the receivers of all time. How do you not? Yeah, there you go.
He could go. No. But a 48-yard pickup. Steve Young delivers. To T.O. What a catch by Terrell Owens. Real quick, everyone, I just want to say that about 90% of the people watching this video right now are not even subscribed. So if you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Get this ball in the end zone, Steve Young. Get this ball in the end zone. T.O. No! No! I jumped too early when I clicked on. No! I am extremely disappointed. I wanted that touchdown. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. I threw a pick. We do have the Cowboys, though. The Cowboys, we still got a loaded team. You got Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith. Emmitt? Oh, I thought we were going to find a hole right there. You got Michael Irvin. So this team's still really good in this game. I should have got it with the 49ers, but now I definitely need to get it with the Cowboys. But Bright side is this is our final PS1 game, then we can move on to the PS2 era. Well, it's 4th down, and I'm ready to move on to the PlayStation 2 era of games. But Michael Irvin says not yet. We are right back to a 4th down, though. Michael Irvin had a catch. He didn't make it. Emmitt Smith, though! What's up on 4th down? 4th down again. I can't get a 1st down without it being 4th down.
Troy
Michael Irvin.
Aikman,
No!
Yeah.
Out of his reach! He was open! That should have been our touchdown. Next up, Madden 2001 on the PS2. The PS1 era was not kind to us. I am hoping that the PS2 era goes a lot smoother. And we'll begin with the Vikings. And it is crazy how much the graphics have evolved from just a 1-year jump going from the PS1 to the PS2. When I used to start these videos with Madden 2001, you would think the graphics look horrible. But after playing those 90s Maddens and Madden 2000 on the PS1, this basically looks like the PS5. But now the question becomes, can I actually score a touchdown? And I have a I did have a wide open. Randy Moss! Oh, but what is happening? Randy Moss, get mossed. There's a big play.
A few moments later.
There is no way the game just froze. Are you kidding me? I mean, you've got to be kidding me. I finally start a game off with a nice play, and then the game immediately breaks. Randy, want to do it again? Oh! All right, he's unbelievable. He is unbelievable in this game, huh? No huddle this thing. I don't want to give it any chance to break. Please just get to the line of scrimmage. Let's hurry up, boys.
A few moments later.
It froze! Okay, I guess I'm done with Madden 2001. I'll show a quick clip of scoring a touchdown with the cover athlete Eddie George in this game before moving on. Now at the 3-yard line, can we find a way to get in the end zone? Eddie George gets the carry and gets our first touchdown of the new Madden football season. Let's move on. So now I'm going to play Madden 2002. Well, those are the negatives of playing a 25-year-old game. It could break at any moment, and unfortunately it did, as we're going to use the Saints now in Madden 2002. We had 2 great Randy Moss catches. The game broke twice. This time it better not happen. I need to score a touchdown. And we got Ricky Williams on the ground. Ricky, I probably should have just kept going. Why try the hurdle in Madden 2002? It's probably not going to work. Ricky Williams, what did the Saints trade? 5 first-round picks to be able to draft him? You might as well get a touchdown for me in this video. Make it worth it. Look at that block. There goes Ricky Williams. You better not get caught. Finally, we score a touchdown in this video. Did this game just break too? It doesn't. Wait, I think I've entered my name. Okay, it didn't break. I'm not going to enter my name. We scored a touchdown. Now let's see if we can carry that momentum into Madden 2003. Just feels good to get on the touchdown board. Just feels good to do that. And can we continue it with the Texans, which I just realized probably just came into the league in this game? They probably weren't even in a bunch of the Maddens we played. I feel like it's hard to just methodically move down the field in these older Maddens because it's only a matter of time until the quarterback misses a wide open receiver or you get sacked from the horrible offensive line. You kind of have to just throw it deep down the field and hope for the best. And now in a 2nd and 20, I'm just going to try to get some yards back. And we do probably pick up about 10. And now this is where it gets stressful. This is where you get nervous because it's 4th and 6. I have some short routes on the field. But now I need to make sure my quarterback delivers. Like we have a wide open man and he's incomplete. Come on, David Carr. All right, let's move on to Madden 2004. Should have been able to continue that drive. I will say, as we are going to have the Cincinnati Bengals now, there is no question that the newer Madden games have better gameplay than these at least PS2 and PS1 era games. The older games definitely have the newer games beat when it comes to features, but in terms of gameplay, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Oh, nice run, though, by Thomas. I don't know a single player on this Bears team back in the day in Madden 04, but Thomas is like a tank right now, running everybody over. I will take it, but the gameplay of these older Maddens, at least till we get to maybe the 360 era, I would say is not nearly as good as the newer games, but the features definitely are better in these older games. But yeah, I don't think I even know a single player on this Bears team. I will not lie. I don't think I know a single player. But we got a touchdown! Are you kidding me? It's a holding call. I threw the ball in 2 seconds. That's just so unbelievable. I can't believe I can't score these touchdowns right now. Please make the catch. Oh, we made the catch, Elliott! Thank you on 4th and 21. I just sent it up and hope for the best. Next up, Madden 2005. I may have just realized I landed on the Bengals instead of the Bears. We'll use the Bengals this game, and I'll take the Bears off the wheel. If you want to earn the pinned comment of this video, comment down below how many Madden games we score a touchdown in and how many we do not. And Chad Johnson's literally getting double teamed. Both of my outside receivers are. But I'm still taking the shot, I don't care. But he couldn't get there, we overthrew him. It's an absolute shame that we don't have a touchdown right now. But I'll be happy with a first down. Oh, it's a turnover on downs. Let's see if we get back in the touchdown column in Madden 2006. And for Madden 2006, we will be using the Eagles. No, it'll be the Seattle Seahawks. I'm definitely using the running back for the Seattle Seahawks this year. It's MVP Sean Alexander. He rushed for 27 touchdowns. How is that even possible? Yeah, he's going to score. 27 rushing touchdowns. That's unbelievable. 1,800 yards. Got to be one of the best running back seasons of all time. All right, he's broken in this game. Running actually looks good in Madden 06. Please, somebody just get me back to a first down so I give it back to Sean Alexander. Come on, QB vision. Yes, it's caught. That is a tough feature. You got to use the analog stick and also throw it at the same time. I'm lucky to complete it. I don't want to have to deal with that much. Was that only in this game? I don't remember if that was in a future in a later game. Where did this defender come from? We need some better blocks for Sean. Is this crazy? Yeah, but I'm running it on 4th and 5. Alexander got us down here. No! He could have got past that defender and into the end zone, or at least got the first down. We needed 1 second of blocking, guys. Next up, Madden 07. And what's going to be our team for Madden 07? It'll be the Arizona Cardinals, unless it lands on the Falcons. No, the Cardinals.
A few moments later.
I am just so happy to be on the Xbox 360 era right now, because I guarantee we are going to start to pick up scoring touchdowns. It's not going to be as bad as it was. And watch Larry Fitzgerald get us started right away! Larry Fitzgerald, just like that. Welcome to the 360 era. Thank you so much. And now let's go for 2 in a row in Madden 08. That felt really good. I don't believe we've had a one-play touchdown drive yet in this video. We get it in Madden 07, first game of the 360 era. Now let's have the pack. Brett Favre still has the quarterback here. Not Aaron Rodgers just yet. We got Donald Driver. We got Greg Jennings. And oh my, I got a little lucky there. Greg Jennings able to make the grab. You can see the evolution of the animations. The animations here in this game in 07 already look a million times better than those PlayStation 2 games. We're just letting it rip with Favre. Yes, sir. Past the 50-yard line easily. We're doing so good with Favre through the air that I did run it once on first down. I don't think I really need to run it, though, because this team is so loaded right now. Let's look at the play. Maybe the middle of the field could be open. Maybe Ferguson. Favre? Look at Favre! Brett Favre! He's got to be up there in age. Take it off for a first down. We've been playing all of these Madden games on pro difficulty, too. Those older games, they were super difficult. There's no lie about that. Oh, there's that highlight to Greg Jennings right there. So if you flick the analog stick up, that comes up. Let's get this touchdown. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Favre, this is a crazy throw, but it's complete, and it's a touchdown. Back-to-back touchdown game. Now for Madden 2009. I will say the one negative of the Xbox 360 is at this point, it sounds like an absolute airplane in my room right now. If you're able to hear that background noise, I do apologize. There's no stopping the airplane of the Xbox 360. I legitimately have no idea why this console sounds like an airplane. But we're going to try to bring back my own teammate getting in my way. I'm trying to bring back a kick that had potential. I'll take the 36. Guys that I know on this team are Jake Delhomme, the quarterback, and Steve Smith. I don't really think I know anybody else right now as we make a catch to the Jets' 39-yard line. Also, Jonathan Stewart, actually. He's a rookie in this game. I'm going to play action to him. And I'm trying to go long from Delhomme to Steve Smith, who I think's like a 98 overall in this game. Now I'm just trying to get this thing either for a first down or a touchdown. Take the tight end. Where are you going? I'm so used to catching and running. That's probably my fault. I'm so used to catching and running in Madden, the newer ones. They didn't have that feature in these games, and I just paid for it. I just paid for that. Steve Smith, though. Steve Smith, though, won't get me the touchdown anyway. There it is. That's 3 Maddens in a row. Bringing us now to Madden 10. I'm trying to stay with a good momentum. Trying to make it 4 straight games. As we'll have the Buffalo Bill. Look at some of the players on this team. A very young Marshawn Lynch is here with the Bills. And a very old Terrell Owens. And you know what's going to be interesting? Terrell Owens was in this video back in the 90s. And now he's here in the 2010s. And he's going to make a catch. What a difference in graphics T.O. has experienced in this video. And I'm going to no-huddle this on a 4th and short. I want to try to run it, maybe pick up the first down. I didn't even realize that Marshawn Lynch is not in the game right now. And we're going to hope for the best. Pick up the first. Jackson gets it. But crazy T.O.'s graphics from the first catch of the video that he made to this one. I want to let him make another catch. Then I'm going to put like a side-by-side of the original catch that he made compared to this one. And there's T.O. There's T.O. Let's get a quick side-by-side. And with everybody being so slow in this game, it's actually getting pretty tiresome to play. Because they are just so slow. They're just so slow. The T.O. Terrell Owens! T.O.'s got a touchdown in it! That's a touchdown, ref. You better not rule that down. Let me see the symbol. That's a touchdown for T.O. Next up, Madden 11. It's actually ridiculous how loud this console is. I actually bought another 360 for this year because my last 360 was so loud. I guess it just doesn't matter. Let's use the Giant. Go ahead and get Brandon Jacobs a carry on the ground. Can we break a tackle? He falls forward for 5. Console's so loud.
No, that's
ruining my train of thought. We got Bradshaw. Little 1-2 punch. That's Bradshaw. Gets 18. Told you we were going to go on a roll, though, in these Madden games once we got to the 360 era. Eli. He wasn't even throwing it to him. I was throwing it to Manningham, and I'll take it. Keep it rolling, I suppose. And through the middle, we got ourselves a grab inside the red zone. Said we are on a roll, and it continues. Jacobs up the middle. It's a touchdown for the Giants. Next up, Madden 12. You know how in college football they have the stadium pulse where the crowd noise is so loud that you can't hear anything? I'm basically playing with that right now with this 360 on airplane mode. How about the Colts next? Also, pretty cool that we went from Eli Manning to Peyton Manning, and Peyton delivers. Eli was playing good, and now Peyton's playing good. I'm sure Peyton's still high up there in the 90 overalls at this point. I didn't check his overall rating, but I'm sure he's up there. You got Pierre Garçon out here. You got Clark. You got Reggie Wayne. Where are we going to go? I'm trying to hot route. Is there no hot routes? Where's the hot? Wait. Hot routes. There we go. There we go. Trying to get a streak for Pierre Garçon. Maybe we take the shot. Oh, we got sacked. I gotta say, for the first time since the PS2 era, we are in some serious danger of maybe not scoring a touchdown. But I'm going to the tight end, Clark, and he's got it. Scratch that. Manning gets it all back. This gameplay actually feels the best over the last couple of years. Everybody feels pretty mobile. Agility seems good. Nobody feels like they are running in mud. And we got a touchdown to Clark to send Peyton out of Indianapolis with a touchdown. Next up, we got Madden 13. The final game of the 360 era. We've scored in every single one. Well, the Jaguars ended off with a touchdown. So we got some players that I know. We got Blaine Gabbert at quarterback. We got Maurice Jones-Drew at running back. I believe this is Mercedes Lewis. Is he still playing in the NFL? Did he retire at the end of last year? Is he still going? He's one of the oldest players in the league if he is still going. We just hit him with a nice pass. He's probably young in this game. Now let's see what we got. What do we got? And Blaine Gabbert's going down. It's crazy. This play has been in Madden almost as long as Madden has been going on. This play with the zig route from the slot receiver. Oh, what a nice move by Robinson. The nice in route behind that. It's a good play. Was that Allen Robinson? He did play for the Jaguars. Is it too early for Allen Robinson before he went to Chicago? There's Maurice Jones-Drew with the spin move and a touchdown for the Jaguars. We scored on every 360 Madden. Now we head to Madden's 25th anniversary. Let's see if we can carry this momentum from the 360 era to the PlayStation 4 era with the Falcons. And the graphics have once again been upgraded as we are on the PlayStation 4 era. And you can definitely tell a difference right off the bat. And who do we got here? We got Douglas from Matt Ryan. Julio Jones on the squad. Who else do we got on here? Tony Gonzalez on the Falcons in Madden 25. The original Madden 25 because it was the 25th anniversary. So for those of you that don't know why this game's called Madden 25, that is why. And Matt Ryan just got speared. This took the place of Madden 14. And we got a receiver down the middle. It's Douglas again. And Douglas almost broke those tackles to go. I just realized that's Harry Douglas. That's now on ESPN. He's catching the football for us in this. This team's actually stacked. Julio, Tony Gonzalez, Harry Douglas. That's Roddy White. And I don't need tips. And we got Steven Jackson in the backfield. Let's get it to Tony. Tony Gonzalez. I feel like I want to wait to score. I have so many great weapons to throw the ball to with this team. I haven't even gotten it to Julio Jones yet, who's one-on-one on the right side of the field. And this is exactly when I'm going to look his way. And Julio is just broken up. His defender was on him like glue, I won't lie. I have lost track of how many games we have scored in the drive and how many we have failed in. So again, someone in the comments let me know. As Steven Jackson will get in for the Falcons. We are on a streak, I do know that right now. Next, we go to Madden 15. I knew this video was going to start rough, but once we got to these 360, PS4, PS5 era games, I would find a groove. And it's time to finally use Brady and the Patriots. We haven't picked up a yard with Tom Brady. I'm going to Gronk. There's no doubt I'm going to Gronk. And Gronk just... Oh, there's a flag. And it should be maybe a face mask. Give us 15 extra. That's a personal foul. Yeah, there it is. Tom Brady getting the calls. We had the first down with the face mask, and we'll move it to the 50. I think playing with the Falcons in Madden 25, the 25th anniversary, is my favorite team to use so far. That was extremely fun. And Brady gets picked! Was that a one-handed interception? Brady's going to give up a touchdown, but a different way. The streak is broken with a pick six. And now we head to Madden 16. The streak is over. Brady, pick six. Chargers time. So we got the Chargers back in good old San Diego. Antonio Gates, Phillip Rivers, Melvin Gordon, Keenan Allen. This is where the Chargers belong. I'm sorry, Los Angeles. If you are a fan of the Chargers now since they moved to LA, they belong in San Diego. And now he's probably young in this game. He's probably young in Madden 16 going up for a catch. He just came back to the Chargers and made some awesome plays back on Monday Night Football. I have no idea when you're watching this video, but week 2, 2025, Keenan Allen back with the Chargers making plays for Herbert. And look at him coming back to that football. Oh, we lost the streak with Brady. Let's get it back with the Chargers. Melvin Gordon makes a cool spin move. That was good. That was probably going to be a loss or maybe no gain right there until he had a pretty awesome spin move to get us a few yards and make it 3rd and 3. And now we have... Is that going to be a touchdown? It's a touchdown, thank you. We are back in the touchdown column, which is now going to move us on to Madden 17. What do we got for 17? Who is up next? The Jets. Where we got Geno Smith on the team. Brandon Marshall, Eric Decker, I believe Matt Forte. A lot of names I remember. And that's a catch. Not by any of the guys I just said, too. Who caught that ball? Todd Bowles, head coach. Smith, only guy I pretty much don't know on this offense. Who is that? Caught the ball. I don't remember who Smith is. I feel bad in case he's really good. And we make a catch with the tight end. Let's see if we're able to hit Eric Decker or Brandon Marshall on this play. Looks like Marshall. Brandon Marshall! Can he get into the end zone? No, he stopped at the 4. We're going to run some nice and easy slants here. Looking Eric Decker's way, and Eric Decker has a New York Jets touchdown to spot. Next up, we got Madden 18. We got 11 teams left on the wheel. I'm trying to think, quick math. We got about, I think, 9 games left, which means 2 are going to be left out. The Denver Broncos will not be left. Trevor Siemian quarterbacking the Broncos in Madden 18. We got the late, great Demaryius Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders. And who are we going to go to? We got an open man. That is Henderson, and Henderson makes the grab across his body, went Siemian. Ball on the ground to Anderson, and Anderson, nice run. Okay, going to pick up about 9. We haven't been running the ball as much in these recent matches. It's just been too easy and too much fun to throw the ball. But maybe we'll run a little bit here with the Broncos. Nice and simple, though. I feel like somebody's going to get open right away and keep this drive alive. Okay, Demaryius Thomas makes the grab. And he's able to get the first. I went for 4 verticals, and the only guy not on a vertical route was Demaryius Thomas, and he is the man that gets us the first down. Now let's see if we can maybe take a deep shot this time. Siemian, I'll take that. That's about a 25-yard gain. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. Anderson, that tackle, or that block rather, from Demaryius Thomas, needed an extra second or so to get that edge, and it's a touchdown. Looks like we're in a bit of trouble here. We are in a bit of trouble here. That might be... Oh my goodness, that was bad. I might have had something open. I did not capitalize, and we have a pick again. Next up's Madden 19. If I had a guess right now, I'd say I scored a touchdown in half of the games. Maybe a little bit more. We got the Commanders up next. I don't even know if they're called that yet. And this is Alex Smith at quarterback. I bet you he was probably traded from last Madden game to this Madden game because the Chiefs are moving on with Patrick Mahomes. This should be Mahomes' first year as a starter. Did we get the Chiefs yet? We've played so many Maddens, I can't even remember. I'll have to check the wheel after this. I don't think that we did, but I could be wrong. That's Jordan Reed who dropped the ball. We've completed 4th and the impossible before in this video, but I gotta do it again right now. 4th and 26 for Alex Smith. Look at that post. Oh, it's dropped. Nobody can hold on the ball. We would have been short anyway, but someone catch the ball. Jamison Crowder, I believe that is. Well, we see Mahomes now on the cover of Madden 20 as we move on. I was correct. We have not used the Chiefs yet until right now. And I'm going to make this nice and easy. With Mahomes in Madden 20 combined with Tyreek Hill in the fastest Madden of all time, this should be easy. This should be easy. Oh, almost one-handed. This is against Jalen Ramsey. If it's against anybody else, I'd say Tyreek gets that. This game is the most arcade Madden of all time. I don't think there's even a debate about it. Especially when you were playing online. Like, the stop and go was crazy. You were able to, like, take that with Tyreek, go back around the field. Not against the CPU, it looks like, though. And I'm actually, if I don't score in this game, that's going to be bad. I got to get back in the touchdown column. This is Tyreek. This is Tyreek. And because this is Madden 20, we got to run one stretch run. Have to. Have to. Damian Williams, look at the stop and go. I still got it. I didn't get it that time, but look at that by Damian Williams. Who gets tackled at the 22. If you played Madden 20 in its prime, especially online, Ultimate Team, you know that stretch run was broken. And we'll make this nice and easy. Let's look for Kelsey, who's actually not open, but Mahomes will run it in. Super easy. Madden 20. Next up, Madden 21. We've played so much football today. I'm getting football fatigue, I won't lie. And we got the cover athlete 2 years in a row with the Ravens next. I'm not going to be mad about using Lamar Jackson in his prime of his first MVP season. I'm not going to be mad about that one bit. Lamar. There he goes. Lamar Jackson. See you later, everybody. Don't fumble. Oh, don't fumble. Got Hollywood Brown on this team. We had Tyreek in the last game. Forget it. I mean, nobody watching Lamar Jackson. Lamar. Oh, I want him to juke him out of his cleats right there and run into the end zone. Somebody's going to have to watch Lamar this time. Maybe we'll hit Andrews. The connection probably in their prime at this point, 2021. Lamar pass lead that to the back corner of the end zone. What a throw and catch. Touchdown Ravens. Next up, Madden 22. 5 games left, 5 teams left, and the next team up will be the Los Angeles Rams. Rams off their Super Bowl season, or this is actually their Super Bowl season. I stand corrected. This is not the year after. They got OBJ on this team. They got Triple Crown winner Cooper Kupp, who was always open for Stafford this year. This is before the days of Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams, Devontae Adams now with the Rams, and Cam Akers no longer with the team either. Almost had a long touchdown if he got past one defender. OBJ out on the field now. Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, trying to maneuver, hit OBJ. Odell Beckham Jr., we didn't get to use him with the Giants, but now we got him with the Rams. He one-handed catch for the video. I don't think he'll catch it. This isn't Madden 16 OBJ, but we'll try it. Is that pick? Oh, I'm lucky that's out of the end zone. Up, pass lead inside. Cooper Kupp! Almost could have been picked or batted down, but the Triple Crown winner has it. Now for Madden 23. 6 teams remain. 2 more years from now, we'll get the whole wheel done in these videos. The Browns. Sean Watson. Oh, it's picked by Trayvon Diggs! What an interception! That probably makes up for that Cooper Kupp catch in 22. We failed. Next up is Madden 24 as we're in the final 3 games. I am trying to get to this finish line. I have been filming Madden for the last 5+ hours with all these games. The Raiders. I want to talk about a team that is not similar to what they are right now. You got Aiden O'Connell at quarterback, Josh Jacobs, Devontae Adams. That is what we're looking at for the best players on the Raiders right now. And we're getting sacked by DeForest Buckner. Kobe Meyer's still here. Mayer's still here. Devontae, not here. But he's got a catch. And he's got a first down. But no Brock Bowers, no Genty, no Geno Smith. It's a whole different team. But Jacoby is still here in both the current NFL. He might get traded. We'll see. He requested a trade earlier on in the season or the off-season. But he's here in 2024. Hunter Renfrow. Wow, I didn't realize it's only been 2 years since Renfro's been on the Raiders. Renfrow, what a nice move, but a horrible pass by O'Connell. Get in that end zone with him. Let's get in that end zone with him. Lock up those blocks, and Jacobs is in. And then he's off to Green Bay. Just 2 more games left with Madden 25. Only 2 games left, 4 teams left, and the Titans will be one of them. You know, if I was going to use the Titans, I really was hoping it was going to be in Madden 26 with Cam Ward and maybe a bright future. Not with Mason Rudolph at quarterback. But here we are. We have 2 Madden games left. I'd like to end up in the end zone for both of them, but I have a feeling this is going to be a tough drive. I'm doing pretty much the same exact play. Same exact play. Nothing's open. And we're getting rid of that. I'm going with a screen. Tony Pollard, get me fantasy points. I know it's 2025 and not 2026. Well, in the game, that is. And I have you this year. But I'm going to hope those points translate. I need a win. Oh, my goodness. Rudolph just got speared. What a blitz by the Chargers right there. I did not see that coming. I'm going to no-huddle it anyway. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, Rudolph. No. We've given up a pick 6 in the video. And now a scoop and score. Well, still 2 touchdowns have been scored, just not by me. But now we finish with Madden 26. And listen, the Eagles are on here, but will they be picked? They will not. The wheel goes past them. The Lions, which means the Dolphins and Eagles were not used in this video. Well, 6 hours of playing every Madden game of the last 30 years comes down to this right now, from the PS1 to the PS2 to the 360 to the PS4 to the PS5. Will we score a touchdown? Nice pass. It'll be Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra St. Brown keeps it moving. And there goes St. Brown. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the Lions trying to get me one last touchdown. This is a pick. Oh, it's not a pick. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. Brock Wright with a catch. How do we end this off? Do we end it with a passing touchdown? A rushing touchdown? It's Jahmyr Gibbs. There goes Gibbs. And Gibbs inside, or not inside the 20, right outside the 20. Weird play design. Jamison Williams. Touchdown Lions. Madden 26. There is 30 years of Madden in one video. And that's going to do it for the video, everyone. But if you want to see me do a video where I score a touchdown with every Madden cover athlete of all time, click this video right here.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Today I step into a dream. For years I've known of a giant in the collecting world. A friend. A legend, a mystery, but I've never been inside his house until now. What waits behind these doors is more than a collection. It's a vault of history, passion, and obsession. The kind of place most people only imagine exists. And the burning question? How does anyone afford or build something like this? I'm asking those questions today. Today, I'll uncover the secrets. Today, I'll show you the impossible. Stay tuned and strap in. Alright, this is my actual first look. I did not peek before because I want to see it at the same time as all of you. Oh, my first eyes went to the kiosk. Oh my gosh, it's massive. This is huge, bro.
It's crammed in here.
Holy moly.
Not all shown, but...
So everybody welcome Mr. Justin. Yeah, when I step in here, I immediately think something to myself that I don't want to admit. Makes me think we suck at this, because the way he has everything displayed looks so amazing. All my friends, myself included, yeah, I'm pretty OCD about being organized and having things look nice, but most of the times when our friends see our collections and look around, it's kind of, you know, a little more sporadic. This is, next level sexy. Good grief, Justin. So, first question, how long you been collecting seriously? Like, holding on to stuff?
Very long.
Crazy, bro, yeah.
That's what's crazy. So, I've had, like, Pokemon games growing up that I've kept, and, like, some games, but really only the last 3 years has this grown.
Really?
So, I was at, like,
maybe under 40, 50 games 3 years ago.
Under 40, 50 3 years ago, and do you know how many you have right now?
Just over 4,000.
4,000 games.
Games, not consoles. Consoles is what's crazy. They're not all shown. There are closets everywhere that are still filled with consoles. But consoles are what's crazy. All in box.
Okay, tell me of all of this. How many do you have complete sets?
Yeah, so I have the full N64.
Is it fully
CIB?
Fully CIB.
CIB. Some of them have, if I could find the posters or other inserts, but everything at least has manual, bag, and game, including the big guy.
The Clay Fighter. Let's go.
All the big ones. I have a couple of extras, like spares.
Okay.
There's also some dupes down there at the bottom, and then some like variations as well.
So you got N64s complete, and how many other are complete?
So got 2 other sets. So the full GameCube.
Full GameCube.
Full GameCube. We got, big guy back there, Pokemon Box. He's kind of hidden in the back.
Oh, yep, there he is.
Yep. And then I got some duplicates as well. I have a sealed Go-Go Hyper Grind.
Sealed Go-Go Hyper, wow.
Yeah. So the next one is Virtual Boy.
Every time I see someone's Virtual Boy collection, I always want to go cheap and do like a YouTube video saying, I collected this set within one day. I collected this entire console library in one day. I always want to do the Virtual Boy just to get like the cheat code to get that YouTube title.
I keep Jack Bros in here, but...
And they're all CIB.
All CIB.
Full CIB sets.
Full CIB.
That's big, because, normally you start out loose.
Yeah.
Did these start out as loose and then make their way to CIB?
Yeah, so some of these started, I would say I only had like 5 games loose. N64 is the one that I've always wanted to collect for. It's like my childhood, but I never got to play it. Long story, my mom saved up for Christmas. She bought me one. I went to my cousin's, ended up getting robbed that night.
No!
And so I never had the N64 growing up, but I always played it at friends' house and such. So that's like the one I really wanted to complete.
This thing goes on forever. With Nintendo 64.
So I see an item. It's funny. So this was actually Curtis's item.
Yep.
And you bought it off him. But it's so weird how when you see certain things like a year later or 2 years later and you almost debate, why did you sell it? Why did we sell that? That was so unique. Why didn't I buy that from Curtis? And it's this Nintendo bag, which I've literally never seen other than the time Curtis had it. And it's funny, as soon as I went in your game room, it's one of the first things that stood out to me, but it was in our possession.
Yep.
Do you remember if you got it for a good deal?
I did. I want to say it was like $40 or $45.
That's crazy.
Never seen one, haven't seen one on eBay or anywhere else, any other convention.
That is a crazy number, dude.
Yeah.
40 or 50 bucks on something like that is nuts.
Because it's
Look at that Neo Geo bag.
But it's a rental bag, and I have also never seen one. And it's cool inside.
I haven't. Oh, and it's hot pink too.
Hot pink. It's got the original Neo Geo that they were going around and renting with.
Dude, I have never seen that bag in my life.
Me neither. I've seen one for sale on eBay for $800.
800?
Yeah.
Ben, if you want it, he said he'll sell you his for 9.
Or some other Neo Geo games.
So I'm looking at all your beautiful console boxes. You have very nice console boxes laid out right here. Are you going to try to get every type of console box variant out there, or are you just kind of...
It honestly led to I want one of everything, and then it became, I want a blue action set instead of the regular action set. And then it just kind of spiraled. And now I'm kind of going that way, to be honest, trying to get every variant. Like you saw at the last convention, I was finally missing Rob. I got him over there, fully complete.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm trying to go for as many variants as possible.
Yeah, sick, man. Yeah, I mean, the Supers, you got the Mario, yep. You got this one,
the big boy.
The big boy, who knew?
I got 2 more over here.
Oh, the Killer Instinct.
Both Killer Instincts.
Yeah, that is beautiful.
This is the cleanest Earthbound I've ever seen. I actually had to take it to a local shop because we needed to see if it was fake or not.
Because it was too clean.
It was too clean.
Yep.
And we put it under a microscope, saw the printing on it, and we validated it as real.
Dude, but you have any sealed waivers that you want?
I have a couple more.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So the main question is, though,
yeah,
just the easiest question, but also maybe the hardest question. What's the greatest console of all time? Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
All day.
I could literally pull it up. I always have it plugged in. I'm always ready to play.
I'm with you on it. I think it's the best console we've ever got. I feel like that's not even nostalgia. I just feel like it's just such a freaking perfect console.
There's too many games to not play.
There really is.
Yeah.
This might be the prettiest, maybe. That might beat it too.
Pretty nice.
But this might be the prettiest little spot within your room. Wow.
still going on. I'm still missing a lot, so still trying to get them. I just picked up the tribal one the other day, which was great. Never seen the Hello Kitty one. Love that. It's from Japan.
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, so, but I had that exact Pikachu one as a kid. So.
That is a pretty box. That is a pretty box, dude. So do you play like handhelds much, or were you more of a console guy?
I play handhelds. Everybody comes down here and plays games. They're either playing new games or old games. We just played Luigi's Mansion the other day.
Nice.
Watching people switch off. But I'm always playing handheld.
Game Boy Advance. Console quality gaming anywhere.
Yeah, I'm going
rivaling
back.
this last
Playing handhelds,
area.
too.
And this is just purely based on looks for me.
For sure.
This is a
Maybe,
very beautifully laid out selection. Is there anything in here that's like your number one piece de la resistance? I don't know. I don't even know if you want to give this stuff up, but like price, like is the most expensive item in this case, or
there's some cool stuff back here. There's a couple sealed Pokemons, but Jack Rose is probably the biggest guy here. But I think Jack Rose is probably the most expensive.
CIB? What's that go for, CIB?
Wow.
Like 2,100, 2,200.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you be opposed to? I see you do have graded stuff in here.
Yeah.
Are you the type of guy that's only buying stuff that's graded if it's sealed, or would you be buying CIB stuff that's graded?
Kind of only sealed if it's graded.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't really vibe too much with grading if it's CIB.
Yeah, not a huge fan.
Yeah.
I like to display them. I want to play them too if they're CIB. So
you're a gamer.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I get something sealed, I always have to find it CIB
so you can play.
So I can play.
That's awesome. Before I ask this question, I want to make it very clear to everybody that I asked them before, is it okay to ask you these certain questions online and put it on the internet, because I want to make sure I'm not invading any privacy. So now I get to ask that question. How do you afford this? All right, Justin, so this is beautiful. Like, you have an immaculate collection, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stuff.
Yeah.
How did you get to be at a place
This
where
dude
you
has
could,
to be rich.
you know, do this, you know, comfortably? I assume you're not, you know, killing yourself, going to debt over. Hopefully, maybe I shouldn't be asking.
No, I'm good.
You're like, I'm struggling. But yeah, how did you get to be able to amass this?
I mean, it started, I was in software, so actually, finance degree, business law degree, wanted to be like a general counsel or like something to do in legal world. Didn't want to wear the suit and tie anymore or anything like that. So ended up getting into software in California. From there, found all the niche needs of people needing like warehousing, shipping, and such, which then COVID happened, and I just launched a business at the exact same time. That really grew. We became an Amazon node. We got partnered with Target, Walmart, Wayfair.
Wow.
It was kind of massive. And then met a friend. We joined a yogurt manufacturing business called Coconut Cult. We self-manufacture everything, so most like food companies do co-mans. We are completely clean. Everything's like 3, 4, 5 ingredients only.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so I assume it's been very successful, the business.
Yep.
And it's allowed you to live out your childhood dream of being able to be a nerd and buy what you want to buy.
Having friends over, play whatever, choose what we want to play for the week.
That's so cool, man. I'm a huge fan of entrepreneurship and people just following their dreams, and there's always the success stories and there's always the failure stories too.
For
right?
sure, there's tons.
And a lot of times the successes, there's always failures along the way.
Yeah. And like in business world, be agile, pivot. So
I am very proud of you, dude.
Thanks,
I
bro.
would literally love to see this, knowing you made this happen, dude. And you're absolutely crushing it.
Thanks, man.
So I've noticed 2 Pikachu N64s lying out, and I mentioned to you, and you said you may have more.
I have a lot. So I got one in box there. I have another one in box over there. I have 3 displayed out here, but I have a total of 11. They just randomly come up, and I just can't say no to Pikachu.
I think I'm going to call you Ricky. when I ask him why he buys, and he doesn't really give an answer, he's just like, and I'm like, okay, that's not an answer, dude.
Mix of Ricky and Ben, right?
Yeah.
It's a Pokemon.
Yeah, well, Ben's a different story. Yeah. NES. You know, it's funny, I wasn't even thinking about this, but as I just sat down like crisscross applesauce on your floor, I just got like the warm fuzzies. Because this is like what I would do as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, let me look at my Nintendo games, Dad.
Yeah.
But you said you have a sealed Turtles.
Sealed Turtles.
Sealed Turtles.
Got that from the local shop.
And NES. You don't have a ton of NES.
I don't. It's
Okay.
like the one console I don't. The 2 consoles I'm working on right now are Super Nintendo and PlayStation 2.
Super Nintendo and PlayStation 2, yeah. Dang, this is the little spot that I like right here. All the darky games right there. Also, you have 2 copies of each of these, Futurama and Rule of Rose. You got Kuon. You got multiple Lunars, dude.
2 of them are sealed.
2 of them are sealed?
2 of them are sealed. 2 Lunars are sealed. 1 of the Rule of Rose is sealed. 1 of the Futuramas are sealed.
Dude, what a flex, dude.
Just got it, and then I was like, I have to get the CIB to play it because I want to play it.
Every time I go to places like this, it just reminds me of how much Ricky and I actually suck at this.
Yeah, horror's my jam. So Kudelka, Shadow Tower, Clock Tower.
Favorite horror game of all time?
Silent Hill 2.
Ooh, let's go. I'm right there with you. That is my answer.
Silent Hill 2. Rated M for mature. For PlayStation 2. From Konami.
All right, I'm going to argue that this might be just one of the coolest cover arts ever.
Pretty sick.
I feel like a lot of the Game Boy cover arts, I was at the convention this weekend, obviously, with you.
Yeah.
A lot of Game Boy box arts were really beautiful.
They were so good. They were so good.
Especially like the Castlevanias, even the Contra, Operation C has a great cover art. All right, I see you have 2 kiosks in the corner.
Yeah.
Is that it? Or like, you're gonna do more?
Kiosks are my jam. I've ran out of space in this room. I'm actually going to be moving because of that. But got a couple Xbox Ones, actually like three of them. Original Xbox, 2 Xbox Ones. I have an eye on a PS1.
So you're moving, and does space play into any part of you moving?
100%.
That's literally the reason.
Yeah, 100%.
You're literally moving to make your game room bigger.
I can't display everything. I have a set amount of stuff out here, but stuff isn't put out here, and I'm kind of an anal freak about getting everything displayed, and I can't.
I don't think I've met somebody yet who's moving to get a bigger game room. Let's go, baby. That's a dedicated person right there. Good grief. Oh, I always love that.
Isn't that cool?
It's so cool.
Yeah.
Now, I know you said you have more things like in totes and stuff. We don't have to go through all that.
Yep.
Do you mind sharing? You are in the humblest of words, a freak about keeping track of everything.
Yep.
He knows prices, how much he paid, the condition.
Yep.
Do you know estimated value of this room right now?
Yeah, so on GameEye, it's...
One thing I love about Squarespace is their analytics. Make smarter business decisions with Squarespace's intuitive, built-in analytics tools. Review website traffic.
I have a second
Holy
price charting
shit.
account for every...
$334,000. Jeez.
Mine, it's $334,000 of what's displayed. And then I have a second price charting account for everything that's not displayed, so that way I know how much is still left to put away, or like what I need to put away, or make sure things are just placed right, which is about another $40,000.
So you're around $400,000 or so.
Yeah, and then
just
and then you don't include kiosks and stuff like that.
So you're around $400,000. Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna link your address down below. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. You're moving. It doesn't matter. Come look at the empty house. Yeah. Dude, freaking A. After doing this video, I feel like I walked away with something really cool. And that's a new friend, like an in-person friend. Yeah, I've talked with Justin for a very long time, been friends with him online for a very long time, but hanging out in person, and I even texted him this after I left. I told him the most fun I had this whole day was hanging out with him and one of his friends when the camera was off and we just sat and chatted. Justin, for real, probably one of the cooler, I'd say just most organized collections I've ever seen, which speaks to volumes of probably why you're so successful. You're very organize what you're doing and how you do your operations. So this kind of stuff showing how much relationships can evolve through just even the dumb, silly world of the internet. Yeah, sometimes it can be something that you just got to admire and cherish. I appreciate you letting my audience into your home.
Appreciate it, Rick.
Our audience, they will appreciate this for sure. You're one of a kind. So thank you, dude.
Thanks, dude.
Adios.
All right. Let's watch the trailer and we'll see what it is. This is Silent Cartographer. It's like the third mission in the game. Damn! The campaign evolved.
The new Halo looks really good, dude.
Halo Campaign Evolved is the next project coming out of Halo Studios. It is the ultimate Halo CE campaign remake. It is coming to Xbox, PC, and for the first time, PlayStation. It'll be arriving next year. To talk more about it, we've got Dan.
There it is. I fucking knew it. I told y'all this shit was going to happen. Yes, it is coming to PlayStation. That is huge. This is such a huge W.
Max and Greg from the development team, guys, let's get into this. Why is this the right game for right now?
We did this work on Halo Anniversary. I felt like there were certain things that were left unsaid. There were certain things that we weren't able to achieve at that time. There were certain things we weren't able to do.
It's a great time to revisit Combat Evolved for new players, for established Halo players, and maybe even for old friends playing on different hardware today, to allow them to play together and enjoy the franchise together.
Going back to the Halo ring again for the first time.
For the first time is really important, and for them to be surprised by new content and feel like excited again about exploring the ring world.
For new players, this is the right time for you to jump in. Think of this as your introduction into this huge franchise we've been building for the past 25 years.
I'm curious how you're going to focus on capturing the essence of the original, knowing that you need to evolve to kind of move the experience forward.
Isn't it crazy, like, by the way, the fact that this shit... Keep in mind, this came out 25 years ago. I don't think people recognize, like, how fucking next generation this was at the time.
Yeah, from design, we don't take that lightly at all. Whenever we make a change, the number one thing was to be true to the original game.
For every one of those topics that comes up, there's someone who is incredibly passionate on the other side saying we can, like, that is sacred. We do not move that crate.
It's really about looking across, you know, what we've learned over the years, what technology we've built, and how we can tie that back into this experience.
So in this game, up to 4 people can play the campaign together, regardless of which platform they're on. And then we're kicking it old school. We can play 2-player co-op on consoles, on the couch together, just like we did back in the original.
Sweet.
Actually, W. Great decision. That's what they should have done. I remember one of the games didn't release with that. It was a huge mistake. They learned their lesson. This is good.
What do you have to do differently to account now for 4 people running around?
For different co-op counts, we will make some of the spaces larger. We also want to make sure we're authentic to the encounters themselves. So it's a balancing act between that difficulty tuning and, you know, making those encounters the right size for the right space.
I understand that we've done some special tune-up works to the beloved Warthog.
Let's see it.
There's a new seat, what I like to call the golf cart seat or the bumper seat. This is on the back of the Warthog, so now you can bring everyone with.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Let's talk a little bit about one of my favorite aspects of the Halo franchise. What is the skull? What's cool about it? What does it do?
The skull is a gameplay modifier, generally mean-spirited. It makes the game more challenging for the player.
The combination of pairing.
Wasn't it crazy how back in the day, nobody even really knew what the skulls were? And then you just had people on, like, random online forums and you would hear about it from your friend that, like, told you, like, that, like, oh, underneath this one thing, like, really, that was, like, whenever you think back on that, like, that was so cool, bro. Like, that was so badass.
2K versus EA.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Which studio makes the better sports games? Well, today we are going to find out that answer because we are going to have 5 different sports, 5 rounds in which both EA and 2K made a sports game in that respective year, where I'm going to have 3 categories for every single sport, and whoever wins more rounds out of 5 is going to be crowned the winner of today's video. So this wheel has the 5 sports that we are using in this video, and we are going to start off with both the EA and 2K NBA games. And just one more quick side note, I believe that FIFA is being developed now by 2K, but at the time we're recording this video, they've never made a FIFA 2K game before, so we couldn't use soccer for this video. Where we get started with EA's NBA Live 19. And just to reiterate so you all understand, NBA Live 19 is not going to go up against NBA 2K25, it's going to go up against NBA 2K19. Whoa, okay, as we're loaded into this game, they got the ESPN music. That's...
Skulls were, and then you just had people on, like, random online forums and you would hear about it from your friend that, like, told you, like, that, like, oh, underneath this one thing, like, really, that was, like, whenever you think back on that, like, that was so cool, bro. Like, that was so badass.
That's a nice touch. And here's Tip. All right, I got to get the right camera angle, but we even have maybe, like, an accurate ESPN Score bug at the bottom? I don't remember what it was in 2019. Tell you what, right off the bat, I feel like 2K is going to win the camera angle battle. Nothing's as good as the 2K angle.
Pretty good gameplay.
Okay. Clint Capella just threw that down. We're going to use the same teams in both games, so it's going to be Rocket Spurs. I'm using the Rockets. You know, I honestly don't know because this is the first game up, so I have no grading scale right now. Is this better than 2K? We're going to find out. We're going to play 1/4 of each. James Harden, we're looking for a screen. James Harden taking the jumper. What is that shot meter? Okay, I thought I had that. This game doesn't honestly seem bad so far. It doesn't seem great. I guess I'll know for sure when I play 2K19. Something feels a little clunky though, and I don't like the camera angle. The immersion's pretty decent so far. I like the ESPN music when we got into the game. Graphics are okay. We got Harden on the right. He's going to try to drive in. He's in his prime right now, and he lays it off the glass and in. And now we're going to flip over to NBA 2K19. Now bouncing over 2K's, we loaded. We had NBA on TNT giving us a little pregame. That is definitely going to be better than the music of NBA Live. Now that's the greatest camera angle for a basketball game. The 2K camera angle. This game feels smoother already. I feel like what I was saying earlier is correct. There's a green with Harden already. I felt like NBA Live was clunky. And just my first possession on offense made this game just feel a lot smoother and faster. I don't know who's going to win the graphics as of yet. I haven't quite made that decision. But I feel like off my first possession, I'm already getting a feel for the immersion. Oh, wow. Okay. But I'm already getting a feeling for the immersion and gameplay. And it looks like I made a 6-minute quarter game instead of the 3 that I had for NBA Live. So we'll play the first 3 minutes of this game. I forgot Carmelo Anthony was a Houston Rocket at one point. And the fadeaway jumper is good for Melo. Chris Paul out to Harden. Fear the beard in his prime. Knocks it down. Let's go. Oh, this just feels so smooth. It just feels so smooth. All right, one pick. Let's go, Harden, all the way. Slam it down. James Harden throws it down. Let's go. 2K19 over DeMar DeRozan. Real quick, everyone, I just want to say that about 90% of the people watching this video right now are not even subscribed. So if you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe to the channel. So now it's time to crown our winner for round number 1 between NBA Live and NBA 2K. I'm going to give graphics to NBA Live and EA. I actually think, after reviewing my footage, that NBA Live had a little bit better graphics. However, next up is going to be our gameplay, and I think the gameplay of NBA 2K19 blew away the graphics of NBA Live 19, so the point goes to 2K there, and it all comes down to the immersion, which I'm again going to give to 2K and NBA 2K19, which means 2K takes round 1. So EA finds themselves down 1-0 as we are next going to move on to golf. And this time around, we're going to start with 2K and PGA Tour 2K23. So there is a new PGA Tour 2K game, 2K25, but 2K23 lines up closer to the latest EA golf game release. So that's why we're doing 2K23 today. So we are using Tiger Woods. We'll probably play about a hole with both the 2K golf game and the EA golf game. And right off the bat, it looks really, really nice. Graphics look good. I'm curious to see how the EA one is going to hold up. I've had a little bit of experience with both of these games in the past. And the gameplay is looking good. It's a nice flick of the right stick to drive the ball, to hit it on the fairway with your irons. It's pretty simple. All it really takes is one button. If you want it changed left or right, the left analog stick will do that. And you honestly don't really need much more than that in a golf game. Let's see if I can put this one in from about 36 yards out. Come on, that's close to the hole. Oh, a little overshot. Playing my best right now, but this is for par. We can still save this hole right now. Come on, Tiger. Save this hole. Get in there for par. Now for EA's golf game, PGA Tour Road to the Masters. All right, I'm liking loading into Augusta National. They're getting us a tour of the course here. Music might be a little loud for you. I apologize if it is, but we're checking out the country club. People are having a nice meal before we hit the first tee. I don't think I got this in 2K23. Oh, this game off the bat, I feel like graphically looks better. Something about it just looks better than I think 2K23. But let's see if it plays better. Bryson DeChambeau off the first tee. Even a little sound effect as the ball is traveling. Okay, that's a nice drive, 311 yards. I'm analyzing everything right now. There's not much going on, but I'm trying my best not to miss anything. We get on the green. I'm liking the sound effects. I feel like you hear some animals. There's a lot of sounds going on. Makes you feel like you're really on the course right now. Obviously, the people. I feel like this game does sound better so far. How far off from the pin are we? We got to make a putt. We're 32 feet out. All right, I got to make sure I don't overshoot this. Are they trying to give me a tip that's going right to left? How's my putting in this game? Pretty similar, though, gameplay-wise, compared to 2K. You're going to move one way or the other and use an analog stick to hit the ball. All right. Oh, my. Get in the hole. Oh, I didn't shoot it hard enough. I didn't want to overshoot it. A chance once again to go for par in both games. And I just missed it 2 feet out of the hole. So it looks like an EA's golf game. We are going to record a bogey on hole number 1, but that's okay. So let's grade EA versus 2K in our golf video games. First up is going to be our graphics. And once again, I'm giving graphics to EA. It looks like they're 2 for 2 so far with that. But once again for 2K, they're going to get the point for gameplay. I think barely they're going to beat EA's gameplay by a little bit in my opinion. That'll leave us with Immersion, where our final point of the round is going to go to EA and PGA Tour Road to the Masters, as EA will tie this video up 1-1. We are all tied up at 1 in this video. So this can make or break it for EA or 2K, as we are headed to the MLB, who's going to get the lead next. Funny little side note for this video, neither 2K or EA make MLB games anymore, so that belongs to Sony San Diego Studios. Yep. And we're starting with MVP Baseball 2005 by EA. And MLB 2K5 is going to have some big shoes to fill after this, because MVP Baseball is known as the greatest baseball game of all time. And here we go in MVP Baseball 2005. I'm using the American League All-Stars. And I'm taking on the National League All-Stars. And that ball line in right field. I am not used to this game, so I'm not sure if Vladimir Guerrero would have caught that ball, but probably could have a better chance at it. And MLB Baseball 2005 is commonly known as, if not the greatest baseball game ever, definitely in the top 2 or 3 baseball games of all time. So MLB 2K5. It's going to be a tough task to follow this one. Let's see, we're going to play about 1 inning or so. And there we go. We get Beltran to pop out of second base. Soriano's there. Crazy that I know so many of these old players. You got Scott Rowland, who's now in MLB The Show 25 as a new legend. Ichiro. We got Ichiro in center field. Yep. We got it, Ichiro. Get it in. We got to throw this one on the plate, guys. We're going to give up a run. Hurry up, get the ball, Soriano. Why are we throwing it so weak, guys? Honestly, it might have been on me for them scoring, because I didn't hold the throw meter as much as I probably should have. Manny Ramirez. We're making this players icon. Oh, I just gave up a home run. And I got to take on Roger Clemens on the mound. Which I got Ichiro, and Ichiro gets me a base hit. This game is giving me back memories. I think I played both 2K5 and MVP Baseball 2005 back in the day, though. Is anybody really paying attention back in the day if they were made by 2K or EA? Is that ball getting down? It is. We're scoring runs here, boys. Oh, I guess we're not scoring yet, but we got first and third, no outs. I got the cover athlete. Manny Ramirez, no, double play to end the inning. Oh, wait. What just happened? Guys, why are we not scoring that run at home?
Can't do that anymore.
We broke up the double play by taking out the shortstop. My final out of the inning. A-Rod, get that throw. Oh, what a play. Oh, no way we don't score a single run after first and third, no outs. And now we're going to play some MLB Baseball 2K5. And we got to see the fans actually walking into Yankee Stadium for this matchup. All right, MLB really cool 2K5. They were on their game for the atmosphere. You even have some players warming up and some players in the dugout getting ready for the game. Looks like I'm pitching with Randy Johnson now.
I had that game, too.
That is interesting. I don't remember that. That's like a pinpoint right there. Okay, Randy Johnson, get over to first base. It's like the first iteration of pinpoint right now. It's honestly not bad. I actually like that way to pitch. As long as I don't get taken deep again. I think I got Sammy Sosa out first in this game. He took me deep in MVP Baseball 2005. Let's see what we got on that two-seater. Right down the middle. That's going to be gone.
I hate the red arrows.
I got taken deep in this game, too. I mean, I threw it right down the middle. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. I kind of clicked the button too fast. It's got rolling this time.
The red arrow was a no-doubter.
But we get a cool replay angle this time around. I hope it isn't this complicated when you hit, because it's not bad for pitching. So I do like pinpoint in like MLB The Show nowadays. Jeter, nice and easy play. At least these guys throw. You don't got to worry about the throw meter being super bad. But hopefully hitting isn't as complicated. I want that to be simpler. What does A-Rod have for me? A-Rod putting that one in the right field. Ichiro, we got around first base, or second base rather. Where are we going, A-Rod? What's happening? And we're out.
He got tagged
I sent
down.
Ichiro to third so A-Rod could go to second. Why did Ichiro stop?
Messed up the
Something's
base
going on with the
running.
base running. The same exact thing just happened. I'm getting non-stop base hits in this game. Giambi puts it in left field. We score a run. I'd have bases loaded with no outs right now if it wasn't for these base running issues. Got Pudge Rodriguez now. We got a runner on second. Bring the runner in. Oh, we're not even getting there. Oh, all right. We're going to end this 1-1. But I had fun. So it's 1-1 right now, round 3, MLB. Let's start with the graphics. I had to go back to the footage
MVP
again because I honestly couldn't really
had
pick
better
just off
graphics.
playing them once. I had to really go back and look at them again. I'm barely going to give it to MVP Baseball 2005. Again, this is 20 years ago for both of these games, so neither of the graphics are great. But for the time, I'm going to give it to MVP Baseball. Gameplay, though, I 100% had more fun with 2K5's gameplay. That's going to leave us with Immersion, where I'm again gonna go with MLB 2K5, which puts 2K in the lead of this video, 2-1. I can't believe I just picked MLB 2K5 over MVP Baseball. Again, this is just by playing one inning. It could be a little bit different if you were to play like a franchise or a bunch more games. What sport are we gonna do next? It's going to be the NFL. And let's kick off our NFL round with ESPN NFL 2K5. And we got Chris Berman. I knew about this. We have our pregame, kind of like we did with the NBA on TNT, our ESPN pregame show between the Patriots and Colts. We also have the fans getting ready to find their seats. The ushers are taking their tickets. We got to look at the stadium as we're getting ready for a Peyton Manning-Tom Brady matchup. And here comes kickoff. Let's see what we got. We're going to play one offensive drive, one defensive drive. And let's see what defense is looking like in ESPN NFL 2K5. Kind of forget the turbo button in this game. Good tackle. How to change my camera angle in case the scoreboard was there. Teddy Bruschi, I thought I got a hand up there. All right, well, I guess it's not like Madden 25 where you turn around, where you're not even turn around, I should say, and you pick the ball off, because that would have been an interception in today's football games. Mike Vrabel almost had the pick somehow. Kind of cool, though. Maybe he thought that was a fumble that after the whistle he dove for it. That's kind of realistic in a way. So that was interesting. Okay, second down for Peyton Manning now. Okay, he's just lighting us up. Even though he broke it up. What's the turbo button? I don't know. I don't know the turbo button. I think some of these guys are like dropping passes when they should be catching them. I feel like that's the second time a Colts receiver should have caught the ball. Already at 3rd and 9 though with Tom Brady. So I don't like that. We got to make a completion. Someone's got to get open. Oh, Brady completes it to Patton. And he might go all the way. I don't know what's happening. What's with the red circle underneath me? I don't remember that, but we just scored with Tom Brady and the Patriots on a 3rd and 9. A pass that maybe should have been broken up just went for a touchdown. And now we're going to play Madden 2005. So we don't have Chris Berman for the pregame show, but decent right here. We're going to look at the stadium. We're going to see some warm-ups, maybe some fans at all. Or are we kind of just right into the game right now? Okay, we're getting the coaches at midfield. Is that actually Bill Belichick, though? Was that actually him in the game? I feel like he's not in. Oh, we get some warm-ups. We actually didn't get this in 2K5. That's actually Bill.
Bill Belichick, yeah.
We got some hype-ups on the players before the game. I'm liking that. But I can't really tell a difference with the graphics just by playing it right now. I'm going to have to go back to the footage after this. With the newer games like NBA Live and 2K19 or the golf games, I feel like I was able to tell right away. With these older games where they're not really in HD, it's tough to really determine who's better in the graphics, but let's see if Brady can throw a deep touchdown again. We got Deion Branch wide open down the field, and Branch makes the catch. Another long touchdown for Brady and the Patriots against the Colts. I feel as if Bolt Studios made great baseball and football games here. These are great sports games, no doubt about it for both of them. It's tough to pick a winner because they are both really good. I'm having a good time with both. We definitely have to say that this is the final ever, to date as of right now, 2K football game. So it's all Madden after this. And I know there are modders on PC that will make an updated ESPN 2K5 to make it look like ESPN 2K25, as Manning's taking a deep shot, and we pick him off. I had to play the authentic 2005 NFL games for EA and 2K as we pick off Peyton Manning. This, I think, might be the toughest round that I've done so far. So let's do the graphics first. I think I'm going to give that to ESPN NFL 2K5. Barely. I think the graphics are very, very close, but I think I'm going to go 2K5 here. Next up is the gameplay, and call me crazy, but I honestly enjoyed Madden 2005's gameplay a little bit more than NFL 2K5's. I felt like it was a little bit smoother, a little more arcadey, so that's more of my style. So it ends with immersion once again, and it's going to 2K. That pregame show with Chris Berman, you have a halftime show, I believe, if you get there too with him as well. And then if you do a franchise mode, I think it's really, really good. They have great presentation there. So I'm giving it to ESPN NFL 2K5. And 2K is up in the video 3-1 with one sport to go. So even though it looks like 2K is going to win this video, we are still going to find out who wins the NHL round. And we are going to start with NHL 10 by EA. Let's see what the crowd's up to as we get started for this game. We get to watch the players walk out of the locker room. We see the Red Wings and the Pittsburgh Penguins about to take the ice. I feel like the pregame presentation's better in NHL 10 than it might be in NHL 25. EA, you did pretty good back then. Skill stick, I want to say, is in this game now, right? That was the big change. I think they made it like NHL 07 or maybe NHL 08. That's what really separated. Oh, we got a power play coming up. But I'm almost positive that's a big reason that the NHL EA games were able to separate from the 2K games was the skill stick. Henrik Zetterberg. Skating up the left side here. Okay, didn't get much on that pass.
Bullet! Bullet?
Wasn't what I looked to do. Rafalski, get that Zetterberg. Got a power play here. Viteri Filppula trying to score. Puts one on goal on Marc-Andre Fleury. He comes away with the save. Get that puck, Datsuk. Get that puck. There we go. Zetterberg. Nice moves by Henrik Zetterberg, and what a shot goal! And he scores! Pavel Datsuk! Pavel Datsuk with the goal. I was going to say it was a high stick, but no, it looks good. About length of the crossbar, the height of the crossbar, I should say. And we got a good goal. Get that back to Zetterberg, who's been basically out there for like the whole entire game. He is dangling. Oh, what a wrister! Can we get that to Zetterberg? Zetterberg, the wrist shot again. Fleury, the save. We got pressure here in NHL 10. Out of a breakaway for Pavel Datsuk. Pavel Datsuk. Oh, he's tripped. That's going to be a penalty shot. At least it should be. Yes, sir. Penalty shot for Pavel Datsuk. Here we go. Datsuk. Forward backhand. Yeah! Pavel Datsuk. I didn't go for the Datsuk indeed. I forgot how to do it in this game. But backhand, forehand, backhand. Oh, I'm loving NHL 10. Let's move on to 2K, though. Now for NHL 2K10. Oh, I gotta say, the immersion in 2K is looking like it's gonna be good. Oh, this is looking pretty good. Oh, we got fire out of the scoreboard. Okay, we don't get a look back in the locker room, though, at the Joe Louis Arena here like we did in NHL 10. Ooh, I definitely have to say the graphics, for the first time in a bit, definitely look worse right off the bat. Hold on a second, actually. I actually don't know the controls. I know for sure NHL 10 is going to have better controls. Like, where are we passing that? How do we skate faster? Shootings, slap shots R1? Oh, boy. This is going to be rough. X is passing. Okay, there's a backhand on goal with the analog stick. I don't know how to play this at all. And it's not... Ooh, okay, good face-off win by Datsuk. How do you fast skate? We are skating so slow. How does one skate faster? Pavel Datsuk. Okay, analog stick is actually pretty good, though. Okay. I thought the analog stick was going to be useless. Now it's looking decent. You just can't skate with it fast for some reason. Can we score, though? Oh, we almost scored. Still can't figure out how to skate fast. Come on, boys. Datsuk.
What?
We sniped it with Pavel Datsuk! He's got a goal in both NHL games!
I'll turn down.
We get one more goal with Pavel Datsuk. No, that's how the period and video's gonna end. So 2K leads 3-1, but that doesn't mean EA can't get a win here. So for the NHL series, it's gonna be a 3-0 sweep. I'm giving gameplay, immersion, and graphics all to EA's NHL game. So at the end of the video, 2K is crowned our winner by winning 3 rounds to 2. And that'll do it for this video, everyone. But if you want to see me play the greatest sports games of all time, click this video right here.
Greetings to all of you folks, and welcome here to everyone. Take a couple of moments here to thank you folks for all the blessings that you have given me. That is so very, very much appreciated. and to you also, as all of you are in my prayers. I want to kind of explain a little bit of where it is that I'm headed to next, because I'm kind of feeling a change in my heart. And I believe it's something that's being brought to me. I'm going to start doing a little bit more towards the actions of what are going to happen after the rapture. And I'm going to probably do more of that in my website than I am here. And so what I'm looking to do, Micah, I said I was going to go over the book of Micah with you. The more I get involved into this book, the more I realize what it is it's projecting out into the future, not only during the tribulation, but also afterwards. And I found it really amazing, because the deeper I dig into this, the more I realize what's going to happen, and I think it's just tremendous. And I've taken a lot of interest in it, and I've always said that this channel here and my website, I would go up to the point of the rapture, and then after that, that was not something I would discuss. So that's coming into the picture. Now the next thing is I would like to thank all of you for your donations. That's in the website. It's not here in this channel. And that's very much appreciated, as it keeps me going. Now, no one is under any obligation whatsoever, but the price of the website has gone up, and here's my main point. I would like to pay for a full year in advance. That way, if something should ever happen to me, that website will stay there, and I'm gearing it, again, not to just up to the rapture, but what's going to happen after. Okay, let's move on to what would you like to get in today's news, which is, there's quite a bit of it, but it all points to one thing, and that is everything that's happening in the Middle East, and this is in regard to to Gaza Strip and Israel and them getting along. Paul, the apostle, 1 Thessalonians 5:3, saying, when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction. That's enough of that. Let's move on into what that really all means, and if we can understand what Paul was talking about, because he made it extremely simple for us. He says we need not have to be written unto for the times and for the seasons. Well, we're in a season, there's no doubt about that. But the times, well, the times keep changing. So what are we in the times for? Are we coming up to in a time that they would be believing that Israel, they would be safe? Okay. Would they begin to believe that? And they're going to have peace? Well, not with what's going on now. I mean, this is about as confusing as it possibly can get. And what I'm talking about is Trump's 20 or 21 peace plan that he has. None of this can work. As I said in my last video, folks, this is so far off course. It's a ship in the middle of the ocean that thinks it's going south when it's going east. You know, this just isn't working. There is no place in Scripture any of this fits in. So which leads me to believe that this is a centralized effort to bring about us something. And if I'm to stick with Scripture, that us something is going to be a time when Israel will feel that they're going to be safe, that they're at peace. I just don't see it now. And we've talked about this before in other videos. I've said, gosh, guys, we've got a ways to go yet. And I kept saying, I'm not seeing the end of this to where I can say, oh, I think now the rapture would happen. I just can't. Not yet. But it's definitely building. It's coming together. All right, let's just get into a little bit of it here, and I'll explain it further here that this can't work. So this is coming out of the Middle East, of course, and this is it's Kahal El Yaha. I guess that's how you say it. I've heard other people say it. It sounds about the same. It's kind of like you're saying Yaha, to someone. The deputy chief of Hamas's political bureau. So he's like this head of what is going to dictate what the negotiations are, what's going to be in the negotiations. Okay? He's saying here, the views towards returning the remaining hostages. Big subject right now, remaining hostages. Okay? They're not coming home. They're being spread out further and further. So it says Sunday to search for bodies. So they're going to send somebody from Egypt, I guess, is going to help them try to find the bodies. But I see it here as a necessary tool, a ploy to force a way to continue time for the rebuilding of Hamas and it regaining its power. This is a ploy, as far as I'm concerned. The way I see it is, again, not going to work. We know what God's plan is. We'll go over that in a minute. So let's go on down. They're speaking of stability. This is Hamas now, again, the leader, assured that he told the United States envoy, this is Witkoff-Kirchner, let's see, during a meeting with them, that they were advocates of stability. For who? For Hamas. They're trying to make it sound like they're, stability for everyone, but we'll read here some more. Weapons linked. Okay, let's go on. Our weapons are linked to the existence of the occupation's aggression. In other words, Israel, go away. Then you don't have to worry about the weapons anymore. That's basically what they're saying. Okay, let's go on. Here, if the occupation ends, the weapons will belong to the state. This is this Haya guy. Head negotiator, head leader, I should say. Okay, this is right here again. He said, while discussing attempts to disarm the terror group, the issue of weapons is still under discussion. Really, that's Trump's peace plan says they have to disarm. You see how this isn't working? The factions and mediators and the agreement is still in its early stages, he added. Do you see how he's confusing this whole thing in such a way to where it's to the benefit of Hamas to remain in the Strip? Oh, there's a lot more. Hang in there with me, okay? Trump's capable of restraining the Israeli occupation. I thought Israel was a sovereign state. But remember, when you have a terrorist organization like Hamas, weakness is seen as them being more vulnerable. And that's what Israel displayed when they went and they shot that missile into Doha there in Qatar. And Trump, remember, he made Netanyahu apologize for that. America's done the same thing in other countries. But Trump has his agenda. That's Trump's plan. It's not God's plan. Now let's continue. Yahya, also called the strike on Doha, Qatar, historic failure for Israel, while he explained that the negotiations with the United States envoy that President Trump is capable of restraining Israel. So one thing, it might be a mistake that they think that President Trump has control over Israel. But again, is Israel giving up its sovereignty? Is that part of God's plan? Okay, let's go on. Hamas plans to hold elections to reunify the national ranks. Okay, Hamas plans to hold elections and create a new Gaza. He also commented on the possibility of holding elections in the Gaza Strip for the first time since the group took power in 2007. We want to go to elections to prelude the reunification of the national ranks, he assured. Okay, think about what he's saying now in this here. What it is he's going to hold elections to unify the Palestinians and all the factions out there to help to bring security in. He is going to. Remember in 2005, it was that Israel removed all the Israeli people out of the Gaza Strip and says there, Palestinian Authority, West Bank, you have control now over the Gaza Strip and you have control over the West Bank. So you unify and become a nation. You become a state. And then we'll have talks with you. Well, a couple of years later, 2007, Hamas goes to war against the PA. This is internal fighting. They are not ever going to get along. It wasn't that long ago that the PA, Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, he had said, look, what we're going to do is we're going to hold elections. He realized Hamas was going to win by a tremendous number. So he quickly called off the elections, blaming Israel for problems with it. He knows that it's going to lose. My point, is Hamas gains control, that's what he's trying to do. He's saying, I'll put the committee together, I'll put everyone together, and remember, he's interested in security, is what he's saying. Folks, it can't work. That's not in God's plan. Let's go on. UN body is to reconstruct Gaza. We agree with all factions that the task of the UN body is to reconstruct Gaza. This is what Hamas is saying. What? How is that going to work? Let's go on. He added the detail. We have no reservations about any national figure residing in Gaza to minister the Strip. Hang on one second here. We have no reservations about any national figure residing in Gaza, that's what I meant, the point I was going to make, to administer in the Strip. Okay. How is it that all of a sudden we're seeing this whole plan of Trump's find some way of not only Hamas gaining control, but on top of that, they're going to be the ones that are going to minister to the needs there of the Strip? Okay, one more here. UN involved. Folks, you can't find an organization that is more anti-Israel. You can't. He also explained that Hamas welcomes the UN peacekeepers, a force that would act as a separation in the borders. UN's going to take control of the borders, what can be shipped in and what can be shipped out. Monitoring forces and enforcing the ceasefire in Gaza. UN's going to take control of this? Do you see how I'm just painting this picture about as bright as I possibly can? This cannot work. And then to finish up right here, 6,000 trucks of aid needed daily. That's what they want. 6,000 trucks of aid. Finally, he also talked about humanitarian needs in the Strip. The humanitarian situation is deeply concerning to us. Gaza needs 6,000 trucks of daily. Let me just put this point blank. What he's saying here is he wants to bring in anything and everything he possibly can to manufacture any type of weapons they want. They want all the equipment, they want all the chemicals they need to create bombs. They want anything and everything to go their way to bring in more weapons because the UN's in control. Do you think the UN's going to say, oh no, you can't have those weapons? Okay, let's start wrapping this up here because I think I've made my point quite well, and that is that this, folks, it's not God's plan. I've got it right here in a second. I'm going to bring it to you, and I'm going to wrap this up here in a minute. Now, this is our Pontus over here in America. He says, meeting with those in Doha, willing to contribute to the peacekeeping troops in Gaza. Qatar is a hater of Israel. Make no doubt about that. They harbor the worst of the enemies of Israel. They're welcome there in Qatar. Qatar's going to negotiate, and he's going to be part of the negotiations. After meeting with the president, Trump, efforts to stabilize Gaza were advancing, and that the international forces would be deployed soon. See, here's Trump's plan. It's going to come into effect soon. Soon means weeks, months. Remember when I started this video, I said it's going to go on down the road a ways, but we have something to look forward to. And that's when they say peace and safety. Okay. This whole plan is working in such a way it's almost the opposite. So someplace in here, we're going to get along to a point to where Israel, basically by America and other countries, are going to be forced into some sort of a plan. And I hope that this just flashed in your brain, covenant forming. Do you get where I'm going here? All of this that you're watching right now is negotiations with Israel. If the church is still here, and we hear Hamas saying, you know what, we'll work with a 7-year plan, that would definitely throw up some big red flags and bells going off. All right, let's go on. And they would agree that this was entering into peace if they should go along with this. In other words, all that I just got describing, and then UN, of course, having control of the borders and the material that's brought into to Gaza Strip, which is Hamas's, right now Israel's definitely not agreeing with. So we still have some more time for negotiations to continue. That's why I keep saying we got to go down the road here, folks, a little ways. All right, let's get down to this last part. Leaders of anti-Hamas militia come out against anti-Hamas. They're against Hamas. They come out against Turkey, Qatari, is any involvement in the war. So in other words, what you have is, well, here, let's see. Leaders of the militias operating in the areas under Israel's control in the Gaza Strip, till Channel 12, that they oppose any involvement with Qatar Turkish forces in the post-war. So what they're trying to say is don't allow them in, but negotiations are for them to be allowed in. And that's what Hamas is really aiming to eliminate, is those forces that are supported by Israel that are still in the Gaza Strip. So there is no way in my eyes that I can possibly see how this can work. Let's go back over Trump's plan opposes Israel's plan. I'm sorry, God's plan. God's plan, phase 1. God sets it up so the Pontiffs of America will have the hostages released and is now working on keeping Israel safe. So, in other words, one of the big keys here again is the hostages. And remember, Israel, dead hostages mean as much as live hostages, and they aren't going to give up until they get all the hostages. Hamas using the hostages as a tool to prolong so they can rebuild, and then they can make up the stuff that they want to have here. Now, all this has to come up to debate. This can take, each one of those subjects could take up to a month to debate and try to figure out how it's going to turn out. Okay, so, phase 1, God uses, again, is America's power to have the hostages released. It's starting to work. It's in process. Phase 2, God's plan. Scripture. Following the site for the last 8 years, you know what I'm talking about. If not, phase 2 of God's plan. Rapture. The harpazo, the church is removed. Okay, God initiates the sudden destruction. Not man. God does. He says when it's going to happen. People ask, would that sudden destruction mean some sort of a war? It could start a war of some sort? Yes, it's possible. But remember, God does everything in one day, Zechariah 12. Okay, he explains that in Psalms 83. When Asaph the prophet talks about what happened with the Lord and Gideon, it happened one day when Israel was surrounded by enemies, and they're all removed by what would have been seen as an impossible task. But Gideon had faith and trust in God and followed through with what God said. And then they won the war against the Midianites, Amalekites, in one day. That's our example. One day. God, sudden destruction. One day. So you want to say, yeah, maybe people are going to fire missiles or do something crazy, try to rebuke what's happening, or some sort of a fight that takes place. But it's God that initiates it, to my understanding in Scripture. Phase 3, so phase 2, rapture harpazo, God's plan, Scripture. Phase 3, a 7-year covenant. Yep, it's going to be confirmed, put into order, Israel. Then, phase 4, builds a temple. Phase 5, Israel starts sacrificing for 3.5 years. Now, all the way around to the beginning of the video. This is where I'm going to kind of pick up and take off and start going that direction, which involves Micah. Because Micah is much deeper than I ever thought. The more I study it, I'll give you some hints. This sudden destruction that happened is going to affect many other mountain tops, which means leaders of other countries. They will be rebuked. And that's part of the study, and I'll bring that up in more detail for you folks as we go. And again, more than likely the Micah study, as I start putting it together, and I'm quite deep into it actually, I'll probably be doing it in my website. I'll just explain quickly. There's something more personal about my website, and it seems to be intrusive to the general YouTube watchers. And I'm not talking about you folks, there are many out there that just view this and just like to take a pop shot at you folks and at me. They have nothing to do with Scripture. They're just cruel and they're just mean people. No. Don't worry about it. I've got it. Okay, remember, I read the replies and I'll remove them. And if they get real bad, I can block them from the site. But there's something a little bit more personal about my website. And the website also allows me to, if I want, to reach every single one of you at one time, if I want to. Anybody that subscribes to it. And again, there's no charge for that. You don't have to pay anything for the website, and I'll keep it that way. All right, folks, until next Sunday or something happens midweek or sometime, you know me, I'll make a video. This is kind of a long video, but it's Sunday, and I hope that you have a really wonderful day. I hope this was helpful to all of you folks. Again, keep your eyes steady and focused in Scripture. I just brought it up to you in regards to what's happening right now today. You can just breathe easy if you wish, and just let God take care of this. But we know the final outcome. We know who's going to win. We know how it's going to happen. And all this, I just call it cluttered noise out there of everyone trying to figure this all out when it's, again, right there before us. And Paul said, folks, let's just be honest. This cannot be made any easier on us. It really cannot. And Paul says, I need not have to write on to you, for you will know the times and you'll know the season. Folks, seriously, think it through. If you have questions, you're welcome to my personal email if you would like it. You can also get my personal email if you go to the website. I'll leave a link. I most always do. But you can, your replies here on this channel, you're welcome. You too, and I'll do my best to try to answer them. Some of you get a little bit involved, and when you get involved and I'm trying to explain stuff, this happened last time, several. I said, please come over to my email because I can't just easily find you in the replies when you respond, and sometimes I'll miss those responses. So if I ask you to come over in there, that means I'm willing to work with you and listen to what you have to say, and then I'll give you what it is that I feel is the Scripture that would help. From there, let's go on until next Sunday. Okay, we'll keep on going and see what happens. But I think this is going to take, and I'm not talking about a really long time, because remember, God can act quickly. Okay? And on the other hand, we're going to have to wait and watch this play out, and we are. That's exactly what we are. I'll keep up with it, and I'll try to keep you informed as much as I possibly can. Until next Sunday, folks, all right, thank you.
What? Today, I am playing the best sports video games of all time. ESPN NFL 2K5, NBA 2K11, MVP Baseball 2005, NHL 14, and 10 sports games in total. We got it all. I will be playing a bit of each game, and then after I'm done playing it, I'll be rating it on a scale of 1 to 10 based off how much fun I had. And at the end of the video, we are going to crown the greatest sports game of all time. And this Wheel of Sports is going to decide which sport we are going to play first. We have one game per sport, and these are simulation games. If you want to see a video with arcade games, games like NFL Street, NBA Street, Red Card, MLB Slugfest, if this video does really well, I can do that. We are starting with the NCAA college football, beginning with NCAA 06. All right, so we are getting kicked off here in NCAA 06. We are USC taking on the Oklahoma Sooners. Now, some of you might be thinking that a lot of people would say that NCAA College Football 14 is the greatest college football game ever. But based off research that I did, and from watching videos and stuff like that, a lot of people would actually say it's College Football 2006. So we are going with that game here today. But obviously, NCAA 14 is one of the greatest college football games ever, too. But we have Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart on this team, as I'm going to get sacked on my first play. So not the greatest start on my first play from scrimmage. USC is also the #1 ranked team in the country in this game. So we're not going to be stupid. We are going to give it to Reggie Bush. And Reggie... You know, I didn't really have Reggie fumbling on my bingo card, so we're going to try to get a stop here. They actually have the stadium pulse. I'm going to move my camera real quick so you can see it. That's a feature that they added in College Football 25. But it was here in College Football 06, so that's pretty funny. I'm not sure if they said it was a new feature for 25, or if they did just bring it back. But if they're saying it's a new feature, this thing was all the way back 20 years ago almost. But I feel like I am into the atmosphere here. For a 2006 game, I feel like they really nailed the college football atmosphere. The crowd is going, the band is going, the stadium pulse. This feels just as good as College Football 25 if it had better graphics. So my first offensive drive definitely didn't go the way I wanted, but hopefully our second one can. We got Reggie Bush again in the backfield. He's RB number 5 or HB number 5. Look at Reggie Bush go! The Heisman Trophy winner. I mean, when I just used him there, it felt like Reggie Bush had the ball. I don't think a lot of running backs are running like this in this game. I didn't even really get to put on display the awesome presentation that they had for this game. Come on, let's go! WR number 2. Who's wide receiver number 2 on this USC team from 2006? I'll have to go back and look it up later. All I know really, off the top of my head, is Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart. And we are in a position to put this ball in the end zone and finish our time here in college football 2006 or NCAA 06 with a bang. Come on, Reggie. Get in there, man. They're going to toss this thing to the outside and let the electric Reggie Bush make a play. It's a touchdown. Reggie Bush gets the Trojans on the board. Oh, we just phased through our teammate there. That might knock him down a point. Real quick, everyone, I just want to say that about 90% of the people watching this video right now are not even subscribed. So if you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And I'm kicking this video off by giving NCAA Football 06 an 8 out of 10. I had fun. These are my opinion. As you all know, in the comments down below, feel free to rate every game I play. So what is the next sport that we are going to be playing? Tony Hawk. Yes, I know Tony Hawk is not a sport. We're talking about skateboarding, but all the best games are named after Tony Hawk. So we are playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. And the great thing about Tony Hawk here, we are playing the remastered versions of Pro Skater 1 and 2, which I heard hold up so extremely well. So we're going to find out right now. It's my first time playing them here on the PlayStation 5. So I'm going to try to pull off the best moves I possibly can, because I used to be good at these games, but I haven't played them in so long, so I don't know the controls. I haven't played a Tony Hawk game since the PlayStation 2 era. Okay, Tony landed a 360 kickflip. Let me see if I'm good at this anymore. Hold on. Getting these hydrants, I guess that's like the objective. Got 3 of 5 already. How do I grind the railing right there? I don't know how to do that. I kind of only really know how to jump and spin around with the analog stick. Come on, grind the railing. Oh, I thought maybe it'd be circled. Come on, there's got to be a button for it. We had the opportunity. As long as I don't fall down, I'm feeling pretty good right now. How do we get up there? How do you... Oh, there we go! We kissed the rail! Okay, so it's triangle to do that. I wanna grind the rail real quick. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. And I fell at the end. I could have landed it and made it so good. Go on, one more time. We're gonna land it. We're gonna feel good about it. Oh, yeah. There you go, Tony! And the nose grab. You know what? I don't even care about the objectives. I just want to hit the coolest moves I possibly can. Maybe I'll get back into this game. Just to play on my own free time, because these Tony Hawk games were a part of my childhood. I loved playing these games. We got our special, if only I knew how to use that thing. And we fall. 5 seconds. Come on, hit something cool, Tony. Hit one more thing cool. Come on. Tony Hawk, yes. Hey, we did something cool at the end. And we got past our high score of 10,000, I guess is the default. I am not mad at that. I had a ton of fun in my 2 minutes or whatever playing Tony Hawk again. My rating for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, I'm giving it a 7.5 out of 10. And some of that is due to user error. If I was better at this game and you gave me a bit more time, I bet you it goes to the high 8s. Pretty cool that in a game like Tony Hawk you get the remastered version, because they're not going to remaster a game like NCAA 06. Next up is FIFA. This should be interesting. Welcome to FIFA 12. Now, my FIFA fans out there, I really don't play this series, so I had to use online and YouTube as my best references on why FIFA 12 is the best FIFA game. It was close. There was some lists with other FIFA games at the top, but I felt like FIFA 12 somehow got the most. So you let me know in the comments down below if you think this is the best FIFA game. Tell you what, even if this is the best FIFA game ever made, it can't make up for the fact that I really don't even know the rules most of the time. Okay, can we find Messi? He's got to be out here, right? Where is he? Is that him at the bottom? I can't really see the numbers. Everybody's so small in this sport. Is this Messi? Yes, it is! Lionel Messi! Come on! Make FIFA 12 the greatest game. How do we do like a spin move? Oh, I just shot it! I didn't want to do that. I really wish a video deep diving all the modes in all these games wouldn't be 5 hours long, because I would love to take a look at all of the game modes in these. Love to give it different rating scales for gameplay, game modes, franchises, all that good stuff. All right, we got back to Messi. I don't know how to do a spin move or anything like that. Come on, Messi. I don't know what difficulty I'm on either. All right, Messi doesn't look like he's going to score. Maybe our teammate could score. Maybe somebody on our team could score. Oh, what a play, guys. Oh, we almost had it. I can't score a goal. I want to score a goal, guys. Here we go. Our best chance at it. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Let's go! It's not messy, but we score in FIFA 12. I think I did everything I needed to do here. Rating FIFA 12, again, maybe some user error here because I'm not good at the game. I'm only going to give it a 6.5 out of 10 in terms of fun, but I'm sure the game modes definitely enhance this game a lot. And if you're actually good at FIFA, I could see it being way higher. There's a reason why it's the best. And we are playing NHL 14. And something they don't even have in the newer NHL games. In over 10 years, they have not brought back the outside Winter Classic game in a Play Now. So we have an actual presentation of the national anthem. We are here for the Winter Classic in Philadelphia. We go loaded into the Winter Classic. I thought it snowed also in the Winter Classic sometimes. Maybe it does at certain points, maybe it doesn't at others. Oh, it's him and Nisi Mob. Oh, Brad Richards! What a one-timer. I put so many hours into this game, Dan Girardi, with this Rangers team. So this is feeling super nostalgic to me. I already know right off the bat NHL 14 is going to get a massive score. Oh my, Jaromir Jagr just scored on Lundqvist. What a beautiful slapper that was. Since NHL has gone to like the PS4, Xbox One era, and the PS5, Xbox Series era, I don't think it's been as good as when it was on the 360 PS3 era. Look at that hit! Lundqvist, get that out of here. Dubinsky to Derek Stepan. To the captain, Callahan. Oh, nice dangle by Callahan if I was able to pull it off. Oh, nice job again. I'm trying to remember the old dangles, because some things were changed. Look at the ref actually breathing, and you can see it. Because it's cold, you actually see his breath. We're shorthanded, though. Can we score shorthanded? I tried Sergei Bobrovsky's on the Flyers. I forgot about that. Ryan McDonough, another big hit by McDonough, the future captain. To the current captain in this game, Ryan Callahan. Callahan, look at him pick his spot, and he does! Ryan Callahan! All right, NHL 14. I think it's as good as I remember it. Ton of fun. And I won't lie to you and say there's not going to be bias in this video, because the games that I grew up playing and played a lot compared to games like FIFA that I didn't play much, these games get a higher score because I know them better. So NHL 14, I'm giving a 9 out of 10. It's going to be tough to beat. What is next for the greatest sports? Looks like it's the NBA, where we're going to be playing NBA 2K11. Tip, and we do. Let's get this thing to LeBron James and the Miami Heat, who I'm imagining is going to throw it down or put it off the glass. That'll work too. But we got LeBron versus the Celtics, the greatest basketball game ever. This game's super smooth. Changed the game with the Jordan moments. They added classic Bulls teams. I'm not sure if there's 100% all-time and other classic teams in this game or if that came after, but this was basically the introduction of it. And LeBron gonna get that squeeze on Kendrick Perkins. He dishes it inside, and we got the Sprite slam cam. Look at that pass from LeBron to Joel Anthony as he slams it down. Joel Anthony. I can't remember if it's Joel Anthony or Joel Anthony. I'm pretty sure it's Joel. I might have messed that up. Okay, Wade on Rondo. Let's go. Even just the play now is just so much simpler. I feel like play now does not get utilized at all in the newer games. With Ultimate Team, online gaming. Oh, what a shot from Ray Allen. Sometimes just a classic play now is a good time. Oh, Bosch is wide open. Come on, Bosch on Garnett. Oh, that was a bad pass. See, they actually made me pay for that. I feel like there's like glitches in the newer games that you can make every single pass, but they actually made me pay for it. I guess I took a foul. Let's see if D-Wade could do something. D-Wade, mid-range. No good. Okay. We're going to go one more possession each, and then I want to try one of those Jordan moments. I feel like I want to try one of those. That's why this game was kind of put on the map. Gameplay was good, but then those Jordan moments, the fact that that was in a game, made this game really, really different than other 2K games. Let's see where we could go. Bosch is wide open. Mid-range? There you go, Bosch. I feel like I remember there being more challenges, but even so, these challenges are pretty dang cool. Hold on, this one's going to score 63 plus points? I don't remember them being this hard. There he is, Michael Jordan in the 80s. I'll tell you what, we're not scoring 80 plus points. But I want to see if these are the classic teams. Yeah, there it is, Larry Bird. So there must be a way to play with him and play now. I just couldn't figure it out today. But this is pretty cool. This has to be the first time, I'm pretty sure, in a 2K game, you can play with these classic teams. And Larry Bird missed it. Let's get it to MJ. Michael Jordan. Jordan. Oh, we can't cross over with the analog. Jordan, though, cutting. And we lost it. Not a mid-range, but a three. That's off the mark. Back to Jordan. Wide open this time. And it's cash. Get it to Jordan. Last possession right here. End it with a bang, Jordan. I want you to take this all the way. Honestly, I want him to go for a dunk. Come on. Come on, Jordan. Come on, Jordan. I'll take that too. NBA 2K11 is going to get an 8.75 out of 10 for me. I had a ton of fun. Wish I could dunk the basketball a little bit more, though. I guess I have to play it a little more. We got 5 sports games left, and we're going to fighting/boxing next, which is going to bring us to Fight Night Champion. And they're putting me right into this. We're fighting in the prison. This is crazy. Okay, we're hitting the jabs. There's a right hook. Come on. What do you got? I never played Fight Night Champion, but I've heard so many good things about it. Oh, him. Oh, okay. Okay, RT's the block. Okay, I got my right hook down as well. How do I throw the cross? Oh, we're just slugging it out now. This is what it's all about. Fighting games can be either really good or really bad. And this one's kind of fun so far already, and I don't even know what I'm doing. I feel that's the fun part about fighting games. When it's as simple as just clicking buttons, this is the way to go. Ooh, I was looking for a strong right hook there. Oh, I got one. Oh, I almost had him again. Got him. Oh, hit me down low. You can't do that. Oh, knock him out. Knock him out! Yeah, that's gotta be it! Good night! We won our first fight and they just threw me into this. I'm using Mike Tyson now. We ought to do another fight. It's Tyson Ali. Okay, we're just slugging. No time to block. Just throw your strongest punch. What an uppercut from Ali! Oh my! I'm gonna get knocked out. I'm out! Again, I'm not a good fight. I am not a good fighter in this game. I thought I was good after the prison matchup, but now I'm taking on Muhammad Ali. Yeah, good night, Mike Tyson. I got a lot to learn if I ever want to get good at this game. I don't know how to throw the uppercut. Oh, I hit him with the body shot. My best shot on Ali. I knocked him down. I'm cool with that, even if he is going to get up. Nice right hook, Tyson. Oh, Muhammad Ali won 18-16. I gotta say, I had a ton of fun, and I did way better than I thought I would for the first time playing that one. I'm giving that an 8.25 out of 10 for Fight Night Champion. Hope you all are enjoying this video, especially if you grew up playing these games. You're taking a trip down memory lane with me, as we are next gonna head to the MLB. And we're playing MVP Baseball 2005. Here we go, the greatest baseball game ever. MVP Baseball 2005. I'm actually blocking the scoreboard. I will move it after this at bat. I got Randy Johnson on the mound with my Yankees, and it's foul. Throw a slider. Get the strikeout. Okay, A-Rod, make the play. Lollipop arm, A-Rod, but we got the out. I actually think that they change where the scoreboard is based off if it's a lefty or a righty at the plate, and we got Joe Mauer out. Hideki Matsui makes the grab. All right, I got to hold that button down for a better throw. Twins team is loaded. They got Torrey Hunter, too. Oh, what a fastball, though, by Randy. How old's Randy at this point? He's got to be like 40 years old. We are hitting a home run MVP baseball. We're at least scoring a run. What a play, Randy Johnson! Are you kidding me? That's the best animation I've seen in 20 years of baseball games. You know Jeter's getting on. You know Jeter's getting on. Jeter, you're beating that. Yes, he is. The cap is on. A-Rod's about to go deep. No doubt in my mind. Nope. Beat that out, beat that out, beat that out. We're getting lucky with the errors right now. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And now, Gary Sheffield, the craziest batting stance of all time. And he did all that for what? For what? For an out? We're tagging. We're tagging Jeter the third. Come on, let's get this running. We got Hideki. What are we doing? That was a little early on that swing, my friend. I don't know, we just swung out there. That's what I'm talking about. Perfect hit up the middle. Line that one to center field, and we got ourselves a run on the board. Going to change up. Get the two. Get two, Jeter. Get two, Jeter. I feel like you don't even have time to get a good throw to first base. It's time for strike three. All right, it's not strike three, but you know what? It's a fly out to right field. Sheffield makes the play, and we're going to go one more time at the plate. Ruben Sierra, my final at-bat possibly in MVP baseball. I swung it as hard as I could. I wanted a home run. Instead, I got out, but I had a good time. My rating for MVP baseball is going to be 8.75 out of 10. Is any game going to be able to beat NHL 14? We'll see if it's a golf video game. So for the first time in this video, I actually have a little bit of sad news because I ordered a copy of Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2005. It's here, but it doesn't work. So unfortunately, I can't play it. So what I'm going to do, because I want to represent golf in the video anyway, let's play the newest golf game just to play a hole, which is going to be PGA Tour 2K25. And we are going to pretend it is 2004 here with Tiger Woods. If you did play PGA Tour 2004, let me know in the comments down below what might make it the greatest golf game of all time. I'm also not going to rate PGA Tour 2K25 because that would be unfair against all of these other greatest games of all time in each of their sport. So I'm not going to rate it. We're just going to put this ball in the hole with Tiger Woods like it's 2004. And don't mind me, but I have a possible birdie opportunity. Come on. No, it went 2 left to right. And we get a par. So there's golf represented in the video. Sorry I couldn't get PGA Tour 2004 in. So with 2 games left, either the NFL game or the WWE game we're about to play need to beat a 9 out of 10 to beat NHL 14, where we're going to be playing SmackDown. Here comes the pain. The Rock is here. The final boss 20 plus years ago. It's Hollywood Rock. It's Goldberg. This is going to be madness. Oh, Goldberg missed wildly, but he... Oh, no. Oh, counter. Rock. Come on, Rock. Rock! Rock! Bottom! This game is so good! This game is so good. How do we pin? There we go. Rock, get the win! Ref! And he's slower! He kicked out! Every move is turned up to 100. It is so over the top. Like, these moves are hitting so hard. I just got speared in the corner. Don't let him hit the jackhammer. Not the jackhammer. Not the jackhammer. Every move feels like you got hit by a truck in this game. The gameplay is madness. Jackhammer! Oh no, I gotta kick out. I don't know if I'm gonna. I might lose. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes, Rock. We're still alive. Oh my, I thought I was gonna lose. Rock, get up. What? Okay, we kicked out. Rock. Get him. Get him, Rock. 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 Bottom again. I don't know how to get out of the ring or in the ring anymore. No. No, no, no. I'm losing. I'm so losing. I got no shot at winning this match. If Goldberg's getting a second jackhammer, this game is madness over the top. I love it, the replay. I love it. Oh, I got lucky with a rope break. We're still alive, Rock. We're still alive. Rock, nice. Rock. One more. Rock. Bottom. Win it, Rock. Win it. I can't have a rope break, though. I don't know how to, like, move him over, and it's a rope break again. All right, make him come over here. Get him, Rock. There you go. Here we go. Rock. Bottom. What is it, the 4th one? And now he's in perfect positioning for this, too. Here we go. It is the most electrifying move in sports, entertainment, and the greatest sports video game video of all time. The People's Slow-mo. Elbow. Has to be a win. Has to be a win. Just has to be a win. I got one more finisher for you, Goldberg. I got one more for you. I got one more rock bottom. If he kicks out, as much as I'm enjoying myself, I'm giving it a 0. If he kicks out, this game gets a 0. There we go. Only took 6 finishers. SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain is going to get an 8.25 out of 10 from me. We got 1 game left to go, and it's an NFL game. And that is ESPN NFL 2K5. Pretty much every game in this video has been an EA or 2K game. They were really in their bag, like mid-2000s. What is going on? Why is my thing like red at the bottom? I don't know what I was doing wrong right there. I don't remember why you'd be red at the bottom. Too much turbo? But they were in their bag. EA and 2K were doing a great job with any sports game they put their name on, really. I think the graphics are really good here for a 2005 game. I think they're maybe better than that 2006 college football game we played. Brian Westbrook getting out, and he picks up a couple. Something that's great about this game are the realistic animations that you get. Let me move out of the way of the scoreboard. Look at McNabb dropping back. Oh, and then he gets absolutely drilled. I was going to compliment the game for the nice drop back animation. It was looking pretty good. Then he got absolutely leveled. I don't think there's any gun formations in the Eagles playbook. I don't like that. I definitely want to do some gun. Can we get the TL? TL's short, actually. I don't even want to get it to him. If McNabb makes this pass. Oh my goodness. What is the red? Am I doing the turbo wrong? How do we make that throw and catch, by the way? Well, I guess I'm using turbo wrong or something. Unless X is not turbo in this game. That was unbelievable by McNabb. And whoever caught the ball. Wasn't even TL. Oh, I gotta get rid of it. And we got sacked again. Loss of 10. Let's see how the defense holds up to this day. I liked the animations. Gameplay wasn't as smooth as I remembered, though. Okay. Let's with a tackle. I like the way that running back kind of bounced off his own offensive lineman. In Madden, they would just rain right into him and fell down. It's in current Madden. I don't know how Madden 2005 was. Maybe they would have had something similar. But for sure, like Madden 25, he's running right into the offensive lineman and falling down. So it's nice that there's some realism in 2K5 here. You know, Brian Dawkins looking to absolutely destroy somebody. I'm dropping back, actually. Oh, what a tackle, what'd I say? That was a nice, easy catch until Brian Dawkins got back there. We're on the verge of turning this ball over again. I have not been great on offense, except for that one lucky catch we got. That was actually a beautiful throw and catch to T.O. Where were those? We're going the same play, because I don't know if there's another play like that on offense. How do we hot route? I would love to know how to hot route. Can't figure it out right now. All right, back to the same play. Where's T.O.? T.O. T.O. Yeah, there you go, T.O. He's the whole team. Legitimately like my third time in a row calling this play, and it's because T.O. is so good. All right, just force the ball to T.O. and he's going to catch it every time. The replays, I really enjoy that. I really enjoy that it tells you, like, right next to where you're clicking the play. You got a picture of the player that caught it, how long it was for. I do really like that. The presentation of this game is absolutely excellent. And Brian Westbrook is in the end zone for a touchdown to end. So for ESPN NFL 2K5, it has to get a 9 or higher to tie or beat NHL 14. And it's gonna fall short. 8.5 out of 10 for ESPN NFL 2K5, which means the greatest sports game of all time, in my opinion, is NHL 14. Here's a list of my full rankings from all the games we played today in this video, and I'll talk to you all in the next one. Hope you all enjoyed. Drop a like, subscribe to the channel. I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Share, subscribe, like this video, make sure you put your prayer requests in the bottom. We've had a lot of messages, even people that I take care of, wondering about this Walmart thing. Now JD, a good friend of mine, through the channel, he did a pretty good program today on it. He was actually showing some clips that he had been doing some investigation into this. I've also been investigating into it, and I've not found anything concrete, but I will tell you, one thing my mother taught me a long time ago: if there's smoke, there's fire. There's been rumors for a long time that Walmart would be used for something else. We all pretty much heard those stories over the years. There's definitely something happening. Do I know what it is? I don't. I know Jesus is in control. What I will tell you is the emergency extra messages have been going on for a solid week. Never seen that happen before. Could it be over the Venezuela thing, Israel, Iran, Russia, Ukraine? I don't know. But I've never, ever seen it go off a whole week like it has. This morning, before I even woke, it was going off like crazy. So there's something happening. As of right now, from what I'm understanding, Snap has not even tried to bring any information out on the subject itself. What I do know is the USDA says they will not back, they will not put out the food in case of emergency due to SNAP not being released. Now that we know 100%. Evidently, I didn't know this, but the USDA is kind of like a backup in case we can't get food stamps out to those who need it. Another thing we do know, people are already rioting in the cities. We've already seen the videos coming out. If you live in the major cities, especially Democratic-run cities, it's going to probably make it worse. Because the Democrats are definitely going to feed this through their news sources to make it worse. If you live in the big cities, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston.
It's the Minnesota Twins taking on the New York Yankees. Festivities wrapping up. The crowd is electric, and we'll be back to get it going right after this.
I would definitely keep my eyes on my heels, but that's what I would do. Because what I'm seeing right now is it's already starting to give up. Could they let it go on into not delivering the food stamps. If they do, we know one thing. Say we're still here. And the food stamps are not released on time. It's for a reason. They're going to make it happen.
John Shelby along with Chris Singleton. We're looking forward to what's sure to be a dramatic Game 3, Chris.
And boom, this is as close to an elimination game as you can get without it actually being one. Going down 3-0 with more or less just interesting. So this game's going to tell us whether we're going to have a real series in store for us or if we're just going to be packing our bags and going home.
A lot of people feel these teams are more evenly matched. The first 2 games would indicate. So we'll see if we get a bounce-back performance in this one. It's buzzing in here ahead of Game 3, and we'll be back in a minute to get it started.
Just like we see it. Like I said about the emergency action messages, they have been off the charts like nothing I've ever seen. My job here is to tell you Jesus is coming. And he is. He knows exactly what they're doing.
Just about ready to go. And towing the slab here, Luis Heel. What you keep an eye out here?
Well, he throws the change in the slider off the fastball. I really like how he's able to sell fastball, but really change up and keep hitters just out in front a little bit. Swing and miss, soft contact. The slider as well comes out of the same tunnel. All three very deceptive. The hitters are going to have to stay back and make sure they get pitch recognition.
We're still here. Then it could probably fall into chaos. It could be a reason for
fastball is outside.
Once again, keep your head on the swivel. Pray for each other. Stay in your scripture. Because a lot of evil is moving around. Hurricane Melissa to make landfall in Jamaica, so always keep those people in your prayers because they're getting dumped on. Hurricane Melissa, Caribbean Sea is on track.
The string of the changeup. Get out in front, which isn't easy to do against a hitter like this, known for using the entire field. Just couldn't sit back long enough on that one. Here's Carlos Correa.
As the eye of the hurricane comes ashore, forecasters are expecting complete structural failure in everything else path.
Correa, the former first overall pick from Puerto Rico back in 2012, he blossomed into the American League Rookie of the Year in 2015.
The storm is moving at only about 5 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's foul off.
Alright, so...
1 out, base is empty.
Go to the next. Conflicting reports claims Russia has encircled Prorovniks and another place.
Do it again.
On October the 26th, an onslaught of reports have come in saying Russia has completely encircled these 2 towns. Ukraine's battalions are set to be isolated.
Still 0-2.
A war-defining moment. These claims are disputed, but the sheer volume of reports making the claims overwhelming. Kind of like what we're seeing with those tapes in the cities. The city troop group has completed and encircled the armed forces of Ukraine. This is also going to make Ukraine and also NATO.
And it's foul off. They'll do it again. Still having such a tough time putting them away.
Russia's chief of general staff, more successful battlefields in many places. Bear in mind, this is breaking news.
It's a strikeout, but they'll be in good shape if they make their house as difficult as that one. Those Friday ABs take a toll on pitchers, the game goes on.
Just like we just banned all the press and I do not have an issue.
A swing and a miss, and that's strike 1. Warner throws right, bats left. 28 years old, a former first-round pick back in 2018. And strike 2.
Cold night tonight, that's a pretty firm fastball right there. I tell you what, memories of getting jammed, they creeping in my mind right now.
You guys are ready. You're already on the arc. Drive, you're ready to go home. You're tired. You don't want to be here. Get it. That's why I said we got to keep all of our brothers and sisters that's on the arc.
Got him swinging, and he strikes out the side in the first.
Impeccable command in that one. 3 batters, 3 strikeouts. That's electric stuff out there off the mound.
Gospel's Last Call. That's GOSPELS. Last Call. You can check that channel out. I did go over there. He's very well spoken, good guy. Listens to the channel every day, and it's good to see family members start their own channels and tell people that Jesus is coming. That's the most
back in the Bronx.
Today's starting pitcher,
Trump
Joe
line
Ryan.
strikes on Venezuela.
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get 1 or 2 over in the strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he's going to be very tough to be opponent today.
Strikes against alleged cocaine facilities and other targets related to drug trafficking.
Swing and a foul back, and that's out of play.
That kind of force down there for drugs, because that's everywhere else too. And that's not just there. There's a ton of dope that comes in.
This to center field, and that'll get down for a hit. So a man on base to start the inning.
2 unmanned officials, unnamed officials.
Chaz Chisholm Jr. stepping in now for the Yankees.
Using an aircraft carrying strike group and 2 Russian, 2 high-class submarines.
And there's a foul ball. Chisholm matched a homer in his last game.
He knows that too. However, one CNN noted that there are plans on the table for the president to consider field operations on targets inside of Venezuela. I do look for that to start getting out. But it's currently focused on getting after the drugs inside Venezuela.
Swing and a ball lifted left field. He's got it, and there's one
Some
down.
U.S. officials reportedly believe a counter-narcotics campaign inside Latin America country could also increase pressure.
Okay, time now to check out the New York Yankees lineup.
They want the oil fields.
Here comes Aaron Judge.
The government does not care about you being on drugs. That's just one less person they have to feed. They don't care. If you believe Trump cares about you like that,
Ground ball left side, and it goes just foul. For Joe Ryan, the journey's so interesting when you think of a guy who started his college career at Cal State Northridge, and then ultimately transferred to a Division II school, Cal State Stanislaus.
now it's in the air.
Snags it.
There's 2 up on top with these attack submarines and all the missile destroyers.
And here
Everything we
comes
see in there.
Bellinger.
There's something huge on the table here. Do I know what it is? No, but either they found weapons down there.
Swinging a fly ball, well struck left field. Reaching for it, makes the catch.
And if I was a betting man, it's that or the oil field.
The Yanks lead 1.
Why would they
We
go after
played
the
an
oil fields?
inning.
Because they know
No score.
with Russia and China. They know it. That would be why Pete Hegseth did what he did, brought all the generals back, because they told them they're going to prepare for it.
Here in Game
He
3 of the American League Championship
Hegseth already
Series.
said we're going
And
to
now it's going to be Byron
get ready
Buxton.
for it. That's what you're
Nothing
seeing.
like postseason baseball. There's a buzz in the air. Every pitch gets bigger. It's truly special.
They're setting up the stages. They've been doing it for a while.
Just there really is a different feel to the postseason. I only got 5 games of postseason action in my playing career, but I treasured each of them.
It's all repeating itself. It's why my history teacher always made me aware.
And he grounds one back up the middle. On the first, and a quick out number 1.
2. People do not have to come up on your beaches anymore. They just fire missiles from their own backyard.
And next for Minnesota, Matt Wallner.
Back in World War II, only one person had nuclear weapons. Now there's quite a few of us that have. A lot of bad guys that have. And when these things go, they're going to go. And Satan's going to make them go. I'm here to tell you, 100,000%, he's going to make them launch. How he does it, I don't know, but he's going to make them. He's already dividing the countries. He's put the 3 big superpowers against each other, Russia, China, and us. And Russia's not really a superpower anymore, but they've got a lot of deadly weapons. And so does China. And China is creating nukes like it's candy right now. So you put these 3 in odds with each other, and that's exactly what Satan did. He's preparing. And so are we, going up. Now, don't forget that on top of all this. I know it's kind of scary. But Jesus knows the situation. And from what we have seen from many people that's had the dreams about inside the tribulation, we know it's not a full-out strike. It's definitely what I would call I don't know what the word is, but it's not a full-blown, everybody shoot their nukes off. That's not what's going to happen. It is contained. I don't know who throws the white flag in first, but it is. And that brings in the Antichrist in after to basically take control of all this matter. And that's what happened. That's why you're seeing what's happening with Israel. This stuff goes with that, by the way. it goes with it. It's just, you're seeing it and everybody thinks it's separate, and it's not. It's all together. Satan's getting everything ready. He's going to go after Israel, and then everybody else is in his path. That's how he's going to do it. Virginia governor declares emergency after looming loss of SNAP benefits. So they're already warning people in multiple states this is coming. This is also a way that they'll probably be able to, they're going to use it to be able to attack Trump and the Republicans. So pretty much know that there's a reason why all this stuff's happening, because they want everybody to fight. They want everybody to feed into this, go into the streets, and so then they can come in, lock everybody down. And everybody's going to take the bait, as they always do, because they're brainwashed. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. And it's not just, it's everybody. At this point, TV, media, they just brainwashed everybody to believe that the government's here to save you and help you. Even the government officials will tell you that's not true. They're not coming to save you. When all this goes down, you won't see them. There'll be nowhere to be found. They'll be out of the country in Bermuda. All right, so let's get into the Middle East. All right, for the next week, this is an important thing for you all looking for days and stuff like that. This is interesting. I actually didn't know much about this until today. For the next week, until 2 a.m. on November the 2nd, a day before my birthday, Israel will only be 6 hours ahead of us, but we always know they're 7 hours, but there'll be 6 hours until right at my birthday on the 3rd. End of the DST Sunday, October the 26th, 2025 at 2 o'clock a.m. So that is kind of gone. And it starts at 1 o'clock a.m. Just so everybody talked about that 1 o'clock a.m. including me seeing people at 1 o'clock. Interesting. So, Israel Standard Time, when does Daylight Saving Time begin to fall? In November 2025, Daylight Saving Time will end on November the 2nd, so it's the day before, at 2 o'clock a.m. So, which time it will reset to 1 a.m. At that time, the time zone difference between the U.S. and Israel is 6 hours ahead. This will return to 7 hours on the 2nd. So, just thought that might be interesting for everybody to write that down. All right, keeping an eye on Turkey and, of course, now Iraq. Now, Turkey's foreign minister met with Turkey and Kari, and who is the head of, and who names these people? Al Fanard, who is the head of Iraq's pro-Irani population mobilization forces, terrorist group building up in Iraq. So once again, Turkey working with all the enemies. As I said, they're a future player of Gog and Magog. The Bible makes it very clear. And that's not happened until now. They used to be friends. But as you can tell, Bible prophecy, once it's written, it does come. The PMF comprises of 40 militias with an estimated 150,000 troops. My gosh. It's an invasion force. And a sub-state primary Iran-aligned Shia jihadist groups are labeled as the major terrorist organization. They're building a small army, which we all know what's going to be when it's going to be used. The Secretary General of Hezbollah is warning Israel. So this is something else, remember. You're seeing a build-up to Psalms 83, the Gog and Magog, Ezekiel 38:39, Jeremiah 49. As our good friend Keegan Fernandez always lets us know, Bubba News is the same way. All these prophecies we're sitting on, and they can erupt in the next 4 hours. So that's why I tell you, keep your head on the swivel. We're in the most dangerous time in human history. I promise you, Bill. You just don't know it. That's why we tell you the rapture's here. Be ready for it. Get saved today. That's why we put salvation prayer underneath the videos, because we just know we're out of time. We know when it is, no. We know we're in the window because you can see the girls just going to the crap in the crap basket here. Hezbollah said that Israel and the United States are the ones imposing aggression against Hezbollah. He said we will continue to fight against Israel, which I know that's scripture. To the fighters of Hezbollah and the entire resistance, he said, the frontline Hezbollah fighters are now not only martyrs, we'll go with that again. They're divine warriors, purified with the love of Allah, the devil, that's what he said. So that's who Allah is. We are now ready to defend, not to initiate the war. We have no decisions to start one. But if forced upon us, even with only a stick, we will fight to the last penny. Israel will never succeed in achieving its goals. I hate to tell you, because they do. All right, people. We'll keep an eye on everything else. Like I said, the emergency action messages still off the charts. They have not stopped all week. Have I ever heard that before? Absolutely. Earthquakes in San Francisco again today. Also in California, all the way down to Los Angeles. We're still watching that area. And there's still a lot of microquakes, a lot of swarms going on down there. So we're keeping our eye on that. We're keeping our eye on everything. As you can tell.
He was late there, strike one.
I'm trying to catch up
Rookie of the year.
as I can.
He features a 14 fastball,
My
a
job is
slider,
to come on here
and he
let
works
you
in
know
a changeup.
And we're supposed to comfort each other with these
And
words.
that's downstairs and outside.
Because we know
Freddie
we
Ferguson behind his dish,
no
throwing
denying
balls and
that's for sure.
strikes.
And until then, we keep chugging on. We keep
So a foul
praying for
ball
each
makes it
other.
1-2.
Whatever we can, putting Bibles out, that's what we do. We're going to keep doing these things until God pulls us by the hair of the head out of here. Don't trust my word for it. Don't trust anybody's word for it. Always go to God ahead.
Second inning here, no
I
score.
always tell you that. Always do. Listen, we get things wrong. People do get things wrong because we're people. That's what we do. But
Swings through that one, it's a
these
strikeout.
our opinions.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Electric stuff from the jump. There's just no messing around right now. It's still very early. But you could see pretty impressive outing here if the strikeouts keep coming in the way they are. One thing you have to be aware of, though, is a high strikeout rate might impact the pitch count as the innings roll on. Royce Lewis going well at the plate as he swings through strike one.
That's how
Swing and a miss, and a slider.
the digital ID is rolling out faster than I can see straight, and it's going to control what you buy or sell. That's all we're doing in China. I'll show you that video. It's all there.
I would throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball, slightly elevated. He just had a hard time catching up.
Scriptures, and we're here to the very end.
Swings through, that's a strikeout.
Thank you for everything you do, for all the things with PayPal, buying me coffee.
Nothing doing here for the Twins.
Trust the
Moving to the
gospel.
bottom of the
1 Corinthians
second.
15, 1 through 4.
No
Jesus died on
score.
the cross for our sins, past, present, and future. He died, was buried, rose again on the third day with his scriptures. Trust in Jesus and Jesus alone, perform everything through him, like I said. Take your eyes.
Here at New Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, bottom of the inning. In now is the Yankees DH, Giancarlo Stanton.
I love each and every one of you.
And that was coming in miss for the one. With that fastball right by him, slightly elevated. That's a confidence boost for this guy out there on the mound. See if he continues to climb the ladder. On the ground to the left, and that's just foul.
Welcome to Soft Drink TV. This is Ian Cummings.
That was a well-executed slider away for the strikeout right there. First two pitches filled up the zone and got him ahead 0-2 in the count. And at that point, he started spinning the zone as a pitcher with a chance to get the quick strikeout. At the plate, Austin Wells.
Madden 10 and Madden 11.
And that one fouled off.
In the middle of Madden 12. So for those that are the big Madden fans. But I worked at EA from 2000 through then. And I was
that one ripped right center field.
Go out.
Madden 04.
It's off the wall. Throws to second.
My favorite game.
Oh shit.
And then moved over into the 360 era and worked on gameplay through 06 to 08. And then 09.
Swing and a miss. And that is strike one. Man, this is pretty amazing. This guy's very efficient out there on the mound right now. Just 9 pitches in the first. He's got a chance to keep it to single digits again. He does that.
The one aside from the 04 to 05. 10 was really the one to try and
Shoot down, nobody on.
try and get it onto what I felt was the right.
He swings and hits a fly ball center field. And it drops in.
So you left right before Madden 30.
Hitting is really easy for some guys. One thing that I can see already is bat stays in the zone on play for an extended period of time. And guys like that, they have a high contact rate and they have more barrels because of that bat being on play. And even when you don't get it great, it's still hit hard enough to dump something in like that in front of the center fielder. Fouls one off out of play, back to our left.
Yeah, I mean, so why I left was really just a point of kind of personal frustration. So,
here's the 0-2.
Under the hood or behind the
foul ball, he
scenes,
stays
not
alive.
really into programming.
And so I was doing coding and things to try and help my job as a designer before I learned how to code and before I was doing all this stuff. I was really like kind of beholden to the schedule of tasks and how many engineers were available to help me. So I wanted to get to the point where I could help myself. So I got where I was able to make changes in that myself, and tune things, create things, add new features. And that was really, really exciting. And
Ball's having a tough time getting a pitch by him as a hitter. You feel pretty confident that you're seeing different pitches, still able to make some type of contact. Straight three on the foul tip.
I didn't get to work on the game barely at all. I would be in meetings,
one left on base. We head on down to the top of the third.
Pitching internally, convincing people why we're doing the thing that I thought we should be doing. It was just a lot of like overhead, bureaucracy, red tape, whatever you want to call it. Tons and tons of meetings. There were days where I had 8 hours straight of meetings. Didn't go to the
back in the Bronx. Now it's going to be
so I was just
Ty
so burned
France.
out on that, especially blended with the fact that I had kind of come into my own as a creator. I was feeling like I was at the top of my game for making and tuning, and I couldn't do that thing that I was. So I just walked away. It was a tough decision for sure, but I joined a startup with a couple other EA folks as well at the time, and it was a great opportunity.
October 26th. Oh, this is just audio stuff. Never mind.
Today, I am playing the best sports video games of all time. It is MLB The Show 25 season, so today I'm going to be hitting a home run with the best player on every MLB team. And we're getting started with the Orioles, and it's Gunnar Henderson at a 94 overall. And for this video, we will be hitting all these home runs on beginner difficulty. And look at me, I know, beginner difficulty, very easy, I promise you will be okay. And the reason why we do that is because this isn't a challenge video, this is a video to see no doubt animations like that with your favorite player on your favorite team in the new game, to see what has changed, to see if we have some new animations, some new perfects, and we just went 430, 111.2 off the bat with the Orioles' best player this year. Nice replay though, gotta replay the first one. That perfect sound, no matter what MLB The Show it is, no matter what year it is, one of the most satisfying noises in any sports video game. For the Red Sox, we have Rafael Devers and Jarren Duran. And when we have a tie between 2 or 3 players or even more on a team, we go to the wheel where it says we're using Rafael Devers. So it's Devers against Kodai Senga. Again, it's going right down the middle. We're here at Fenway, which I might be visiting this year. Rafael Devers, that is a new no doubt animation. When they go to that zoom in from the front of the player, that is definitely new. That was not in previous games. Other than that, I think that might be the only thing I'm seeing so far. But it's this looks like a new replay camera. I've yet to see that, and I've played a good amount of MLB The Show games. That was pretty cool. For the Yankees, it's Aaron Judge, 99 overall. Aaron Judge's PCI size is almost the size of the moon right here on beginner difficulty. And he might have just sent that ball to the moon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Judge. Someone, please, in the comments down below, if you're liking this video, keep a home run tracker. Who hits the furthest one? I don't know if Devers or Gunnar hit it 469 or above that. I don't think they did. But Judge currently with the furthest home run. Someone keep track of that. Ball's absolutely crushed. We are definitely getting some different replay angles. Like we have a show drone. That was not in previous games. There's no way. The ump cam I think we had before this, these cameras were not in the replays. The Tampa Bay Rays' best player is Brandon Lau at an 83 overall. We are at the Trop because in this game they don't have the stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays will be playing. I believe Steinbrenner Field, right? Home of the Yankees spring training. But Brandon Lau just absolutely crushed that baseball at Trop. If this is the final home run ever at the Trop, it went 464. The Blue Jays, 90 overall, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Vladdy Jr. Earn this contract right now and send one to the stratosphere. Oh my. I didn't even get a great swing on that. That's the beginner difficulty right there. Is it going to be 469? I don't think anybody's going to get close to 469. Maybe when we get to Colorado because of Coors Field, but Vladdy goes 425. We are seeing a lot of that no doubt animation from the front of the player once he hits that home run. Nice replay too. And next up is the White Sox. Yeah, what do you mean not having the players? I can't use them? I am just kidding. We are going with Luis Robert Jr. at a 77 overall. And I swear for the last 5 years, I still don't know if it's Luis Robert Jr. or Robert Jr. But he just crushed one. That's probably the best home run. He almost matched Judge, 465. That's probably the best home run Chicago White Sox fans are going to see this year. So enjoy it. And then we'll be the Show 25. That's where dreams are made. We got the show drone back. Can I control the show drone? You can't control it, I guess. You just kind of follow it. But it is a cool shot. It follows the ball. 111.5 off the bat for Robert. The Cleveland Guardians, it is clear. 95 overall, Jose Ramirez. I feel like I'm finally used to the Cleveland Guardians name. I used to say Indians time and again, just on accident, but I feel like I finally always call them the Guardians. Now I gotta get used to calling the Oakland A's, the Sacramento A's, or just the A's, then eventually the Vegas A's. Too many name changes in these leagues. Best player for the Detroit Tigers is Kerry Carpenter. If you haven't noticed yet either, we are the away team every single time, but we're playing at the team's home stadium just so I get up quicker. And if I need to restart, if the player doesn't hit the home run, I can do that easier. And that's the first time that we don't hit the home run right away. Every other time, I've hit the home run in one shot. As soon as I started talking about it, I did not. It's going to be second time the charm though for Kerry Carpenter. I mean, the PCI size is unbelievable. If you truly play on beginner every single game, you must average 1 million runs. How am I not hitting this home run?
A few moments later.
There we go, Kerry Carpenter. You deserved it. Tigers, really nice season last year. Let's see if they can build on it this year. Next up is 96 overall, Bobby Witt Jr. for the Kansas City Royals. Talking about MVP favorites like I was earlier with Jose Ramirez, it doesn't get more of an AL favorite for the MVP. And Bobby Witt Jr. Speed, power, defense, everything you can want in a superstar shortstop. Kansas City's got a great one, and he could definitely win his first AL MVP this year. So we go back to the wheel for the first time since we used the Red Sox, and we are going to use Carlos Correa. This is a field I never really play at in MLB The Show. When I play Diamond Dynasty, I really don't ever pick Target Field. Maybe I should. It is a nice stadium. For people who haven't been here, let me know how nice of a stadium to go in person Target Field is. It looks really nice. I feel like it looks a lot different than other MLB stadiums too. There's something about it. Some dynamic that I just like that feels different. And we went 450 with Correa. Twins, the AL Central is going to be a battle to see who's going to win it. Yordan Alvarez will represent the Houston Astros at a 92 overall. The new era for Houston, by the way. No Kyle Tucker, no Bregman. Correa left a few years ago, no Verlander. And then we went 407. I didn't get the best swing with Yordan there. It looks further than what it went. You got the ump cam. Look at the ump cam. I like the ump cam. It's like first person. You can watch the ball fly. You can see everything from the ump cam. You can look at the fans as they react. That's pretty cool. For the Angels, we know who it is. Mike Trout, just like it is pretty much every year moving forward now without Ohtani. Is Mike Trout ever going to play another playoff series again? Comment down below. I really don't know, and I want it to happen. Oh, we fouled it off with Trout too early. I want to see Trout in the playoffs, man. He's played 3 playoff games in his entire career. Was it 4 MVPs? Oh, this ball is coming so slow from Zach Eflin. And Trout was able to muscle that one over because I was early on that swing by Trout. Just doing Trout things. That's just a Trout home run. Anybody else on this team is not hitting that out. For the A's, they have a 90 overall Brent Rooker. Shout out to Brent Rooker getting to the 90 overall club. He had a great season last year. He deserves it. We are at, I think it's Sutter Health Park for the A's. No longer at the Oakland Coliseum. Rooker's went 460. He was close to Judge. This team is going to get good as they move to Vegas. For the Mariners, we got 90 overall J-Rod. Julio Rodriguez, can he bring the Mariners back to the playoffs this year? The AL West is going to be a battle. There are a lot of battles and divisions this year that are going to be very, very close. AL East, it's going to be a battle. AL West, AL Central, all 3 AL divisions. The NL East, the only division that might honestly be a cakewalk is the NL West, and it's because the Dodgers literally have everybody. And then you have a team like the Rockies in it that aren't going to do much. Made the World Series a couple of years ago. Padres are always good. Come on, J-Rod. Get this over the fence. Get this over the fence. Off the foul pole. Julio Rodriguez goes yard. You can't forget about the San Francisco Giants either in the NL West. But Julio Rodriguez with a trick shot home run, if you will. Off the foul pole. The 2-time World Series MVP, Corey Seager, is a 92 overall for the Texas Rangers. I like these Rangers jerseys that we're using here. Like an alternate, I think, away jersey. There might be an alternate home, but I threw them on. For Corey Seager to absolutely blast one. 116 exit velo. I guess you can track the... Oh, that's a nice little new animation around the bases. A little zoom in. I know I'm getting excited about the littlest things. It's really not that big a deal. But I like seeing something new in these games, especially when they come out every year, not much changes. And for the Braves, we're going to use Matt Olson. Now, I do have to give a quick disclaimer. If Ronald Acuna Jr. was going to be with the team to start the year, he'd be in the opening lineup and probably would be the highest rated player on the team. I would probably say like 91, 92 is going to be Acuna's rating. But he's not back right now. So he's the best player as it stands right now on the team. And that's Matt Olson. And where is the ball? That's hanging up there forever. 409. The Miami Marlins have Griffin Conine. The Marlins are looking like a team that's going to be rough next year. Pretty much all 70 overalls. And I know baseball isn't played by overalls in MLB The Show, but that is just telling that they don't really have a great lineup whatsoever. Sandy Alcantara, he's probably going to be a trade piece for them, because they're going to need to get some pieces, some prospects for this team to rebuild. For the New York Mets, it is 99 overall Juan Soto. Now, if you're interested in seeing a bunch of Juan Soto home runs, I actually did a video where I hit a home run with him in every MLB The Show game he's been in. So I've actually already hit a home run with Soto, as I have a base hit there, which I'm not looking for, in every MLB The Show game on every team. Nationals, Padres, Yankees, now Mets. So definitely check that video out when you're done here. But I guess I got to do it one more time. And a lot more times, because he's going to be on this team for the next 15 years, and why can't I hit a home run? But this one is going to go 433. Let's see it, 433. 448 for Juan Soto. First home run as a New York Met. Welcome to Queens. For the Phillies, it's 95 overall Bryce Harper. I almost thought I picked the Phillies to play against the Phillies from their jerseys. I almost thought I did, but I didn't. It's the Cincinnati Reds, who we're going to get to soon. Bryce Harper in Philadelphia, 459. I don't think anybody's got the Judge yet. The 459 is one of the further ones we've seen. I'm thinking Colorado, when we get there, is going to be maybe longer than 469 just because of the altitude. Bryce, we're getting that pitcher cam. That'd be cool if you get a pitcher cam next year, like first person. We got the view from behind the pitcher, but I want to see from the pitcher's eyes. How cool would that be? Nathaniel Lowe is going to be the highest rated player for the Nationals at a 79. Nationals got young players. Dylan Cruz, C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Keibert Ruiz. One of these guys is going to take over as the highest rated player on this team by the time the year is out. It won't finish as Nathaniel Lowe. He's going to get a base hit there. We're looking for the home run. If I had to guess, it's going to be Dylan Cruz. I think Dylan Cruz will probably get it. Could be James Wood, too. Man is very good. So I'm curious to see where this Nationals team is next year. But for Nathaniel Lowe, he gets a little shout out in this video. That could be the furthest one. No, it's not even close. The Cubs' new best player, 93 overall, Kyle Tucker. We are on a streak of lefties right now. I have hit a home run with a ton of lefties in a row, and Kyle Tucker, Logan Wrigley, go for 469. Oh my goodness! 513? Well, there's no debate. If you're watching this video so far and you've seen every home run, who has the furthest one? 513. It went out of the stadium. Can we get the out of the stadium cam? It kept on going. I didn't even know that was possible. 116. 23.6 degree launch angle. Only was out there for 6.6 seconds. It went 513. For the Cincinnati Reds, we got Ellie De La Cruz. How high can Ellie De La Cruz's rating go this year? Already a 93. He could easily be a 95 plus. We got another lefty. Let me switch here to the batter from the left side of the plate. Is he going to get the Kyle Tucker range? I don't know about that. I don't think anybody's going to get the Kyle Tucker range the rest of the game. The rest of the video, rather. Almost 50 feet short of Tucker. For the Brewers, it's William Contreras. First righty in a while. That scoreboard is gigantic in center field. Was it like that last year? I feel like they actually made improvements to this Milwaukee stadium from the previous games. I don't think that LED screen in right center field was there last year. I mean, obviously they made the changes in real life when they did the game, but this scoreboard seems bigger than it used to be. And that LED screen definitely wasn't there. Let's see if I can hit that thing. Imagine. Second out. Now, come on, Contreras. Smoke one. Send him flying. Oh yeah, there we go. That's not getting to the LED screen in center field. We got one in left field. Hit the slide. Surprisingly, I thought it'd be Brian Reynolds. O'Neill Cruz, highest player on the Pirates, 83 overall. This is a bucket list card, no doubt about it. PNC is beautiful. Most of the time voted best stadium in the MLB. This and Oracle Park are the two I want to get to the most. Is how we're going to go. It has the carry, 407. I feel like it doesn't fit that many people though. I got to look at the capacity. But it is a beautiful stadium. Best player on the Cardinals, Wilson Contreras. Oh, we hit a home run with William Contreras. Now it's time for his brother, Wilson Contreras, both in the NL Central. And that one, if it goes, is going to be one of the shorter home runs of the day. It's off the wall. Got a chance for a better one right here. The Cardinals, who would have thought they'd be rebuilding this soon? Who knows if any of these players are going to be on the team? Arenado is definitely going to be traded, I would imagine, sooner rather than later. I don't know what Contreras' contract is looking like. Gets that home run, maybe instead. And he goes for 430. I think he signed like last year, so he's probably not going anywhere for a while, but Arenado probably getting traded. The best player on the Arizona Diamondbacks is 96 overall Ketel Marte. Can the Diamondbacks make a run back to the World Series or the playoffs? It swings like that, I'll tell you, they're going to be going. That might be the furthest center field shot we've hit. 458. We're still chasing Judge's range. Ketel almost would have got there. Representing the Colorado Rockies, Brenton Doyle. I don't think we're even getting the Kyle Tucker range. I don't know how he hit that ball so far. I really don't. Like I said, there's a place to do it. It's here. Brenton Doyle only like that 60 power rating, though. He's crushing, and they're not even showing me the ball yet. Only 452 in Colorado. No one is touching that Kyle Tucker score. For the San Francisco Giants, we got 86 overall, Matt Chapman. Well, we're here at Oracle Park, and I don't think I'm going to be hitting one into the Cubby Cove with Chapman being a righty. If we were a lefty, you bring Kyle Tucker. Oh, my. I've not seen that yet. How far did we hit this ball? There's some crazy camera angles we're getting. 436. You bring Kyle Tucker here. He's putting one way into the water. Padres, it's 93 overall for Mando Tatis Jr. Mando, does he have any cool No Doubt animations? Any different ones than anybody else? I feel like they're all, well, that's a nice bat flip though. That reminds me of MLB The Show 21 cover right there with that bat flip. Oh my goodness. 491 Tatis. He got it out of the stadium. That's what you need. And we got to see that replay. Let me see this. Okay, 491, 115.3. Got it out of the stadium, I think, for the second furthest home run of the day. For the Dodgers, it's 99 overall. Shohei Ohtani. Okay, Shohei, we've made it back to the World Series champion Dodgers to end it off. Let's see how far you can hit it. Are you kidding me? We don't go over the fence? A perfect Shohei going up the middle. I mean, it's the lines right in the center field. Might even have been caught. I'm actually glad I quit, because if I would have seen a perfect out with 99 Ohtani, I don't think I would have hit the home run in general. Oh my goodness, I can't get it out. Actually, here we go. It's going to go. Oh, we got to hit a better one than that, Shohei. Save the Ohtani home run for last for a reason. Show me that reason. How far? How far? That's more like it, Shohei. Go out of the stadium. Go out. 481. Third furthest home run of the video belongs to Shohei Ohtani. And that'll do it for hitting a home run with every MLB team. And that'll do it for this video, everyone. If you want to check out a video where I hit a home run with Shohei Ohtani in every MLB The Show game, click this video right here.
Great out there on the mound.
Alright, I want to give you the summary for this up front because I value your time. Absolutely nobody should buy this ROG Xbox Ally. Nobody. Don't let your dad buy this for your little brother because this is the cheaper one and he thinks it's, oh, it's an Xbox, it's not going to matter. Microsoft selling this as a $600 product is borderline predatory because they know a lot of people are going to see the Xbox brand name and they're going to say, oh, it's an Xbox, I'm going to pick it up. We're going to get into exactly why I think that in the video, but please at least watch the whole video before you let somebody buy this. This is just a terrible value for a dollar. There are so many other products that you should spend your $600 on instead of this one. And long story short, this is not an Xbox. This is a Windows PC being marketed as an Xbox console, and that is going to make a lot of people very upset, and it should. Microsoft and Xbox and Asus are being quite deceptive in how they're marketing this device to the masses, so we're going to talk about it. Oh, and if you're thinking to yourself, hey Sam, that's quite a radical opinion you've got. I've watched a bunch of other YouTubers and they're not saying this. This would be a good time to say, I am not sponsored. I went out and I bought this with my own money, and I bought the X version of it with my own money. I did not get sent a review unit. Xbox and Microsoft have done a huge marketing push to send these to anybody and their aunt that wants one so that they can make favorable reviews. But long story short, if you're seeing a lot of favorable coverage to this and people were sent a review unit, take that with a grain of salt. And it's not to say that this one's older brother, the ROG Xbox Ally X, it's not to say that that's a bad product. I actually think that does have its place in the market. This one is running Zen 2 architecture, and the Xbox Ally X is running Zen 5 architecture. So they are not even in the same ballpark when it comes to performance. So I think the Xbox Ally X, it could be good for some enthusiasts as long as you know what you're getting yourself into, but this one, no, not a chance. This is Microsoft's first push into the handheld market, and we just gotta say, Microsoft is the largest software company by market cap. So to whatever extent you want to excuse them that, oh, this is their first attempt and they're probably going to get better in the future, and I'm sure it will get better in the future, don't let them off the hook. If any company could just throw money at it and make something happen, it is Microsoft. And what they've chose to do here is do the half-baked, half-hearted attempt, and this is just costing their customers. This is just bad for us, the consumers, so please don't let Microsoft off the hook. If anyone could do it, it's them. They have the money to do it, they have the resources to do it, they have the teams to do it, and they still chose to make this god-awful product. And on that, we gotta set our expectations. So this is being marketed as an Xbox Ally, which means it is an Xbox product. They quite literally have in their marketing, this is an Xbox. So the expectations are being set as this is a console experience, not a Windows experience, not a Windows handheld experience, but a console experience, an Xbox experience. And Microsoft has been making Xboxes and Xbox software for a long time, decades at this point. And before you say, Sam, it's not an Xbox, it's a Windows PC, it says in their marketing, this is an Xbox, alright? So like, you know, don't cut them slack. This is their marketing. They didn't have to say that. So we're just setting the stage that this isn't going to be reviewed as a Windows handheld. This is going to be reviewed as an Xbox console. Because I think most people who buy this, who just don't know anything about handhelds, are going to buy it thinking, hey, I'm getting an Xbox, and they're expecting that console-like experience. Not to do a bunch of tinkering, not to have to download a bunch of drivers and update drivers, to just be able to play their games because it's an Xbox after all. Even though it can't play Xbox games natively, but we're going to get to that in a second. So let me give you a very real-world example of how this is not an Xbox despite its marketing. If you wanted to go update your Xbox, how do you do it? You go into settings and then you do system update. It's as easy as that. If you want to update this ROG Xbox Ally, which I'm just going to call an Ally or an Xbox handheld for this video, how do you do it? First, you go in and you check Windows and you check for a Windows update. That's a little bit frustrating. This is an Xbox. It should be an Xbox updater, but like, whatever. Okay, you go in and you check for Windows updates. That makes sense. Then you have to go in and check Armory Crate. Armory Crate is Asus's proprietary software that they put on their handhelds, and that's where you're going to get updates for stuff like your graphics drivers. Okay, so that's a little bit weird. There are two places that you have to look for updates, and neither of them are Xbox places, but like, whatever. Then, and this is the tricky one, you have to check My Asus. Now, for me, my fingerprint reader wasn't working when I first got the device, and after doing a bunch of Googling and looking through a bunch of updates, I found out that I have to go into My ASUS, and then they will have a fingerprint sensor driver that I can install, and that let the fingerprint reader work, and now it works just fine after I did that update. But here's the kicker. If you go to Microsoft and Google, how do I update my ROG Xbox Ally, they will tell you to go to both Armory Crate and Windows update settings. They never tell you to go to My ASUS, which means people are going to have the same fingerprint sensor issue that I had, and Microsoft in their own documentation does not tell you to go to My ASUS to update your settings, even though that's where you need to go. And this is the sort of thing where I think customers are going to buy this thinking, oh yeah, I'm getting an Xbox, and then they're going to have an absolutely terrible time because there are 3 separate places that you have to look for updates for drivers and stuff, and if you're a console person and you're just looking for an Xbox console experience, or you're buying it for a kid or something, they're not going to be able to figure this out. They're not going to be able to find that. And when you do go to My ASUS to update your fingerprint sensor so that you can log in with the fingerprint, which is a cool setting, and it actually worked pretty well after I did that, you then have to make a My ASUS account, which maybe this is just me, but I'm like, if I'm buying an Xbox, I'm not wanting to go make a My ASUS account. I want to log in with my Microsoft account, and that's the only account that I want to be tied to this device. I don't want to do My ASUS. And this is where I start to get actually kind of frustrated. And while we talk about this, I'm going to show you the setup process, because it took me over an hour and a half to get this thing set up. I've watched a bunch of these reviews on YouTube for these, and nobody has talked about this. I haven't seen a single person talk about that you have to go to 3 different places to update all your stuff to get this thing working. Now, why is that? I don't know, and I'm not going to say this is the case, but what my hunch is that reviewers are getting sent review devices, which means they get sent the devices like 2 weeks early, so they get a lot of testing time, so they can have extra time to make their video so it can be out the day before launch day, which is what happened with this. And reviewers and companies have this relationship where they know if a reviewer makes a really nasty review about a product and, says the truth, but like maybe it's a bad product, then they know that company is not going to send them review devices in the future. And so there's this delicate dance that reviewers do where they try to tell the truth, but they also don't want to upset the company that gave them the review device, so they're doing this little dance. Well, I'm not going to do that stupid little dance. I bought these devices with my own money, which is not a sustainable business model because I'm not going to be sent review units early like everyone else. So if you appreciate that I'm just going to tell you exactly how I see it, then please like and subscribe, because without that, the reviewers who are getting the early access models and are getting paid to make these reviews, those are the only reviews that you're going to see. And nobody is going to tell you that you have to check 3 different places to update your drivers. Sorry, shameless plug over. I just get actually frustrated. It feels like people like you and I are going to go out and make poor purchasing decisions because they're being deceived because of corporate interests. And that really rubs me the wrong way. It might sound like I am an Xbox Ally hater. I'm not. There are actually a few things that I quite liked, and the number one thing was the ergonomics. I actually think they nailed it. These ergonomics are fantastic, and I actually really like Xbox ergonomics, so much so that I went out and I have 4 separate Xbox controllers because they're just my favorite Bluetooth controller. I really like how they feel. And this feels almost identical to an Xbox controller to me, just a little bit wider. So I think if you have bigger hands, you're really going to enjoy this experience. If you have smaller hands, yeah, it feels pretty big in the hand to me. So I think if you have smaller hands, you might not enjoy it quite as much. But overall, I think the ergonomics are fantastic. And this is the first handheld that I think feels as good as a Steam Deck. So that's really saying something to me. The triggers feel great and have good travel distance. The bumpers feel really nice too. I like the joysticks quite a lot. The D-pad is sort of mid. And the AVXY buttons, I thought that they were kind of fine. They're pretty loud and clicky and tactile. But then I noticed when I'm playing games where I'm doing a lot of button mashing, like the game I noticed it the most was Dead Cells, pretty often they would get like half stuck where they would take a split second longer to come back up and then you miss the button press because it's stuck down. That happened pretty often, and then every once in a while the button would actually just stick down for me. And that is annoying, so I didn't like that. But overall, I'd call the AVXY buttons pretty good. But one frustration I have with these buttons, which is like the start, select, and menu buttons, is that you have 5 in this little cluster. We're all used to having start select up there, and so that's no big deal. But then you have the Asus Armory Crate button, and then you have your menu button, and then you have your Xbox button. To me, this is just a little too many infrequently used buttons all right next to each other, so I kept forgetting which one was which. What the Steam Deck did that I think actually is a really good idea and gets around this problem is that they put Start and Select up at the top. So, okay, great. And then down at the bottom, they put their Steam and the ellipses button. So that way, even though you still have 4 buttons, they're all in different spots, so it's easier for your brain to remember which is which. Whereas this, they put them all right next to each other. So because the buttons look pretty similar and the symbols are small, I think people are going to get a little confused as to which one is which. Okay, now let's get into performance. All of my testing was done at 20 watts, which is the maximum wattage, and was done at 720p. And if you're asking why didn't I do it at 1080p, the screen is 1080p. You'll see in a second. Yeah. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the ROG Xbox Ally at 720p, and almost all low settings got an average of 37 FPS with a 1 FPS minimum. The Steam Deck with those exact same settings got a 49 FPS average with a 28 FPS minimum, which is 32% faster. And the thing about minimum FPS is that's generally when you'll feel that stutter, that like laggy feel. And so 1% lows are actually pretty important to how the overall smoothness of the game feels. So having a 1 FPS minimum is bad, and for the Steam Deck to have a 28 FPS minimum is, well, a lot better. So in Red Dead, again, the Steam Deck was 32% faster. Moving on to Cyberpunk at 720p, this is using the Steam Deck preset. The ROG Xbox Ally got a 43 FPS average, whereas the Steam Deck got a 47 FPS average, which is 9% faster. Again, with all the same settings at the exact same resolution. Actually, in that case, the Steam Deck is running at 1280 by 800, which is slightly more pixels than 1280 by 720, because the Steam Deck is 16 by 10, whereas the ROG Xbox Ally is 16 by 9. In Elden Ring, with basically everything on low at 720p, the Xbox was getting about 40 to 45 FPS, and that's almost exactly what the Steam Deck was getting. It was actually the first game where I noticed almost no difference between the two. They run pretty much identical. And in Space Marine 2, the Xbox was getting between 12 and 30 FPS, whereas the Steam Deck was getting between 25 and 40 FPS, which puts the Steam Deck at about 60 to 80% faster. Now, there wasn't a single game that I tested where the Xbox did better than the Steam Deck. And that might be a little surprising to you if you know the chipset, which is that the Xbox is using the Z2A, which is basically the same chip as the Steam Deck, but it can turbo up to 20 watts, whereas the Steam Deck only goes up to 15 watts. So you would think, how is the Xbox not getting better performance? It might seem like a total mystery, but here is the problem, and this has been the problem for all Windows handhelds. It's Windows. Windows is a boat to run, and it is really inefficient. And while if you have a super powerful gaming PC, it's no problem. When you're having these lower powered handhelds, having the operating system take up a lot of resources makes a huge difference to actual gaming performance. And the Steam Deck runs SteamOS, which is tailor-built for it, and so it is much more efficient. What Asus and Microsoft did here is they made what they call the Xbox Experience, which is supposed to be like a tuned-down version of Windows that's just running an Xbox, and it actually works really well, and I like it a lot when you can use it. The problem is you get a ton of pop-ups that force you back into Windows. Like, for example, you'll get a Teams pop-up, a fucking Teams pop-up, and that will pull you into Windows when you're playing your Xbox games. That is ridiculous. And anytime you accidentally go into Windows because you get some pop-up for Microsoft Word or whatever it is, then if you want to go back into the Xbox experience and have those resources saved for gaming, you have to restart the device. You can't just go back in. You have to restart it every single time you even touch Windows. So in actuality, in my experience, it's, even though the Xbox experience is pretty good, and the Xbox experience, again, is just that app, like a full screen app. You could imagine it kind of like Steam full screen. While I really like the Xbox experience, in practicality, it's almost impossible to use without having to use Windows for something, and so it's not nearly as useful as I had hoped it would be. And this is kind of the problem with this device, is that Microsoft and Asus clearly didn't decide who was going to take the lead here, so it's like half Xbox, and then it's half Asus with the Armory crate, and then it's half Windows with like regular Windows PC stuff. And because all of them have all of their settings, and you have to go into any given one for any given setting, setting, it ends up just being a clusterfuck of operating systems and software, and with nobody taking the lead. It's all three of them depending on which thing you're trying to do, and that is a terrible user experience. Like, this thing comes with PowerPoint and Publisher and Teams and Word and Microsoft News, and the list goes on. Now, if you think of this as a Windows PC, you're like, yeah, it comes with that stuff. But if you think of it as an Xbox, imagine your Xbox coming with Teams. Can you imagine? And I think a lot of people are going to get this, and they're going to say, why the fuck is Teams installed on my Xbox? And they'd be right. Why is it? Microsoft is installing all this bloatware on an Xbox. And here's a real-world implication of that. I did the battery drain test overnight, and if you were just running the Xbox experience, I lost 3% overnight, which is actually pretty... pretty good. But if you have the Xbox experience, but you also have Windows running because you accidentally clicked on a pop-up and so it's still running in the background, then you lose 8% overnight. You're basically losing 3 times the amount of battery if Windows is up in the background. And again, the only way for you to go back to having just the Xbox experience is if you restart the device. And after you restart the device, and maybe this is just me, this is a minor annoyance, but when you get on the lock screen, the Windows lock screen, why is it not an Xbox lock screen? Why is it Windows? It's just a regular Windows lock screen with whatever natural landscapes you got going on. Why did they do that? Why didn't they put an Xbox lock screen? And for example, I noticed that every time I unplugged the device, the screen was dimming quite a lot. So I tried to turn that off, and you would hope it's somewhere in the Xbox experience, like don't dim the screen when unplugged. But nope, you have to go into your Windows system settings, and that's where you turn that off. And that's what I mean, like in practicality, you end up having to use it as just a Windows PC. And so then the illusion of this being an Xbox just fades immediately. And there are so many little glitches that I'm not going to go into them all. I actually think the software experience is so half-baked, it's terrible. I would rather just use a regular Windows PC. Like, for example, I bought the Ally X, and that has Armory Crate and Windows, and I would rather use Armory Crate and Windows than this, which is Armory Crate, Windows, and Xbox experience. You just get one more layer of software to do all the same things on. And it's just ridiculous. It's so bloated. One issue that bothered me the most was whenever I would put a game to sleep using the power button and then I would wake it back up, because I have the screen set to 720p, because it can't run games at 1080p, or it can't run most games at 1080p, then the game would come back to running in the Windows borderless mode and would be running smaller in the center of the screen. And I had to go back and change that in the game settings back to full screen every single time. And that's just so frustrating. And then I also had it with a lot of games where the first time I would open a game, it would just pop up the keyboard, and pressing B on the controller wouldn't close the keypad. You had to touch the screen to get the keyboard to go down. So again, these aren't that big of a deal, but they're minor annoyances that just chip away at the experience. If this was a $300 device, maybe I would be able to say like, well, it's a budget device, what are you going to do? But having to pay a $600 device, which is priced more than a lot of other PC handhelds, and more than the Steam Deck or the Steam Deck OLED, I just don't have a lot of room for forgiveness for these basic level of software bug experience issues. Oh, and speaking of the screen, I actually think the screen itself is pretty good. It's 1080p, which is a little ridiculous for this amount of graphical power, but it's 120 Hz, which is awesome, and it's an LCD screen, and they claim it gets up to 500 nits, and that might be true. Maybe I just got a dud, but I found when I was looking at it compared to the Switch 2 screen, the Switch 2 screen only gets up to 400 to 450 nits, and I thought the Switch 2 screen looks brighter. Maybe that's just me personally, but I actually had a lot of experiences on the Xbox where I would be playing and I'd be like, it's not quite bright enough, and I'd go to turn it up and it was already at full brightness. So again, I don't know if that's just my unit. This was after I turned off the dimming setting when it's unplugged. So I don't know if it's just mine, but I found the screen quite dim. So long story short, I think this device is suffering from an identity crisis, which is probably Microsoft's fault, but it doesn't know. Is this an Asus? Is this a Microsoft Xbox? Is this a Windows PC? It doesn't know, and they didn't decide, and so you get the worst of all of those worlds. And I think if they just decided this is an Xbox, it's not going to run Windows, it's going to run some custom Xbox software, it would be awesome. Or if they decided this is a Windows PC, but we're going to make Windows a handheld version, that could be really cool. Or if they said this is a Asus's product and we're just going to use Armory Crate and that's how you're going to have to interact with the device, I think that could work too. But having them do all three, where it's like half Windows, half Xbox, or half Asus, I realize that adds up to 150%, but just go with it. It doesn't work. And what's frustrating to me is Microsoft clearly has the resources to be able to do whatever they want, and they are just screwing this product. And I think the only people who are going to buy this are going to be people who just don't know better. Who are going to see the Xbox brand, and they're going to say, oh, it's an Xbox. Oh, it's $600 or $1,000. That's kind of expensive. I'll just buy the cheaper one for my kid, the $600 one. And then this kid is going to have a terrible experience because this is a bad device for $600. There's no two ways about it. This is just a bad value. When you compare this to the Steam Deck OLED, which again, the Steam Deck is cheaper, the Steam Deck OLED just wins out in basically every factor. So that's really frustrating to me that Microsoft pulled this stunt. It actually feels like they're just cashing in on the Xbox name, which has so much brand recognition. But they're going to screw over the Xbox name. I mean, it's been slipping in the last years, but still, this is inexcusable. I should end this with, in my opinion. Anyway, if you appreciated this rant review, it's not sponsored, so please leave a like and subscribe. It would mean a lot to me so that I can keep buying these handhelds for myself with my own money, and then I don't have to be beholden to sponsorships. So I'd really appreciate it. All right, I'll see you guys in the next one. Oh, last thing. I have this one's bigger brother, the ROG Xbox Ally X review, coming as soon as I can finish this. So stay tuned for that and subscribe for that if you want to see it. All right, see you guys in the next one. Peace. I want to give you the summary for this up front because I see it. All right, see you guys in the next one. Peace.
This is the Asus ROG Xbox Ally X, and it's both super exciting and a little frustrating at the same time. The Xbox Ally X is the first handheld that, to me, doesn't just seem like a tablet with some controls thrown on it, but feels like it was more built for form just as much as function. There's a lot of thoughtfulness between the design and the hardware. You get amazing performance, but it's also a reminder of how hard it is to get away from the complexity of PC-based systems like this. And if you are interested in picking one of these up, there are some things that you should be aware of. So with that said, let's get into it. Hey everyone, Kyle Erickson here. Gaming handhelds have historically felt a bit clunky to me. They often feel like a tablet with controls tacked on that aren't the most comfortable to use, but the ROG Xbox Ally X feels like the first one that I've tested that seems to have it figured out. One of the first things that you notice about it is how much the design is influenced by Xbox controllers. This was built in collaboration between Asus, Xbox, and Windows, and you can definitely see the influence in each of them, both in the hardware and the software. The overall design language is clearly geared towards the ROG aesthetic with all the branding, vents, and pat.
I think the consensus online is more like a 15 to 20% performance boost. But that's not insignificant. But it's also not all that exciting for a PC handheld that was PC handhelds now. And yeah, the hardware is cool too, I guess. This has the AMD Z2 Extreme chip in it. This is the first Z2 Extreme device that I've been able to get my hands on. And it is very powerful. Asus is claiming that it's getting a 30% performance boost in games. I think the consensus online is more like a 15 to 20% performance.
Here's the catcher.
But that's not insignificant. But it's also not all that exciting for a PC handheld that was already getting PC handheld frame rates anyway. The performance difference is cool, but marginal in the grand scheme of things. Sure, it's nice to be able to get more out of your game. That's not what has me excited. I'm just in awe of this OS.
Swing and
Look,
a
it
miss.
doesn't even lag when I pull up beside me. Microsoft finally answered our prayers. Windows finally feels like a good home for a gaming. No need for a third-party launcher. But this isn't happily ever after. The Xbox app and the full-screen experience aren't without their flaws. This is all brand new, so expect at least a little bit of growing pains. I'm using a sort of pre-release model that is constantly being updated, so I'm sure things will get better with bug fixes. But this UI, for example, could use a little bit of gussing up. Like, give me the Xbox tiles or Windows Metro or something. But like, honestly, after all this time fucking around with the Windows desktop, this is a massive hit. And Asus really needs to get some hardware too, I guess. It really does just look like last year's Ally X with some grips. But there are a lot of other minor changes that make it a bit more than that. I like the old Ally X. I used it quite a lot, so I'd be just fine with a new and improved version of this. I wouldn't have gone with this design in particular, but I've been playing this for about a week now, and I do really love playing games on here. It takes what I like about the Ally X, makes it more powerful, gives it a fresh coat of paint, puts these stupid grips on there, and gives you a much better Windows experience right out of the box. No need to set up another launcher or like Steam in big picture mode. No need to install SteamOS. As much as I like talking about Bazite, I don't feel like I need it here. Sorry, Bazite, I still love you though. This makes PC handhelds way more viable. This is a serious competitor to home consoles now, similar to a Steam Deck. This is, dare I say, a serious competitor to the Steam Deck too. It's certainly a lot more powerful, but you're going to be paying for it. This is a serious decision, buying one of these. $1,000 is not cheap. you've got to think long and hard about whether or not you need one of these in your life, and how much more worth it is than just a Steam Deck or even just a Nintendo Switch 2. Both of them are less than half the price. $1,000 for an Xbox branded device is kind of crazy, but it is also a whole computer. It's also a glimpse at what the next generation of Xbox is going to look like. It's probably going to look like a computer.
And they add to their lead. It's 6-0.
Next video, offered by Pack.
The guy's got a pretty nasty swerve out there. You've got to have really good pitch recognition at the plate. That way you can commit to it early, get the barrel there, and do some damage. So up next, Jason Dominguez.
When I wake up, I don't want to have to think about it. That's why I have facts.
Tap dance is out of the way that one.
Factors fresh, never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes. All that you have to do is eat and enjoy. Skip the grocery store, prep work, and cooking technique. Instead, get
One out, base is empty, and a run in here in Game 3 of the ALCS.
They've expanded their menu quite a bit. They've got smoothies, they've got juice,
on the ground
they've
is
got
third, Lewis.
and now breakfast.
Slings to first in time. Good sinker low in his own right there and produced exactly what he was looking for. Ball on the ground, nice ground out. And up next for New York, Oswaldo Cabrera.
You were never out of it. Just fell asleep again. A little micro sleep indeed.
Swings and hits one in the air out towards right field. Makes the grab, and that's the end. Another look at the long ball for the Yankees. Last chance coming up for the Twins.
By going to factor75.com or click the link in the description below and use code YAHONGRY SB50. Get 50%
All set
off
to start the ninth in this one. And here's the catcher, Brian Jeffers.
SB50 to get 50% off and free breakfast.
Is their small footprint, at least compared to some other power, very big. It's a bit thicker than the previous models, but then it's so much cheaper. The black one that I have here was provided by Asus. You will notice that it is very big. It's a bit thicker than the previous models, but then it's also way thicker because of the attached grips. One of my favorite things about the original Ally and Ally X is their small footprint, at least compared to some other powerful PC handhelds. Well, this kind of throws that out the window. It's comfortable, sure. They wanted to make it feel like you have an Xbox controller in your hands, and it kind of does feel like that. But that doesn't really mean all that much to me. I'm already compromising by playing on a portable console. I wouldn't mind compromising a little more to make it a little more portable. The grips are just a little bit much in my opinion. I mean, they're fine. But it also means that they won't fit in any case that I have. Maybe the Genki satchel, if I shove it in there. Otherwise, you need their $70 case. It is a pretty cool case, though, for what it's worth. But I'll admit, you get a pretty good grip on this thing. It's big, but it's a lot lighter than it looks. The white one is even lighter than that. I guess because it's missing some of the rumble motor and some of the battery. Also, white plastic is just lighter than black plastic, if you didn't know. A lot of the button feel should be familiar to you if you've ever used an Ally or Ally X. The buttons are a little clicky in the same way that Xbox buttons are clicky. The joysticks are very similar to the Ally X. The D-pad is also the same, but because of the grips, your thumb rests on it way easier. So the D-pad is way easier to use. The shoulder buttons and bumpers feel pretty good. I do wish there was an option to change the analog swing right there. Like the Lenovo Legion 1 breaking ball, 0-2 hole now. He's going to have to shorten up, tighten things up, but he's going to have to get it back. The biggest addition is the Xbox button. This button brings up the side menu, which is also how you can access the Armory crate controls. On previous handhelds, bringing up the manufacturer's device controls was always laggy, and sometimes so buggy I would purposely avoid using them. This is instant. This is what I've always wanted. But Asus
This
still
is
has
really
their own
Castro.
armory crate button,
0 for 3
which
with
is
2
less
strikeouts and a
useful. They
fly.
also have a library,
That one pushed
which
to the
just
left
brings
and
you
foul.
right to your library from the Xbox app.
The
This
Twins
also
with a
feels
lot of
not
ground
all
to
that
make up here in the
I do
late
frequently hit
stages
this
of
button
Game
when I'm reaching
3.
for a starter
Swings and misses.
We don't need all of
0-2.
that.
Gotta be
There's
careful
also
here.
George
This is
buttons
the
on the
type of
back.
hitter that can
I
punish
almost
you. He
never
really
use
pitches outside
the
the
Xbox
zone.
Ally
Swing
X
and a
also
miss.
has some of
Struck
the
him
best
out.
speakers
Oh,
I've
he's next
ever
4
heard on radio.
strikeouts
They
now.
are
Not the
big
best
and great
location
in
of
your
the
face.
fastball on strike 3, but when you're pumping high 90s, you
Just
get
like
away
the
with some
Ally
of
X,
those
it
more
also
margin
has
for
an
error.
Thunderbolt
You know, the
4
fastball
port,
becomes
so
such a
you can
huge
plug in
strikeout
an
page in the
eGPU
sport.
if you really
I think
wanted
a lot of it has to do with all the
Asus now
attention and
makes their
emphasis on
own
improved
Thunderbolt
spin
4
rates. These
eGPU that is
fastballs
super
are just
tight. So
exploding
you
out of the
can
pitcher's hands
turn these
and
into a
jumping through the
full-fledged
zone.
desktop PC if you really wanted to. Plug it in with just one cable. Although these things are pretty pricey and they seem to bottleneck your gameplay at least a little bit, so at that point, just get a separate desktop PC probably. The screen is the exact same size that has been in the Ally since the original. It is a good LCD screen, getting 1080p resolutions and up to 120 Hz with variable refresh rate. But I do think this exact screen has been a bit overused at this point. There are other handhelds coming out with better screens these days, like the Lenovo devices. It did trick me into thinking that it had HDR. It does not.
And first
It's
off,
only 500 nits,
fouled
but it
off.
felt really bright for some reason. I think what tricked me is that games look really clear on here because I'm not used to running them at full 1080p on handheld. And this device is powerful enough to do that without breaking a sweat. Another one of my favorite things about Asus handhelds is that they are very quiet. There is a pretty hefty
Hammered on the line to the left.
but it's not going to let
Joey
everyone
gets
around
on
you know
base
they've
and
got
keeps it going.
6,000 RPM.
Back against the wall with 2
And it doesn't
strikes
seem to
that
get
found the
hot
way.
in
Just
many
a
spots,
solid
even
swing right
after
there. Caught it
a
out
long
far
or
and making
demanding
it in the
place.
outfield for the
Although the
base.
included
That
65 watt
feel
charger
great.
does get
In the box
very
here, let's have
charging
one
the
go
device
for a
from
ball.
zero while using it will work this little charger really hard. And it
Swing
gets
and a
very
pop-up
hot.
foul and a play
So
off to
maybe
the
avoid
right side.
using
They'll
it
find
while
those
it's at like
stands.
0% battery and charging.
2 outs.
Also, try to keep the charger
The swing,
open
foul to the
and
left.
have free-flowing air around it. Keep it away from other combustibles. PC handhelds are notorious for having very short battery life.
Swing and a
When I
ground
first get a
ball.
PC handheld,
And
I
it
like to
goes
crank the
just
power all the
foul.
way up to get the most use out of it. I want to see it at its full potential. I gotta kind of break that habit. The Z2 Extreme is powerful enough where choosing the middle performance mode should be enough for pretty much every game. Performance mode is 17 watt total. I did about 2 hours downloading stuff and playing Hades 2 on and off. This dropped me down to just 50% battery. Then I started playing Forza Horizon 5,
Now the
and
Minnesota
that got
cleanup
me
hitter,
another
Byron
hour
Buxton,
before it
1
went
for
down to
3.
20%. So about 3 hours of gameplay at 17 watts, that's not bad. And honestly, I didn't feel like I needed more performance out of either of these games. Hades 2 was getting me 120 frames the whole time, and if I turned VSync off, I was getting 260 or 270 frames. I put VSync back on because that's just too many frames. Forza, on the other hand, sat somewhere between 60 and 70 frames the whole time. Again, this is at the 17
And the Yankees, these two
If I
pitchers
turned
to
everything
combine for
on
the shutout.
it
This
took
team has been
almost an
truly
hour
dominant
playing
in the
Forza
series.
to
Up
get
now
it
3
down to
games to none.
50%
Great demoralizing on the other side. You want to get this thing over as quickly as possible. So stay
I'm honestly
focused,
pretty
come back
impressed
for
by
the
that.
next game,
I don't
and close out
normally
this
play for
series.
long play sessions unless I'm like on a flight or something. So if I'm just playing at home on the couch, I might stick to turbo
Here's
mode. If
another
I'm
look
on
at the
a flight
numbers
and
from
want to
this
get the most
shutout
out of my
victory.
battery life,
Well,
I'm
it
playing
takes
a
a
game like
team effort
Forza,
to produce
I
a
might stick to
shutout.
that
I mean,
performance
sometimes
mode.
you
It's
just
good
gotta
to
take
have
your
options. But hey, I'm not mad at this battery life.
6-0
Turbo mode
is how
gets
this
you
one ends.
25
For Chris
watts
Singleton
on
and our
battery.
entire
But if
outstanding
you
crew
have this
here at
thing
MLB
plugged
The
in,
Show,
you can
I'm
get a
John
whole
Shelby saying
35
so long.
watts TDP. And I actually play like this a lot if I'm stationary, like if I'm laying in bed. All of my performance tests are done plugged in and at max power, so it's probably going to be using the 35 watt unless otherwise specified. I just want to see the number go up, and that's how we're going to do it. That's going to be the most interesting thing for me. Out of the box, there will be a Windows setup, and Windows has a pretty annoying setup. But after that, it should throw you right into the Xbox full screen experience instead of the Windows desktop. The first thing that I did was download Steam because most of my games are on Steam. If you press the Xbox button, there is a Steam icon right there. You can just
download Steam right from this icon. That's right, we just installed Steam without using the touchscreen. Okay, maybe a little minor touchscreen. It's still easier. After logging in, I did have to enable Big Picture mode in order to use Steam with the controller. I would also suggest setting Steam so that it always launches in Big Picture mode. And make sure it doesn't launch when the system launches, because you want to launch into the Xbox full screen experience. And look, now I can switch between Xbox mode and Steam mode. Amazing. Yes, holding the Xbox button brings up the task switcher, which also helps make things feel more like a console and less like a PC. There's a section of launchers within the Xbox full screen experience that you can download just right from here. I set up the Ubisoft launcher entirely from the full screen experience. If you want a launcher that's not here, maybe like the Genshin Impact launcher or something like that, you can just switch to desktop mode. You do that by pressing the Xbox button, going to the settings, and scrolling down to desktop mode. It will then instantly enter desktop mode. But if you want to switch back to Xbox mode, you'll need to restart the system. It's kind of like a Steam Deck in that way, except this is a whole-ass Windows computer. I have not spent really any time in the desktop mode at all. I've been doing everything from the full screen experience. This did not come to me with the full screen experience in it. I had to do some tomfoolery to set it up. Yours, if you buy one, will not be like that. After the Windows setup, it should just load in the Xbox full screen experience, which I think is going to be a much better experience. After setting up the full screen experience, the only reason I entered the desktop mode was to disable the keypad, because I don't want to have to enter a pin every time I turn this thing on. That's a bit of an annoying process. Go to this video and this timestamp to figure out how to do that. But the keypad now allows you to enter it with the controller like an Xbox does, which is nice. I did find myself using the task switcher quite a bit. You can either swipe up from the bottom or you can just hold the Xbox button. That's been a really nice feature, but sometimes there's some hang-ups. Sometimes an app will load and a pop-up will come up and the full screen experience just kind of shoves it off to the side. That's not like the worst thing. I did notice that inputs would hang up and buffer pretty frequently. I would press a button, nothing would happen. Then I would press a bunch of buttons to try to wake it up or get it to do something. Then after a few seconds, suddenly all of my inputs would all register at once. This happened quite a lot, but I'm sure this is a pre-release issue and they'll fix it eventually. Previous Asus devices were really buggy right up until launch, and then when it launched, everything was just fine. The Steam Deck, if you remember, when that thing launched, it was a mess, and then they really quickly updated it and fixed everything. So I'm sure this brand new version of Windows will get some updates pretty soon too. Okay, I think we're ready to start playing some games and do some performance tests on here. Now, these performance tests are not very scientific and they're very anecdotal. We're just playing some games and seeing how they compare to what I've played on other consoles. 3D Mark gets us around 4,000, which is very high, a decent amount higher than the Ally and the Ally X. It is less than the MSI Claws, but those are using Intel chips, and those benchmarked really high, but didn't perform that high. So the 3D Mark for those was a little skewed. 3D Mark just tells a little bit of the story, not the whole story. I ran it again at 17 watt TDP, and it got me about exactly the same as the Ally X at full blast. So that's kind of crazy. Cyberpunk isn't really all that exciting. I got 41 frames in the benchmark. Tried my best to remember all the settings that I used in previous tests. I used the Steam Deck preset and turned off ray tracing. I kept it at 1080p. And during actual gameplay, we got about the same, somewhere around 39 frames. This is a decent improvement over the Ally X using Windows, but I gotta tell you, Bazite still reigning supreme here. Bazite is SteamOS for these Windows handhelds. Even though we got no Windows bloat anymore, Bazite might have even less bloat. Marvel Rivals is pretty decent. We're getting around 82 frames per second, running around in the practice area, and then when we're opening a portal, we're getting around 53. These are at 1080p low settings. If I were to play this for real, I would turn on frame generation, just so that those dips get smoothed out a little bit. But this is pretty impressive. It's among the best of the PC handhelds. Resident Evil 4 hangs out in the 60s, but I did see it dip down to the low 50s at times. So depending on what's going on, or if it's your first time in an area, it might need to render a little bit. But honestly, this is still amongst the best performance I've seen in any PC handheld so far. So when it comes to performance, you can expect a decent bump over last year's model. A small part of that could be this Xbox full screen experience, but a large part of that is definitely this Z2 Extreme chip. It's a significant performance bump. Maybe not the 30% they said, but it's still pretty significant. People seem to be a lot more impressed at what this could do at lower TDP, like that medium setting. I tried Forza at the 25 watt turbo mode and I got way more frames out of that. And it's cool that we can push games that far, but is it $1,000 cool? So this might be the most powerful device that I've ever had the pleasure of playing. If you're a numbers guy, this is a very exciting thing. I think the frame boost that you get here might not be all that impressive on its own. But what I think is more impressive is if you're playing a game, you might not feel obligated to drop the resolution down to 720p to get the most frames out of it. You might be more comfortable playing at 1080p because of these minor performance boosts. I'm feeling pretty comfortable playing a lot of these games at high resolutions or at default settings without having to tweak too much. When you're using a handheld, you kind of just understand that you'll be compromising on performance a little bit for the convenience of the portability here. Getting that extra leeway with the performance allows you to compromise way less. A high frame rate is the most important thing to me in most games, but maybe if it looks bad, I can up the resolution or turn up the ray tracing or something. I can play around with settings here if I feel like I need to. This handheld isn't going to make any enemies based on its performance alone, that's for sure. But let's be real here. $1,000 is a lot of money to spend on a gaming handheld. I think that price probably would have been a little lower if we weren't in the middle of these market conditions, they call it. To some people, this performance increase is enough to spend some extra money, but I'd understand if it wasn't enough. I think the Xbox full screen experience plus this performance increase does make this device worth the price tag. But the Xbox full screen experience is not unique to this device. It will be coming to the Lenovo devices very soon. In fact, you can get it right now if you do a little bit of tomfoolery. I have not been able to get it to work on my old Ally right now. I'm assuming it will come officially to old Ally devices very soon as well. If you already have an original Ally or an Ally X, I'm not sure it's worth the upgrade. This minor performance boost might not be enough, and the Xbox full screen experience is probably going to be on these things very soon, and it's there now if you feel like going through this tomfoolery. The original Ally, the Z1 Extreme one, is, I think, $350 on sale right now. That's insane. That's a third of the price of this new one, and the performance difference is marginal. Just make sure you're getting the Z1 Extreme version. The Z1 version, nobody likes that one. It's a 2-year-old device, but compatibility is still fine. Don't expect too much out of like Borderlands 4 or something until they update it for the Steam Deck version. You can play most games just fine, and that price difference is significant. If you want to stick with something that's on the bleeding edge, there is still the light Xbox Ally. I didn't get to spend too much time with this one, but if performance is going to be anywhere close to the original Ally, why in God's name wouldn't you just get the original Ally? It's almost half the price. I don't want to undermine how much I really like the Xbox Ally X. It is still probably the best PC handheld that you can buy right now. Asus had a great platform already, and Microsoft did an incredible job turning it into a full-fledged console. But $1,000 is $1,000. And if you can get that console experience on something that's almost just as powerful and a significant amount cheaper, then why? It's going to be really hard to convince people to get into the PC handheld space with prices like this. It's what makes a Switch 2 or a Steam Deck so enticing. I guess Xbox has positioned itself as the powerful premium handheld. The Steam Deck might still be the best value. The Switch 2 is also great if you don't want to think and just want to play games. The Xbox Ally X is the premium all-arounder. This thing can do everything. It will have the best performance, and it doesn't have to be a janky experience anymore. I'd still hesitate to recommend this to a complete novice, but if you've ever touched PC gaming before, and if you've got $1,000 burning a hole in your pocket, invest it in the S&P 500. And then in a year or so, this might be the one to get. What do you guys think about the... Hold on, let me get this right. Asus ROG Xbox Ally X. Did I get that right? I think I did. What do you think about this? Is it just way too expensive, or is it enticing to you? Does this make you want to get into PC handhelds now that Xbox is finally behind them and made the Windows experience way better? This solves a lot of problems for me. The issue is just how expensive these things have gotten. But I am way more excited about playing PC handhelds now that Microsoft has fixed this. Leave it in the comments below, at me on Twitter, and all the other social media garbage. We will be talking about this more on our podcast tonight over on youtube.com/wolfdenpodcast and over on Twitch as well. So if you've got any questions, come over to the live chat and ask us questions there. Thank you, Asus, for providing this. I think I have to send it back. They did give me a return label. I will be buying one if they do want it back. Thank you, Factor, for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to check them out. The most important thing you can do is subscribe right here if you like this video and you like seeing these videos, because subscribing is the way to see them. And share this video with your friend who's rich. I don't know. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Speak to my heart right now. God wants me to tell you this right now. You are so close. I want you to tell you something right now. And I say this with all the fire and urgency of the Holy Spirit. You are so close. Listen to me. You are closer now than you have ever been in your entire life. You're not crazy for feeling this. You're not just being emotional, or for you feel like you got your spider senses. You feel like a blessing is coming your way. You feel like you're about to go to the next level. You feel like there's about to be a shift in the atmosphere. You feel like God is about to move in your finances. You're not crazy for feeling that. No. You're not wrong for getting your hopes up again, because this time it's real. God told me to speak this word over life. You are close to your blessing. Close to your promise. You're close to your breakthrough. You're close to your next level. Close to the thing you've been laboring for in prayer. Close to what you cried over in your secret. Nobody has seen those tears. Nobody knows the heartbreak. Nobody has seen the sacrifices. But what God has seen, and God wants you to know right now, you are close to that breakthrough right now. And this is speaking to whoever you are, wherever you're at right now. It might be nighttime where you're at right now. You might be on your way to work right now, in your car right now. You might be at work right now. You're on your lunch break right now. You might be sitting in your living room on that lazy boy right now. I don't know where you're at right now, but God is telling you, you are close. So close. And this is exactly why the devil is attacking you like never before. You've been wondering. You've been wondering why things have been breaking apart. You've been wondering why things have been breaking down. You've been wondering why people have been coming against you. You've been wondering why people are so jealous and envious. You've been wondering why people are slandering you, why people are DMing you messages and angry face mojos. You've been wondering what's going on. Why is this happening, God? Well, because you are close right now.
He definitely feels more expensive than the other design controllers. Because if you, I got the so if you put these two together and change the buttons, it doesn't feel as expensive or as premium as this one. joysticks if they wear out, buttons, brake paddles. And I think these are like not Joy-Cons, but they're like these are the controllers, so yeah, pretty cool. Now I have to figure out how to put it on, how to use it. It doesn't come with a thing like the other one I had, a button or a receiver. Maybe it came in a box. Yeah, so that's about that. And I'll probably take the grips I have on the other controller and put them on the new one. Probably. I've got I actually got two of these Pro controllers. I got this one, and I've got I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get it.
I'm sick of this shit. Have you seen the ads of the Blue Soldier getting the number gates? Every time I download it, it's totally fake and has...
God sees the full picture. Trust him with the part that you can't understand. You got to trust him. And see, God knows what he's doing. You see, God ain't new to this. God is true to this. Maybe there's something you're going through in your life that you just don't quite understand. I'm about to help you out. Take out a pen and some paper. Alright? Feel me? I got mine right here. Got my ink pen. I keep the ink pen on. I ain't got no paper though. I got a little napkin.
Try them both. Find out what's most comfortable for you and your hand size. Having these extra inputs in these back buttons makes for a more seamless experience while multitasking on the controller. You want to be able to jump, aim, and eventually move into a slide and drop shot your opponent all seamlessly while not taking your thumbs off the sticks and while not cultivating your future carpal tunnel from claw grip gaming. The thumbstick modules on the Edge are completely replaceable, and it's pretty easy to do. Locate the release slider on the bottom of the back of the controller. Slide that release over, and the front plate will literally teleport into Narnia. All jokes aside, do be careful with this base plate. It is made of plastic, and it's quite light. And once released, it can just fly off the controller. Now that the plate's off, we just lift up on the locking lever arm and release the thumbstick we want to replace. And it will slide right out. So if your thumbsticks go bad over time from you Hulk smashing your controller into the wall, you can just replace them with new modules. They run about $20 a piece online. On each of these thumbstick modules, we see two new function buttons. And these function buttons are going to lead us into the software and utility of the Edge. When we first connect the Edge to the PlayStation 5, we need to plug it in hardwired with the provided cable to the console, and it will have a little introduction and cover some of the goodies that the Edge has. After that, simply press and hold the function and options button.
Hello, baseball fans, and welcome. We've got the American League Championship Series on the show. It's the Minnesota Twins taking on the New York Yankees.
And customization into the button mapping assignments, stick sensitivity indents.
With Chris Singleton, I'm John Shamri. Plenty of storylines taking shape in this series as we set the stage for Game 4, Chris.
Well, the number one thing to discuss is just how lopsided this series has been. You know, you get to this point of the season, and you expect both teams to be on pretty even ground, but it's not played out that way at all. And when a team takes care of business with such dominance and gets out to a 3-0 lead, I just can't see this series lasting much longer.
Yeah, that's usually the way it goes, but hey, coming back to win the series has been done before. First pitch coming your way next.
In the Win with Zen sweepstakes, you can get a chance to win $100,000. But there's more than one way to win with Zen. Here's how it works. For 5 weeks until November 24th, we're giving away a total of 5,000 premium prizes. Each time you enter, you also earn a chance at the 100K grand prize. Enter every week to boost your chances.
Just a little bit away from first pitch. On the hill and coming off a great start, Clark Schmidt.
Very dominant his last time out, picked up the win, only allowed 1 run. These guys would love to see him back on his game in this one.
All right, ready to go here. Now it's the DH, Willie Castro.
For our diverse gamers who play tons of different games. So in the software, we're able to remap any button we want to any other input we desire. So if we want jump and crouch on the back buttons, it's no problem. We can swap virtually anything around we want except for the touchpad, the create button, the options button, and the PlayStation button. We can't remap these, however we can disable them if we want. We have full control and visuals to show what your existing dead zones are for your triggers and your thumbsticks. We can create fully customized thumbstick and trigger acceleration curves as well. And lastly, I need to talk about the battery life on this controller. They're averaging anywhere from 8 to 10 hours of gameplay, and it could be even shorter than that depending on what features you have enabled while playing. Now that we're done talking about the capabilities and features and all the accessories that come with the Edge, I'm going to compare this to some of its major competition in the market, and then I'll give you my honest thoughts and opinions and feedback for PlayStation. Firstly, PlayStation really took some notes from the Xbox Elite V2. They've got similar charging features, although there's no built-in charging dock. Both of these controllers can charge within the case. The Elite V2 has pretty much the same trigger setup in the back with the 3-stage hair trigger setup. The Elite V2 has adjustable thumbstick tension, which the Edge does not, and this can help with more precise and gradual aiming, but then the Edge can completely swap out thumbstick modules, and that kind of beats adjustable thumbstick tension all day long. But where I think PlayStation really dropped the ball is the number of paddles or back buttons available on the back of the controller. I actually started out with 2 paddles, back in the scuff days, and I ended up only using controllers that had 4 back paddles or buttons. The extra inputs really matter if you're going competitive. We already checked out Battle Beaver Custom's builds for the DualSense controller, which I'll link for you guys up there in the corner of the screen. And the build I tested was geared specifically towards shooter games. The features I really want to stress to you guys that I enjoy from a higher level of customization would be the custom button placement you get in the back of the controller. If you do go with hair triggers, it's a permanent option, so you'd be losing the adjustable triggers, but you'd be gaining that mouse click feel and the trigger reset time, and it's awesome. I will say, I've heard some reports of thumbstick modules going bad or faulty replacement modules, but overall, I don't think I've ever had a thumbstick that I used for more than 2 years that didn't start to get some drift in it. Apparently, there's no shortage of these module replacements, so almost everywhere I've looked online has them stocked. I've also seen an abundance of people complaining that these rear grips, over time, extended use, they start to peel up and they fail on the controller. Now, there's companies selling replacement grips. So, one of the biggest cons for me with this build has got to be the battery life. I'm not even getting the supposed 8 to 10 hours that you can get from a single charge, and I see a ton of other people saying that they're only averaging 4 to 6 or 4 to 7 hours on a single charge, which is really just kind of weak when you put it against its competition. The Xbox Elite 2 gets almost 40 hours on a single charge. Come on. PlayStation did provide us with a really long charging cable, and there are already companies making battery pack add-ons that mount to the top of the controller. So maybe, really, that problem's kind of solved. In all my years of testing Elite builds from tons of different companies, I've got to tip my hat to PlayStation. This build configures successfully for shooters, racing games, RPGs, fighting games, almost anything you want. I'm not saying that this is the best build out for the PlayStation 5, but it's definitely the most well-rounded. As promised, we're giving away this controller on our Instagram, which is going to be linked in the description below. It's going to go to the first comment on the giveaway post. Best of luck to you. And if you choose, they start to peel up and they fail on the controller. Now, there's companies selling replacement grips. So, one of the biggest we have full control and visuals to show what your existing dead zones are for your triggers and your thumbstick. We can create fully customized thumbstick and trigger acceleration curves as well. And lastly, I need to talk about the battery life on this controller. They're averaging anywhere from 8 to 10 hours gameplay, and it could be even shorter than that depending on what features you have enabled while playing. Now that we're done talking about the capabilities and features and all the accessories that come with the Edge, I'm going to compare this to some of its major competition in the market, and then I'll give you my honest thoughts and opinions and feedback for PlayStation. Firstly, PlayStation really took some notes from the Xbox Elite V2. They've got similar charging features, although there's no built-in charging dock. Both of these controllers can charge within case. The Elite V2 has pretty much the same trigger setup in the back with the 3-stage hair trigger setup. The Elite V2 has adjustable constant tension, which the Edge does not, and this can help with more precise gradual aiming, but then the Edge can completely swap out PlayStation modules, and that kind of beats adjustable constant tension all day long. But where I think PlayStation really dropped the ball is the number of paddles or back buttons available on the back of the controller. I actually started out with 2 paddles back on stuff days, and I ended up only using controllers that had 4 back paddles or buttons. The extra inputs really matter if you're going competitive. We already checked out Battle Beaver Custom's builds for the DualSense controller, which I'll link for you guys there in the corner of the screen. And the build I tested was geared specifically towards shooter. The features I really want to stress to you guys that I enjoy from a higher level of customization would be the custom button placement you get in the back of the controller. If you do go with hair triggers, it's a permanent option, so you'd be losing the adjustable triggers, but you'd be gaining that mouse and the trigger reset. And it's awesome. I will say, I've heard some reports of thumbstick modules going bad or faulty replacement modules, But overall, I don't think I've ever had a thumbstick that I used for more than 2 years that didn't start to get some grit in it. Apparently, there's no shortage of these module replacements, so almost everywhere I've looked online has them. I've also seen an abundance of people complaining that these rear grips, over time, extended use, they start to peel up
And there's a
and
foul
fail
ball.
on the controller. Now, there's companies selling replacement grips. One of the biggest cons for me with this build has got to be the battery life. I'm not even getting the supposed 8 to 10 hours that you get in this and I see a ton of other people saying that they're only averaging 4 to 6, 4 to 7 hours on a single charge, which is really just kind of weak when you put it against its competition. The Xbox Elite PC gets almost 40 hours on a single charge. Come on. PlayStation did provide us with a really long charging cable, and there are already companies making battery pack add-ons that mount to the top of the controller. So maybe, really, that probably kind of sucks. In all my years of testing Elite builds from tons of different companies, I've got to tip my hat to PlayStation. This build configured successfully for shooters, racing games, RPGs, fighting games, almost anything you want. I'm not saying that this is the best build out of the PlayStation 5, but it's definitely the most well. As promised, we're giving away this controller on our Instagram, which is going to be linked in the description below. It's going to go to the first comment on the giveaway page. That's the luck. And if you've already got an Edge controller, don't forget, let everyone know in the comment section below how that thing's holding up for you, if anything's going wrong with it, and what your experience has been. I do hope this video was helpful. And if it has, I'll talk to you all in the next one. Peace.
Puts the squeeze on that one. There's one down. Here's a look at our moves line for the Yankees. Jazz Chisholm Jr. now. Chisholm went deep in his most recent game. And there's a strike.
So it's been over a year since the release of the DualSense Edge Pro controller, and I had it since day 0 because PlayStation did send this out for me to review. This video is not sponsored, nor the video last year, but I really do appreciate someone sending this out to me. For $200, is it worth it 1 year later? When you see somebody with an Edge controller in their hand, you know they're a serious gamer. This is very similar to those stuff or those Battle Beaver controllers from back in the days. And I'm happy to see that Sony finally made their own official PlayStation controller, Pro controller, I should say. Design-wise, I really do love the way how this controller looks. It just looks premium. It looks better than the regular DualSense controller.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1 2. Don't miss in the zone because that's where you get hurt.
Now that gloss, but you could very easily customize it.
And the count is even 2-2.
And essentially, even looking at the touchpad, you can see the attention to details. You can even see all the PlayStation shapes there. So circle, cross, box, and triangle. And
Swing a high fly ball left field. Larned makes the play. That's out number 2.
Didn't get no scratches on the gloss parts. And alongside the back, you have the same grip too.
And now big number 99 there is Judge. He's not going to get cheated up there.
No, he's not. He's looking to do damage with every swing he takes.
Definitely did knock it out of the park here. And then alongside with that, you have your adjustments to trigger stops. It's like to be pressed all the way down.
He's going to have to make sure that he stays patient because he is the focal point in that lineup. They're going to pitch it tough. They're going to pitch around it. And when he doesn't see other guys do anything, what you can do is become a little too aggressive and chase out of the zone. Jeffers makes the catch. And that is that.
In my opinion,
down in order, Golden
compared to the
Yankees.
regular ones.
Scoreless.
And yeah, I've never seen a controller like
Fourth
this
game of the
before with these
ALCS.
panels. So
Here's
yeah,
Byron
for
Buxton.
capability, Sony definitely did knock that out of the park too. It feels just like a regular
There's a
DualSense
strike.
controller.
In the
The pressure
postseason, you
panels in
see
the
just
back.
how
It feels
important
comfortable. It
every
doesn't
last
feel
play can be.
intrusive.
You never know
It
what's
just
going to
feels
make the
natural.
difference
Of
in
course,
the
you
end.
can customize those paddles to whatever button you like. It's actually going to give you that.
Like you said,
And also,
Boog,
too,
every
with the
play
case,
is
I
so
want to talk about the
critical at
case
this
real
point
quick.
of the year.
This
As a
hard
player,
shell case
you've got to be
is
locked
solid
in.
as a
Can't make
rock.
a mistake that
Although
costs
it
your
is
team
hard
the
to
season.
show its wear and tearness, And I wish this came in black, but I understand the aesthetics of the PlayStation 5. It makes a lot more sense. Of course, on the zippers, you have the PlayStation insignia, logo, and as well as on the center too as well, embeveled in the case. And on the back, you have the PlayStation shapes too as well. You have a compartment to charge up the controller while it's in the case, which is a genius move because you're not playing the game, so you may as well get a charge in. But I'm gonna be honest, 1 year later, I have yet to use this because I have the official anytime I'm resting for a second,
And the defense breathes a sigh of relief because he puts pressure on everyone if he can put the ball in play. But that's how you do it. Keep him off balance, get it out of there, and deal with the next guy.
Now, I barely use this cable also because I have so many Type-C cables laying around. But I must say, this is a really lengthy cable. Really lengthy to the point where you're not going to have a problem reaching to your PS5 at all. But unfortunately, if you have the PS5 Slim, those are all Type-Cs on the front. So you may need to get a Type-C to Type-C cable in the foreseeable future. Or even better yet, if you just want to charge your DualSense Edge, pick up a nice power bank. This one here is from Charge. These guys make one of the best power banks. And here's another one here. This is the Storm 2. I forgot the name of this one, but I'm going to throw a link in the description to this. It's really cool. Has this transparent look. Actually, it's pretty bad. For me, I never really use the cable to plug it into my PS5. I always use a power bank. But take a look in the case too. I like how it has this QR code so you can be able to scan and learn more about the DualSense Edge. And on the bottom, this is where you store your paddles, thumbstick caps, which they have different heights. I picked the tallest one for the right side for my aim in Call of Duty, because the taller the stick, the better your aim is gonna be. I would say this though, this is one of those controllers, once you set it, you can basically forget it. I never found myself have to swap out the thumbstick caps for each game. I just get accustomed to that one. And last but not least, you have this lock, which I never use. So once you plug in the Type-C on your DualSense Edge, the cable is not going to go flying out. So this is a nice design choice, especially for the pro gamers. They always have their controllers plugged in for the best connection and low latency and everything. But to me, I just play wireless. It's convenient. But yeah, this is a nice case. It's included, of course, and it's not wrong. I remember spending $200 on the Battle Beaver controller from back in the days, and it didn't come with no case, nothing. So I'm happy to get a case on the PlayStation side. Now, I want to show you guys the customization options. So first things first, you can remove the front plate. So there's a little release level on the back. Push it down, and it's going to pop right out. Now this plate, you can basically buy different plates on Amazon or maybe AliExpress or Temu. But the whole purpose of this is to remove the actual analog stick. Now, once you're removing this, you got to make sure the controller is off. And then now you can remove a thumbstick. So this is very convenient because of the analog stick drift, which is very common on the DualSense controllers. So the DualSense drift controller, you can basically swap out the thumbstick.
Well, he's really dialed in, and this offense is going to have to do something to try to break that rhythm. Maybe it's swing around the ball and
and
step
also,
on
you
the
guys are
box,
probably wondering,
agitate him
why
a
is
little
my
bit,
PS
do
logo
something
white?
that just
Is it supposed to be
changes
black?
what's happening
I'm
right
pretty
now,
sure you guys
because
realize
at this
with the
pace, it's going to
great
be a long
button
game,
options
so you got to
button,
figure it out
you could
quickly.
be able to see those buttons on black. They're supposed to be white, but I think it goes well with the design of the controller. I'm going to put these two on the scale between the regular DualSense controller versus the Edge.
Comes up empty. Gosh, a little late on that breaking ball. I don't think he recognized
One thing I want to touch
just
on,
in
the
the tardy.
elephant in the
We'll have to regroup
the
here.
battery life. Now, I've done a battery drain test when this controller first came out. Make sure you guys watch that. And I want to say, the battery life is pretty trash. And it's so unfortunate to say because everything about the Edge controller is absolutely fantastic. Because even with the regular DualSense controller, the battery life was pretty crappy. So the fact that PlayStation made the battery even smaller is really quite unfortunate. But like I said earlier, every turn is a power bank. I have at least maybe like 10 power banks in my room right now. Oh, and I forgot to mention, you do have these function buttons. Now, the function button, if you hold this down, this is going to give you all your profiles. By holding the function button and press it up or down on the D-pad, it's going to allow you to adjust the volume of the headset. And also, you can control the game/chat balance by pressing left or right. while still holding that function button.
Challenger's an
That is
interesting
super
example
convenient,
when you
especially
talk
for
about
headsets that don't
scouting
have the
and
game
development. I
balance
mean, this is a
feature.
guy
And I
now
think
that
this
has
is a
turned
perfect
into one
segue
of the
to my
premier power
profiles
hitters
on my DualSense
in the
Edge.
sport.
So without further
He
ado,
was a
let's
fourth-round
transition
pick
to
out
my
of
PS5.
Hamilton
All
High
right,
School
ladies
in
and gentlemen,
Chandler,
here's my
Arizona in
PS5. If you want to see
2013.
what
He
you
did
want
wonderful his senior year. Fires over to first and quickly
now,
blown away in
I'm
the
going to press the
second.
function button on my DualSense Edge, and I'm going to press the
Giancarlo
options
Stanton
button
at the
so
plate.
you can see exactly what profile we're working with
Stanton
here.
with
So
a
I
homer
really
in his
only have
last
three
game.
profiles, to be honest, and 90% of the time, I always put it on Call
Delivers a
of
pitch
Duty.
in for a strike
Anytime
at
I grab a controller,
95.
I always put it Call of Duty. And let's take a look at this these settings here. So you can customize the buttons here. So
That's the
literally you
third
can
and a foul ball.
adjust triangle to be square or circle to be X if you like. So whatever you like to do, you can customize it to your liking. But the really
Came out. Ugly cut on the slider for strike three.
We'll take a look at the three-pitch sequence here. Pretty simple in terms of putting them away at the plate. Once you're ahead 0-2 as a pitcher, you can really expand the zone and see how aggressive that hitter's going to be trying to protect the battle. And right there, clearly he was in swing mode, but all you can do is hope to foul that off.
This is just what I have and what I'm comfortable with.
Next offering is
In terms
foul
of the
back.
stick sensitivity, you can control the sensitivity on how the analog stick reacts. So in this case, this is just regular. So when you move the analog stick, it goes exactly to where you want. So I'm moving the analog stick.
That was the emergency hat right there.
Right now. But you have presets where you can have different sensitivity curves. So like in this case here, I'm moving my analog stick and
Swing and a hard hit
control
liner up the
input
middle to
is
base
this,
hit.
but the
And the
blue line is
postseason
the
success
input.
continues for him.
Right there does a great job of staying in a big part of the field. Man, there are a lot of hits there.
Now it's Goldschmidt up to the plate.
I like to adjust the right stick because
Headed towards the corner.
left stick to move around. So in this case, the right stick
And that's a foul ball. Goldie launched a homer in his most recent game.
I think this is the best one. You can raise up your sensitivity on Call of Duty.
Goes up empty, that's strike two.
Why would I just find steady to be the best one? Yeah, digital, basically this is just like instant, almost like instant. I don't really recommend that. You have dynamic.
Swing ain't gonna miss, struck him
You have
out.
different presets. So you just gotta pick the
Swing
one
one.
that you
Move to the
comfortable
third
with.
with no score.
This is gonna take some time. You may have to go on Call of Duty and play with some bots to see
And welcome back to the
what
ballpark.
exactly is
And now the
best
first
set.
baseman,
Preset,
Ty
but it needs to be
France.
slightly modified. You could do that
Schmidt
too
back
as
to
well.
work.
But honestly, I think the
That one
default
outside,
zero
and
is
ball
the best
one.
one. And also, of course, you have your dead zone too that you can adjust to. But the trigger dead zone, pretty easy. I like my triggers to
Yeah,
be
foul ball.
instantaneous, so you can have a dead zone on the trigger. So when you press it down, so that blue bar, that's me pressing it down. And that's exactly how I like it. Maybe this will be convenient if you're playing
Out towards
maybe
right center
Gran Turismo or
field.
any racing
Bellinger
game, but,
sizing it up.
I think the Call of
One
Duty,
down.
that's the best one. Vibration, I typically like to turn
And
it
next
off.
for
I think
Minnesota,
Call of Duty,
Brooks Lee.
I have it set to off, but I have it weak. And remember, the battery life is pretty low on this, so you may want to probably disable
Line
it.
drive,
So,
come on.
the same thing with the triggers. Now, the trigger stops, I forgot to mention, you got the triggers will not work if you adjust the trigger stop. If you have it back to default, then the trigger stops will be able to work accordingly.
Ryan
I'm playing with Returnal, I
stands
noticed that
in
right
here,
away,
kicks
because
ball
one of the
one low.
best things about Returnal is the adaptive triggers to be able to have alternate fires, and that's why I decided to create different presets for Returnal.
Here's
And
a
you
high
guys can see
chopper.
that the haptic set to strong,
Whips it
and for the
across,
most part,
and
pretty
that
much everything
is
is
the
exactly
end.
the same. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank was just like a
Tired
one and
in
done type
short
of
order.
thing, but
Still no
pretty much
score.
default settings.
As we
The
go
button
to the
alignment is
last
exactly
of
the
the
same
third.
as Call of
Digging
Duty.
in is the
Using
switching
the
outfielder,
stick
Jason
sensitivity is set the
Diaz.
same.
Got it started a
It's
little
technically
too
it is
early,
a shooting
strike
game.
one.
So that's basically it. And at any point, you can hold that function button. You have that pop-up menu. You can be
Swinging a
able
foul
to
back, that's out of play.
instantaneously switch profiles, which is very convenient. And very quickly, you can press the option button to get to the
Wind and
center.
pitch.
And that's how you can be able to do it. So all this stuff that I just
Foul
mentioned
ball
is nice
still
and all,
1-2.
but who is this controller exactly for? Now, if you play Call of Duty, this is an absolute no-brainer. Maybe even Fortnite, you can be able to utilize
Here's
this
a
too as
swing
well.
and a try.
If you play a lot of fighting games, which I know a lot of people bought this for a fighting game because of the trigger stop being so fast and rapid, I would say it's probably better off playing it at that point. But games like Returnal, this is different. A game like Returnal is fast-paced action. Timing is everything. The DualSense Edge is probably mandatory because that game you gotta dodge in, you gotta do turns very quickly. So I say all that just to say yes, it is worth it. If you have the money to spend, get it later. I highly recommend it. I really do put a stamp of approval on this one. Alright guys, that pretty much concludes today's video. Comment down below what you guys think. Thumbs up the video, help me out tremendously. And make sure you guys subscribe. Hit the notifications. Have a good day.
Now back to the top of the order. Didn't take long to get a result.
Hello everyone, it's Spawn Point, and today we are getting hands on with the brand new ROG Xbox Ally X. And this thing is a beast. I've been using it to play everything on it, including Xbox games, Game Pass, PC, and even PlayStation games over the last week. It comes with a 120Hz screen with a DRR, a 1TB SSD, the new Z2 Extreme chip, and a brand new Xbox UI designed just for handhelds, and it is super clean. So today we're going to unbox the setup, and then I'm going to show you what this thing can really do. So if you wanted to know if this is a games console, a PC, or a bit of both, hopefully today's video will help you out. But as always, any questions you've got, just drop those below. And also thank you to D-Brand for sponsoring a portion of today's video. Right, so here's the box that it comes in. This is both Xbox and ROG branded with a pretty minimal black and silver design. There's also got a huge image of the Ally X on the front and some other branding around the sides. And then inside we have the new device, but we're going to put this down for 1 second and come back to it, because in here we have the usual warranty information and quick start guide that no one ever reads, a 65-watt power brick with a USB-C cable on one end and a plug for charging it. And something that you might miss is on the inside of the box lid is one of these cardboard stands. You can use this as a cheap stand for your shelves or when you're using it in tabletop mode on your desk. But then here it is, the Xbox Ally X, and even though I've owned the other two ROG handhelds, on first impressions, I'm already preferring this one. Like, immediately in my hands it feels nicer to hold, and I'm 100% putting that down to these new grips. So they've got rid of the square design that we usually see on these and replaced it with proper controller grips like we have on the Xbox and PS5. Otherwise, looking around, we have a very similar design with a nice matte black finish to it where both the main case and the buttons are all black. In fact, the only colour on this entire device are these LED rings that wrap around the two thumbsticks, which you can turn off as well as customise in the settings. But one cool little detail I only just noticed is it has both the words Xbox and ROG printed into the design. It's tiny, so you might miss it, but it's a nice little touch for this back. There are a few other logos too, like the Xbox logo on the bottom here, the ROG logo across the screen, and another ROG logo on the side of the grips. Then around the back is a huge ROG logo designed into vents. As far as handhelds go, I think this looks like an Xbox. It's got that Xbox Series X style to it, which I really like. As for the buttons and ports, we've got two full-size thumbsticks, a glossy D-pad which feels nice and firm, an Xbox logo up here for launching the Xbox game bar, and a command center button. On the other side, we've got the A, B, X and Y buttons again in a nice glossy black finish, a library button for viewing your game library, and a menu button. And then if we take a look across the top, we've got the power button, which also doubles up as a fingerprint reader, a headphone jack, and a micro SD card reader. There's also the volume buttons, two LED indicators for the power and battery, and two USB-C ports. We've also of course got these triggers and buttons across the top. And as you can see here, these triggers on this are actually pretty big and a nice step up from what we've had before. They again feel like a proper controller triggers, which is awesome to see. And then on the back we've got two more buttons. These are the M1 and the M2 buttons, which can be mapped to any other button you'd like. By default they are set to A and B, but you could have these set to anything else, which is perfect for those FPS games. Now before we jump into the games and talk about the new Xbox UI, you need to set it up. So all you need to do is connect it to the charger and power it on, go through the various screens, sign into Windows and download any available updates. It'll take you about 30 minutes to do this and you should be up and running quite quickly. Then after that it will load you straight into the new Xbox app where you need to sign into your Xbox account. After that you are good to go, and this is definitely a far more streamlined setup process than the other ROG handhelds. And here it is, and as soon as you switch it on, it boots straight into the new Xbox and gaming-focused UI. It feels like you're now on a dedicated handheld console and not a handheld PC. Now, even though it's running Windows under its tool, you don't actually ever need to use it or see it. And that's because as soon as you power it on, it immediately boots into this new simplified full-screen UI, and it is so clean. Now, as I look around here, it's kind of what we've seen already on the Game Pass and or the Xbox consoles, but it's a stripped-down, fast-loading UI designed by Xbox for handhelds. Also, in case you wondered, all of the usual Windows apps and processes that you expect to be running in the background are disabled by default. So in here we've got all of the games that you're currently playing or that you've recently downloaded, as well as your full library of Xbox and Game Pass games. The one thing to note is not just your Xbox games on there. This UI shows all of your installed games including Steam, Epic and the other PC game launchers. So for example, I've got Call of Duty and Spider-Man Remastered on here, yet they're all showing up in the same game area. Now if you press the Xbox button, it will pop up this menu where you can quickly access things like the sound levels and brightness of the screen, as well as power on off, network settings and a few other things as well. And then if you tab across the top, you can see your friends list, your sound settings and capture modes for photos and videos. Every last one here is a performance. You can see what your CPU or GPU is running at while you're gaming. And I'll show you what happens when you non-press this button a little later, but for now, let's do some gaming first. And we're going to start with Xbox games first. So this will allow you to either download games to that 1TB internal SSD, stream them via Game Pass Cloud Gaming, or remote play them off your Xbox console. So here I'm playing Forza Horizon 5, and this is one of my favourite games to play on the Xbox. And as you can see, it plays incredibly smoothly. Visuals are great on that 7-inch 1080p screen, and you know what, these new grips seriously make a difference. It feels weighty in the hand, but it still feels comfortable, which is the main thing. Also, not only can I play this in handheld mode like this, I can plug it into my TV or monitor like this, grab and connect my Xbox controller to it via Bluetooth, and I can now sit down and use it like a normal Xbox or PC. Now downloading the games and playing offline or locally is without doubt the best way to play, but here I'm playing Gears of War Reloaded via cloud gaming, and as long as your internet connection is strong enough, you're not going to have any issues with lag at all. I also tried out Hollow Knight Silksong, and I feel this game is made for handhelds. It really shows off how bright and colourful the screen is as well. Now it's not an OLED, but for an LCD it looks great, plus we're getting that 120Hz VRR for the games that support it. And if you ever wondered what it would be like playing an FPS game via cloud gaming, here it is. So I jumped on the Black Ops 7 beta to see how it would play in handheld mode. Now I would usually grab a controller for this and sit down at my desk, but I wanted to see how it would actually feel using the grips and the triggers. And although it's clearly a lot bigger than a standard controller, this feels great. Now as mentioned, the thumbsticks are full size, so it doesn't feel fiddly or small, and the triggers are perfect for shooting. But saying all of that, I really struggle to get any kills. Now that has nothing to do with the controller or the device as such, but it's because I was playing this via cloud gaming, and the lag made it almost unplayable as I was running around the map and getting shot before I even saw anyone. So if there is one takeaway from this, don't use cloud gaming for FPS games. Now, although this is being heavily marketed as an Xbox device or a device that you can play your Xbox and Game Pass with, it is, under all of the branding and overlays, still running Windows 11. All you need to do is press and hold the Xbox button and it will give you the option to switch over to the desktop mode. But unless you're wanting to download PC apps or use it like an actual PC or laptop, you never really need to switch to the desktop mode. Just stay in the Xbox UI and you will have a far better experience. Now, any games that you download via the PC apps like Steam and Epic will also show up in the Xbox UI. They do look different with little logos next to them, but they will launch straight into the PC app launcher once you click them. Now, the first game that I wanted to test out via PC gaming was Cyberpunk, and as you can see, not only do the visuals look great on that 7-inch screen, it's smooth, frames aren't dropping, and it's running really well. I always say that if a device can run Cyberpunk without issues, that's already a great start. As for the specs, well, the Xbox Ally X has the new AMD Z2 Extreme chip, 24GB of RAM, and an 80 Wh battery. So this thing really is a little beast. For motion testing, I then jumped into Spider-Man Remastered, and this is always a great way to show you what the motion is like, as it usually highlights any stuttering or dropped frames as I'm swinging around New York City. Again, this played really well, and I'm running this on the preset set to high. Now, of course, this is designed to be used in handheld mode, but if you wanted to, you could hook this up to a TV or monitor and use it that way instead. Connect a keyboard and mouse, and it essentially becomes a mini portable PC that you can use either handheld or docked. Now what I would say is if you were grabbing one of these and you wanted to download your previous Steam games, here's a cool little tip for you. Instead of having to download all of your games again from the store, you can actually transfer them from another Steam library. So for example here, I'm using my PC to locally transfer my games over, making it so much quicker. And then on top of the Xbox and PC gaming, if you're a PlayStation gamer, you can still use this to play some of your PlayStation games too. Now it's not quite as straightforward as PC or Game Pass, but you can either play those games via Steam, you know, games like God of War or The Last of Us, or you can download and use the PlayStation Plus PC app. That's because this app is Windows based. Now this app is pretty limited and only lets you play your PS4 games from the PS Plus library, so you're not going to see any recent PS5 releases. And I would say if you were only getting one of these to play your PS4 games, you might as well just get the Portal. But it's a cool way that we can actually play all of these games on one device. I actually went ahead and played games like Days Gone and The Last of Us Remastered, and they played well. It imported all of my game saves automatically and allowed me to use the standard controllers on the device. Right, so last week, D-Brand reached out to me and he said, if you get the Xbox Ally X early, could we sponsor your video? Now I couldn't confirm nor deny that I was getting it, but here's what they sent out. Firstly, I installed their tempered glass screen protector, which comes with 2 protectors, wipes and a squeegee for removing any bubbles. It literally takes a couple of minutes to install and it is definitely worth protecting it from scratches. And then we have the Kill Switch case. Now they've been making these cases for years for different handhelds. So to get one all ready for the Xbox Ally X is awesome. This just slots over the frame and pops into place like this, then removes the little pull tabs and here we go. So it adds a nice rubbery, rough grip to the case which not only protects it, but actually makes it nicer to hold. Then around the back it's got a little kickstand so you can stand it up on your desk when you're in tabletop mode, and it also doesn't cover any of the fans or buttons around the side so nothing is obscured, which is pretty cool. And then if you want to throw it in your bag or travel with it, it comes with this hard shell carry case. This just pops over the top and makes it almost indestructible. Now I'm not going to start smashing it up to test it out as this is a lone unit, but it looks good and definitely something that I would use if I was away from home. So I've dropped a link to both of these down below if you want to check them out, and thank you again to D-Brand for sponsoring today's video. Another UI or feature on the Xbox Ally is the command center. So if you press this little button on the left, it opens up this screen where you can get quick access to loads of settings on the handheld. Things like the brightness and the sound sliders, your operation mode you want to run at by default is set to turbo for the best performance, enabling the on-screen keyboard, FPS counter and resolution mode. You can then go ahead and customize this too by adding or removing these quick icons through things like the RGB mode for the thumbsticks, taking a screenshot or enabling the airplane mode. It's a neat little overlay you might need to jump into when you're in mid-game. And although this is clearly a gaming device, that is what 99% of you will use it for, it is still running Windows 11. And that means you can use it for work or productivity as well. Want to plug it into your ultra-wide and fire up that document or website? Well, you can. Want to connect a keyboard and mouse and write an email? You can do that as well. In fact, anything that you do on a PC or laptop, you can do on this, either in handheld mode with a Windows UI like this, or connected to a monitor or TV like this. Remember, it's got a USB-C port too, so if your monitor has a USB-C, you can charge it and display it at the same time. Now, as you would expect, it does have speakers built in, and that's what these little vents are on the front. And you know what? These sound pretty decent for a handheld as well. And what I like about these is because they are front-facing, we are getting clearer sound than if they were downwards or backwards facing. But here's a quick sound test so you can hear how they sound. And I know at least one of you will ask, so here's a quick comparison of the new ROG Xbox Ally against the original ROG Ally. Obvious colour differences aside, you can see how the new grips are totally different on the new one. We've also got the Xbox logo on the left hand side, otherwise they are mostly the same visually speaking. Internally though, the Xbox Ally X has the new Z2 chip, whereas the Ally and the Ally X has the Z1 and the Z1 Extreme chip. Performance will be roughly 20% better on the new devices. I do think though that the new grip alone makes the Xbox Ally X so much nicer than the original. But is it worth buying? Well, these are not cheap, and if you're comparing it to a console like the Series S or Series X, you're going to be in for a shock. But if you're comparing it to other handhelds, gaming laptops or PCs, it's still expensive to be fair. But seriously, the Xbox Ally is £499 or $599, while the Xbox Ally X, the one that I've got here, is £799 or $999. That is a lot of money if you're only planning on using it for cloud streaming your Xbox games. However, if you plan on using it for cloud streaming, Xbox Play Anywhere, PC games, and maybe even some productivity, it could be worth it. Plus, when you factor in the new grips, the automatic booting into the new Xbox UI, this doesn't feel like a PC anymore. It feels like a proper handheld console that does everything. I've got to say that ROG and Xbox have done a really good job with this product, and I'm pleased to see that the UI gives us some serious love, but I think the price could be the killer. Now let me know if you would grab one of these and what games you would play on it. Now drop a nice Xbox handheld in the comments and I'll give you a thumbs up for staying right till the end. And if you enjoyed today's video, check out my new gaming monitor video next, as it covers the ROG OLED that I'm using here. Well, thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe and follow me everywhere. Until next time.
Sends it across the first, and a couple of quick outs. Two outs, base is empty. So up next for Minnesota.
Well, thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe and follow me everywhere. Until next time. Well, thanks for watching. Hello everyone, it's Spawn Point, and this could be the best OLED gaming monitor that I've ever had. It's ROG's latest 32-inch 4K OLED that supports up to 480Hz, has VRR, HDR, and has a dual mode to switch between 240Hz and 480Hz at the press of a button. It's also the first WOLED panel to have a true black glossy coating, which just looks unreal. So it's called the XG32UCWMG, and today we're going to get this unboxed and take a closer look at what this thing can do on both the PS5 Pro and my RTX 5080, and decide whether it's worth replacing my LG 32GS95UE with. Now any questions you've got, just drop those below and I will try to answer them. Okay, let's start with the unboxing itself. So inside this relatively plain packaging, it comes with pretty much everything we need to get up and running. So we've got this pouch that contains the usual cables like a USB 3.2 cable and a DisplayPort cable. There's also a microfiber cloth for giving that screen a wipe over, a power brick and a power cable, as well as these manuals and stickers that we're never going to use. The stand then comes in two parts. We've got the main arm and the base, but I will talk more about the design of these in a minute. But surprisingly though, there is no HDMI cable in the box, which I think could be a first for me. We then have the screen itself, which we just need to attach to the monitor arm like this, and the base then slots and screws into the bottom like this. Now I am seriously excited to show you the screen on this thing, but before we do that, let's talk about the design. So back here we've got what I would call a gaming focused design. It's got this chunky middle part that houses all of the internals, along with the heatsink and this huge ROG logo. Now this is off by default, but you can turn the LEDs on in the settings for that RGB vibe at night. It's also got the crazy thin frame that we like to see on most OLEDs, and if you ever needed it, a 1/4 inch thread on the top of the stand for your camera or your lights. Now as for the stand itself, in my opinion, this is literally the best looking stand that ROG have made to date. Instead of the large, wide feet, they've gone for a flat metal base this time, which not only looks nicer, but it takes up far less space on your desk. And on the back of the stand, it's got the usual cable management hole to feed your cables through. Oh, and it does cover the VESA 100x100 adapter in the box, if you'd rather use that instead of the stand. Then around the front, we still get the ROG chin, which you can either leave the red LED on, or like I do, switch it off for that stealthy look. Now I know a lot of us do complain about this notch at the bottom, but it's actually useful for grabbing and moving the monitor without needing to touch the actual screen. And then behind that there is a little joystick-like button which you can use to access the menus and settings on the monitor. As for the ports, well, it comes with 2 HDMI 2.1 ports, 1 DisplayPort 1.4 with DSC, a USB hub with 4 USB ports, a USB-C port and a headphone jack. So plenty of ports here for your PS5, PC or laptop, and it's great to see a USB-C port on a gaming monitor, even if it's only a 15 watt power delivery. But I think that's enough about the rear. Let's flip this thing around and take a look at that screen. I mean, there is no denying that this screen just looks so good. Now this is straight out of the box with no tweaking of the settings. In fact, I've even still got the energy saving mode switched on at this point. But there's something about that glossy finish that instantly makes this look so punchy. I also like the fact that the bezels are nice and thin, and it looks crazy thin from the side, which I always love to see on an OLED. So as mentioned, this is a 32-inch 4K OLED, and a WOLED panel at that. So we're getting the typical 99% DCI P3 colour gamut, infinite contrast and those inky black levels. Now those are all great specs, but nothing new in terms of what we expect from a 4K OLED in 2025. But what makes this monitor different is that new glossy true black finish to the screen. Sure, we've had glossy QD OLEDs before, that's nothing new, but having a glossy WOLED with this true black coating is something else. Firstly, the colours are so much more vivid that they look deeper and more vibrant when compared to a matte or an anti-glare finish. They sort of pop and look wet with that glossy coating. But it's not just a glossy reflective coating where you're going to see everything in your room. This is giving me a modern OLED TV level of true black, where it's more of a tinted finish. This not only means reflections are the best that I've seen on a reflective screen, but the black levels are not really compromised at all. In fact, I would go as far to say that this has a better contrast and black levels than what you would find on a matte finish, where sometimes those black levels look a little grey under certain lighting, or with QD OLEDs where the black levels can be considerably raised. That's still a downside, and that's why I don't personally like QD OLEDs. So as I'm moving my torch around the screen now, you can see the reflections is of course showing up because this is a glossy screen, but it's not as bad as you might expect. There is literally no haze and no blur at all. It's just a very dark tinted mirror. Now I can easily use this in my room day or night, which was something I was worried about. I don't have to try and manage the lighting in my room in fear of those raised blacks like I get on a QD OLED. And brightness is another huge point for this monitor, so it's still using MLA Plus tech. It's got a peak brightness in HDR of 1300 nits, and that's in a 1% window, but in a 10% window it will hit over 700 nits. To give you an idea of how that compares, the monitor that I've been using for the last year is the LG 32GS95UE, and that hits around 500 nits at 10%. And other than that glossy finish, this was the first thing I noticed as soon as I turned it on. Now the panel does come with its brightness set to just 80% by default, and I was already impressed. But bumping that up to 100% seriously shows off how good this screen can look. Now my room isn't dark either, I've got 8 ceiling lights on and a floor lamp, and as you can see here it is still bright enough to see without any issues at all. It's probably worth mentioning as well the text clarity and the sharpness, which is great on here too. Whether you're reading text in a document or the menus in a game, the subpixel layout means we're getting super sharp text and probably a little sharper due to that glossy finish. HDR is on by default too, and having played around with the settings, I found that at least on console, HDR True Black 400 was the best for me. Colours popped while still maintaining the highlights and the shadows. Don't forget though that this does have a custom heatsink too, so it's able to hit the higher brightness level without damaging the screen. And I know a few of you asked, but no, you cannot hear anything when you're running the monitor as it's got a fanless design back here. Oh, and something else worth mentioning is ROG are making 2 versions of this monitor this year. So the one I have here is the XG32UCWMG, but there's also the XG32UCWG. Notice the M is missing. Well, this is exactly the same other than 165Hz at 4K and 330Hz at 1080p. So if you're a console gamer with no intention of playing it on PC, you may as well just go for the slightly cheaper model. Now this desk setup is literally where I game from. It's not a fake studio setup, this is my actual gaming setup. And that means over the last week I've been playing games on here to test out the new screen for real. Firstly, this monitor will play games at 4K at 240Hz, if you've got a game or a setup that supports it. Now obviously my PS5 Pro isn't going to cut it, so we're using my RTX 5080 setup down here. It's got 64GB of RAM and the i9 14900K. Now my go-to for testing pretty much anything these days is Cyberpunk, as not only does it run well, but it hits ridiculous frame rates and it looks so good. So I've gone ahead and enabled the FPS counter on screen, so you should be able to see what the FPS I'm hitting while I'm driving around. And it is amazing how smooth and clear this game looks. Also how sharp and detailed it looks at the same time. Now this kind of brings me back to those inky blacks and that screen coating where you can see that it's clearly reflective, but it's not distracting and doesn't take anything away from the image or the picture quality. Now the XG32UCWMG also supports all of the usual things like AMD FreeSync Premium Pro and is G-Sync compatible, so any games that offer VRR will run smoothly on here with no screen tearing. As I say, this will easily hit 240Hz at 4K in any game that supports it, so for story-driven games or driving games this will be perfect. But then there's also the dual mode feature, and this is what turns the monitor into an absolute beast. One press of a button and it takes it from a 4K 240Hz screen into a 480Hz 1080p weapon. Add in the fact that this monitor has a ridiculously low response time of 0.03 milliseconds, this is shaping up to be a beast of a monitor. Want to play Apex, COD or Battlefield? Well, switch over to the 480 mode and you could play anywhere between 240 and 480Hz. It's almost like you're getting two monitors in one here, where you can enjoy 4K for story-driven games, but also the 480Hz for FPS games. Just bear in mind though that the image will obviously take a hit when you're in 1080p on a 32-inch screen, so it doesn't look anywhere near as good as it did in 4K. Now to be honest, there aren't actually that many games out there that offer 480Hz, but there are a few. So games like Counter-Strike, Overwatch and Valorant all do. So if you play any of those and you want to max this thing out, this is the way to do it. And I can tell you now that running games this high is absolutely ridiculous. And if for any reason you think that 32 inches is too big while you're playing FPS games, there's also an aspect control setting where you can reduce the size of the screen to be a little more focused. So this is 32 inches, but there's also a 24.5 inch and a 27 inch which you can swap between. Now you could use this screen exclusively for PC gaming, after all that's where you're going to make the most of that 240 or 480Hz. But you don't have to just use it on PC. Forget the crazy high refresh rate for a second. Well, you can still enjoy a console like the PS5 or Xbox and get that 4K quality, inky blacks and glossy finish, plus it still supports HDR and VRR. Now this is where I play my PS5 Pro and it looks incredible. I'm not going to deliberately buy an inferior screen just because I cannot use more than the 120 FPS. I'm going to use it for every other feature instead. Now I don't know if many of you will use a monitor like this for movies or TV shows, but there's really no reason not to. It's 4K, it's got HDR10 support, and the picture quality in this thing is nuts. I flicked through a couple of movies and TV shows just to see how good it would be, and to be honest it's just like watching it on a small TV. Unfortunately though, there are no speakers built in, so you do need to use a headset or some external speakers, but it looks good at least. And if you're worried about burning, as that's the biggest question I get on these OLED monitor videos, don't worry. You could use this all day and you're not going to instantly burn in your screen. Now by default it's got OLED burning settings which are all switched on, which I just suggest leaving these exactly as they are. But it's also got a Neo proximity sensor that you can enable. This basically means that the screen will automatically go black when you step away from your desk, and that's what's built into this little sensor on the front. You can customize this in the settings too, just to get it right for you. Plus, even with all of these settings, it comes with a 3-year warranty which also covers burning. So again, if that was your biggest concern of going for an OLED, I just wouldn't worry. Okay, just like with other ROG monitors, you still have a similar UI menus that you can jump into and tweak your settings. Just tap the joystick looking button on the back and we've got things like image settings, where you can adjust the brightness and HDR settings, gaming for things like the VRR, shadow boost and game presets, as well as features like the crosshair on screen if you play a lot of FPS games. Now if you're on PC, there's also the display widget center, which is where you can update the firmware, adjust the burn-in settings and basically access everything you would normally access on the OSD. But it's a neat little way to do it and it's a little bit easier as well. And if you are on PC or swap between different devices, you'll be pleased to know there is a KVM switch as well as a USB hub. But something I didn't mention earlier was the stand and its flexibility. So we get the full movement up and down to adjust the height, we can rotate it around, swivel and tilt it, so you should be able to get it just right in your setup. Now if you followed me for a while, you'll know that my current monitor has been the LG 32GS95UE, which is also a 32-inch 4K OLED, but this one has a matte finish rather than glossy. And I know a lot of you asked to see a side-by-side of these two, so here you go. And in my opinion, the ROG looks brighter, the colours look better, and the finish of the screen is definitely nicer. And it's for those reasons that I will be swapping to the ROG once this video is done. For me, the ROG just ticks all of the boxes that I want from a monitor right now. Okay, then you might wonder how much these monitors are going to cost, and this might actually surprise you, because you can grab the exact one that I have here, the XG32UCWMG for $949, or the little brother version that comes with 165Hz at 4K for just $799. And you know what? That is not a bad price, and it's actually slightly cheaper than the previous models that we had last year. Now, I would say if you're looking for a glossy WOLED monitor and you want a 32-inch 4K and up to 480Hz, this is the only one that you can go for. It is, for me at least, the best OLED that you can buy right now. And the fact that you can play 4K at 240Hz or dual mode it to 480Hz is incredible. Plus, I just prefer the glossy screens. I've got the same on my phone, my MacBook and my TV. They're all glossy and they look so much nicer than a matte finish. So yeah, this is my new monitor and I'll be using it on my PS5 Pro and PC, which is perfect timing considering the Battlefield 6 beta is this weekend. But what do you think? Anything that you would add or remove from this screen to make it perfect? Now drop a nice OLED in the comments and I'll give you a thumbs up for staying right till the end. And if you did enjoy today's video, check out this video next. Well, thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe and follow me everywhere. Until next time.
Right through there for a strike. Foul ball. And a pop-off, right side, foul territory. Has room, and he makes the catch. Nothing doing here for the Twins. Still up against a 6-0 deficit. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And now, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Spins the plate, strike one.
You know, these Yankees really impressing me with the quality of their bats in this one. It's been fun getting a chance to see them go to work. It looked to me like they really wanted to get to the starter early, get him out of the game before he settles in, so I'd say mission accomplished.
Down to the dirt, swing and a miss. Beats him for the first out, and that completes the strikeout.
Well, that's pretty much the dream two-strike curveball. If you're the pitcher, hard downward break at the very end that just dips below the swing path. And they say pitchers want to try to bounce that pitch right on top of the plate. So that was exactly what he was looking for on the mound.
Ripped in the air, left field, and a touchdown for a base hit. So a man aboard now with one away.
Well, that started and ended pretty quickly. No messing around right there. Solid swing from start to end. On time with everything. Really good balance. Nice extension. And he met it out front for the line drive knock.
And up to the plate comes Cody Bellinger. He swings and crushes one. Deep on its way. Right back there. Oh, it's a belly ball. He nails one out to right. It's 8-0. That's their 4th home run of the game.
They can't stop, and they won't stop hitting home runs in this one, Brew. They're clearly feeding off of each other at the dirt. Well, you can see he was out front just a little bit. Maybe didn't recognize the changeup earlier, but he got the bat head to it, hooked it down the line, and was able to keep it fair for a long
really impressive.
And first offering is fouled off. And a foul ball. The Yanks up big in this one here in Game 4 of the ALCS. Caught and missed, struck him out. That's out number 2.
Third time he struck out in this one, and definitely an individual performance you want to flush. He just hasn't looked very comfortable up there. Just one of those days. But when you're still winning the ball game, at least you can focus on doing your part to maintain that lead and getting that W.
This one popped up. Lee pulls it down. That is the inning. Another look at the long ball for the Yankees. It's now an 8-0 game. You're watching the American League Championship Series on the show. And we're back. All right, we go to the top half of inning number 6. And here's the first baseman, Ty France. Schmidt back to work. That one finds the zone. That's strike one.
I'm impressed by the number of first pitch strikes. He's not afraid of contact. Some guys, they'll nibble just because they don't want to get hit hard. That's not what we're seeing here.
Close one doesn't get the call. And the count is 1-1. The 1-1 is fouled off. Swing and a ball driven pretty well out towards left center. Dominguez puts it away. 1 up, 1 down. Now it's the second baseman, Brooks Lee. He's 0 for 1. Right through there for a strike.
The Baseball Tomorrow is a joint initiative of Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Players Association to support the growth of baseball and softball programs throughout the world.
1 down, base is empty. Ball. He swings and fouls one off. Stays alive. Yeah, ball and 2 strikes. Swing and a high fly ball out towards right center field. Brings it in, and there are 2 down. 2 down, base is empty. Ryan Jeffers at the plate. First pitch, and that's in for a strike. 2 down, nobody on, and we're in the top half of the 6th. 1-2 now. And a pop-up on the left side of the infield. Cabrera. And makes the play, and that's out number 3. Twins are set down 1-2-3. Still back at Yankee Stadium, bottom of the 6th inning. Paul Goldschmidt will climb in. Swing and a drive, deep right field, back there. And caught on the warning track.
That's just a really nice catch on the run right there. He saved extra bases for sure. If the pitcher's his friend, he'll give him a second to catch his breath before he's ready to deal the next pitch.
And first offering is fouled off. Back to right. Snags it for the second out. Two outs, base is empty. Now the third baseman, Oswaldo Cabrera, 1 for 2. And that's a strike. Just missed.
Just missed with that backdoor breaking ball. If he gets a swing and miss or called strike, 0-2 count. Instead, it's 1-1. Look for him to go back to that. That pitch later in this at bat.
There's a line drive to left field. Makes the play, and it's out number 3. 1-2-3 go the Yankees as the lead holds at 8-0. Here at New Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, top of inning number 7. This is Willie Castro. And first offering is fouled off. That one lifted to left. Dominguez puts it away for the out. Yeah, there's one away. And here comes Carlos Correa. Out to short, Volpe. Over to first, and Correa retired.
He's been going after these guys consistently, and as a result, he's been able to keep his pitch count low. Throwing the ball very well right now.
And first offering is fouled off. The Twins yet to pick up a hit here. Right through there for a strike. This guy's pounding the zone. Hitters don't have time to think in between pitches. Gets a piece and stays alive. High fly ball out into left center field. Dominguez brings it in for the third out. We're back in a new pitcher here to start the bottom of the seventh. Justin Topa. He has a great slider with tons of movement. Here's the Yankees leadoff hitter, Anthony Volpe. Swings through that one for strike one. Wow, no fair right there. I mean, that slider didn't move to the very last moment. Incredibly difficult to pick that up. Just going to have to tip your cap on that pitch. Next offering is fouled back. Chop to third, and that's a foul ball. Good job to fight that one off. Swing and a miss and a change up in the dirt. Jeffers collects, fires to first. Not in time. He's safe. And here is Jazz Chisholm Jr. 0 for 3. A fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout. That one ripped right center field. That's back. At the wall. Can't make the catch, but I think he brought it back. Here comes Aaron Judge. Ground ball to the middle. That's a base hit. One runs in. Now a second crosses the plate. It's 10-0. Just so sound in his mechanics. Hits against a firm front side, and the hands just continue to carry through the middle of the field. No outs. Runner at first. Cody Bellinger stepping in now for the Yankees. Topa, a 6'4" righty, 200 pounds, and they went out and made a trade for him last season. Pitch misses, 1-1. Wow, just a beautiful backdoor slider right there. If you've got any chance of hitting that pitch, you have to wait until the absolutely last millisecond. Just a tough one. 1 second, he's out over to first, safe. Giancarlo Stanton to the plate now. 3 strikeouts already. He's 0 for 3. And first offering is fouled off. Nope, that's the ball. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Just a really nice slider down and in there. He wants to get the hitter thinking fastball, speed him up, and just subtract some velocity and add a little movement. To third might be 2. There's 1. Got a double play. And that'll do it for the inning. So they get a couple of runs on 2 hits, no errors, and no one left on. We look ahead to inning number 8. It's the Yankees 10 and the Twins nothing. We go to the 8th. Now the cleanup hitter for Minnesota, Byron Buxton. Swing and a pop-up. Foul territory for the catcher. Wells makes the catch. And there's 1 down. And he's now just 5 outs away. He's got a real shot at this thing. Yeah, bro, he is rolling just in one of those grooves where he looks pretty unbeatable today. a lot of ground to make up late here in Game 4. Foul ball still 0-2. Foul off, and they'll do it again. One down, base is empty. Hacks and misses, it's a strikeout.
Well, that's a blue zone right there, or the cold zone on the hitting chart. Just doesn't have much success in that part of the strike zone. And a really good job of the pitcher executing. Try to go there as often as you can. The numbers are in your favor.
On the ground, Chisholm gets it to first, and the Twins go 1-2-3. So now 24 have been set down in order. 3 left to go for perfection. It's the Yankees 10 and the Twins nothing. Back now, new pitcher on the mound as we roll into the bottom of the 8th, Rock Stewart. Here's the Yankees catcher now, Austin Wells. He's already homered in this game. And first offering is fouled off. That one hammered center field. That's back there. And it flies to the deepest part of the park. No doubt about this one. Home run. Another homer. His second home run of the game. And they tack on to their lead. It's 11-0. That's their 5th homer of the game.
Man, they're all getting into the action. It's starting to feel like a home run derby up here. Took on the big part of the yard for that home run and just barely got it over the wall. For a second, he brought it back out there, too. Gave it a great effort, but those plays are so tough to pull off. And I'm sure he'd love to have another shot at it.
Paul Goldschmidt down. 0 for 3 in this one. That one fouled off. Strike 2. Some movement in the Twins bullpen. Danny Coulombe warming up for manager Rocco Baldelli. Tonkin also getting ready. Swings and misses. And that's the first out. Nice recovery after giving up the homer. Now the left fielder, Jason Dominguez. This one in the air. France pulls it down, and there's 2 gone. And next for New York, Oswaldo Cabrera, 1 for 3. And first offering is fouled off. In the air, center field. Buxton in position. And he makes the catch. And that is that. New inning getting started. Now at the plate, Ty France. And all eyes on the mound as he begins the 9th inning working on a perfect game.
But I'll tell you right now, every player defensively on their toes like never before. They want to make sure they have the opportunity to put this picture in the history books. They're going to make the play.
Incorrect on the curveball, struck him out.
Oh, there's a 3-pitch strikeout. He can do whatever he wants with the baseball right now.
Here's the second baseman, Brooks Lee. That takes the corner. The Yankees up big in this one here in Game 4 of the ALCS. Swung on, and it's a base hit. And that puts an end to the perfect game here in the 9th. So they get a man aboard with a 1-out single.
8th and 3rd, no-hit innings and just 2 outs from glory. Finally gives up that first hit. It's kind of tough to see, but it's been a pleasure watching him do his thing in this one.
Next offering is in for a strike. Good approach right there. You want to get something just a little higher that you can elevate, stand on that double play. Foul ball, it stays 0-2. Swing and a miss. And they're down to their last out.
Well, that's a curveball that people like to describe as a hammer or Uncle Charlie, and you can see why. It's not a looping slow curve. He throws it hard, and it gets plenty of bite on the end.
Castro in the box with 2 gone, and it takes a look at a called strike. Lee, the runner at first with 2 gone. Slash foul down the right side. That'll hook off into the seats. Sends it to center.
World Series rematch.
And the New York Yankees are once again American League champions.
Congratulations to the American League champions. These players have worked hard all season long, and their hard work has paid off. Now, off to the World Series. This team can't wait to get it started.
For my partner Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew, thank you for watching the American League Championship Series on MLB The Show.
Oh, not a World Series rematch. The Dodgers got beat by the Cubs. Interesting.